After receiving the message, Roland immediately set out for the snowy mountains. Roland, Nightingale, and Tilly disembarked, finding the stony beach strewn with the carcasses of various animals, embedded within layers of rubble. The group pressed deeper into the snowy mountains, following the markers left by Lien, and eventually, Roland located the narrow crevice leading to the camp. Nightingale pointed out holes in the rocky walls deep within the crevice, having seen similar structures elsewhere. Back then, her intuition told her it felt like something was watching her and she didn't explore further. Passing through the narrow gap, their view suddenly opened up. The soldiers of the First Army promptly welcomed the group into their campsite, where Roland then saw Agatha and Soraya. When he asked about Lightning and the others, Agatha sighed, mentioning that they'd hardly had a moment's rest, with the demons' camp nearly turning into their playground. The group led Roland to where the stone tower had collapsed. Upon reaching the center of the campsite's ruins, Lightning, Maisie, and Summer also arrived just in time. The three landed, with Summer still slightly unaccustomed to the high-speed flight. Roland suggested Summer take a rest, but she shook her head, insisting she was fine. She then used her powers, and in an instant, the large pit in the ground disappeared, revealing a colossal black stone tower before them. Following this, red mist began to fill the air, and the ground seemed to tremble beneath their feet. Suddenly, the earth arched upwards, fracturing into pieces, lifting the entire black stone tower in an instant. A giant grey creature burst from the ground, with massive tentacles, and opened its enormous maw, attempting to completely engulf the base of the tower. After a long silence, Tilly wondered if this was the same creature that swallowed Agatha's laboratory and why it attacked the demon's camp. Roland thought for a moment and suggested, perhaps this monster isn't on the demon's side. Agatha also agreed, having pondered the same question for the last couple of days. Agatha stated that there had been no records of such creatures in the Federation before. If the demons could indeed command these monsters, the Federation would not have been able to hold out for so long. Tilly was perplexed, questioning who else could be controlling these creatures if weren't the demons. She recalled the transparent mantises they saw last winter, noting that the behavior of these demonic beasts seemed to be well coordinated and planned. Nightingale offered a possibility, suggesting that these hybrid creatures were no ordinary demonic beasts. Considering their behaviors during the month of the demons, these hybrid creatures appeared to possess basic cognitive abilities, and maybe with sufficient time, their intelligence could have developed to a considerable level, maybe even surpassing humans. Roland remained silent, his gaze fixed on the deep pit as his mind churned with thoughts. While Lightning was scurrying about, she discovered a massive cave. Taking a portable torch from her backpack, she lit it and flew down into the pit. The rest of the group quickly followed, but considering the danger that may pose ahead, they didn't go too far, only checking the direction where the giant creature moved. Roland looked up at the towering snowy mountains, realizing they needed to thoroughly investigate this tallest peak of the Western Territory. Lightning was sent to investigate while holding a map in her hands. She reported that there was nothing but snow. There were no traces of demons and demonic beasts, not even large animals could be seen. Tilly, looking at the map, suggested that the peak of this snowy mountain resembled a massive volcanic crater. Lightning shared that she could see flowing water beneath the thick layer of ice. Nightingale asked Roland what he thought might be at the peak. Roland speculated that there could be many things such as towns, stone towers, or even wreckage, but the fact that there was empty was what he found most strange. Pointing to a specific location on the map, Roland asked Lightning if that was the source of the Crimson Water River. Lightning nodded. Looking at the young girl, Roland asked if she had tried to explore further. Lightning lowered her head and pouted, admitting she had tried but couldn't get through. Although the crevice was wide, the water mist was too dense, and there were strong winds. Roland gave the little girl a stern look, warning her not to engage in such dangerous activities in the future, or else he would make her do 10 times the usual amount of practice problems. Seeing Lightning admit her mistake, Roland decided not to punish her this time. Roland planned to return to the castle first, deciding to postpone the investigation of the snowy mountains until Sylvie was back. For now, they should shift their focus to the war with the church. Nightingale shared her thoughts, suggesting that given the extreme cold of the snowy mountains, it was unlikely anyone would choose to establish a camp here. The giant creature who devoured the demon camp might be hiding somewhere inside the snowy mountains. These monsters were adept at burrowing. Creating nests deep within the mountain wouldn't be difficult. Within the city of Neverwinter, many people had finished their day's work and headed to the bustling market. The Astrology Association was still carrying out the same tasks assigned to them more than centuries ago. The chief astrologer watched as his apprentices set up all the astronomical instruments. Once everything was ready, the old man instructed his assistant to start the observation. They used the latest equipment provided by Roland, which was several times better than their previous instruments. The chief saw a dim starlight, hidden amongst countless stars, emitting a faint glow. Unlike the surrounding stars, this one was red. Remembering the prophecy, the chief astrologer immediately asked his assistant to record the position of this star. When the assistant asked what name they should give the star, the chief shook his head. His hands trembling, the chief said there was no need to name it right now. He ordered his assistant to immediately gather all the scholars and to evacuate the apprentices. The assistant, having never seen his teacher panic like this, was somewhat baffled but then turned around and ran to gather all the scholars. Soon, all the Astrology Association's scholars gathered around the chief astrologer. From his serious demeanor, they seemed to realize something. Ever since Roland's visit to the Astrology Association, the rumor of the Doomsday Star was no longer a secret among the scholars. Roland had suggested that the chief shared the secret with all the scholars, both to give them a specific goal during their observations and to instill a sense of duty and honor. Being convened here, everyone already had an answer in mind, but hearing it confirmed by the chief made them all gasp in shock. While discussing what to do, the chief spoke, advising everyone to keep it a secret, continue observing, and make plans after confirmation. 1 week later, all of the scholars took turns observing. The existence of Red Star was undoubtedly confirmed. Moreover, but strange thing was, that the location of the Red Star remained unchanged. All other stars were in motion, except for the Red Star. The only difference is the radiance was growing stronger day by day. A group of scholars sat together in discussion, among them a young scholar who suggested that the commoners might not understand constellations, they can still see the stars in the sky. If this goes on for too long, it could potentially cause panic. The chief stood up, deciding to write a letter to the king immediately, expressing his hope that this wasn't too late. Meanwhile, in the border town, Roland and Anna were sitting on the edge of a bed. Anna's expression was somewhat downcast. She had seen from Wendy's expedition list, where her name was not included. Her tone was very calm, but told Roland that she couldn't accept this. This was the first time Roland had seen Anna with such an expression. He pulled her to sit down beside him on the bed. After a long silence, he finally spoke. He conveyed to Anna that the military production in the border town could not go on without her. Whether it was the parts for the heavy machine guns or the fuses for the artillery. All of these required Anna's craftsmanship, and these were crucial for their victory in the war. Anna did not respond but looked at Roland, asking if it was because the front lines were too dangerous. Roland smiled, saying that fighting against the church certainly had its risks, but they would definitely achieve victory. He didn't want Anna to worry too much. He didn't persuade Anna from the perspective of the dangers of war because it's obvious that she isn't afraid of danger. Roland knew he had to appeal to a higher level of reasoning, such as the production crucial to the outcome of the war, to have an effect on someone as serious as Anna. Unmoved, Anna responded that she could still continue her production in the Misty Valley town, and the mines in the north were also abundant. Faced with Anna's heartfelt words, Roland found himself at a loss for what to say. When she cupped Roland's face in her hands and expressed her inability to be apart from him at this crucial time. The war against the church was undoubtedly the biggest challenge Roland had ever faced. It was a battle with no middle ground, either the holy city of Hermes be destroyed, or the First Army would face complete annihilation. Anna did not want to stay in the border town, constantly worrying and imagining the worst. She feared that if Roland lost, they might be separated forever, and she did not want to endure such prolonged agony only to receive devastating news after several months. Roland realized that he probably couldn't persuade her to stay. He asked Anna for a promise. If anything unexpected happened on the battlefield, he paused for a moment, then continued, if he, unfortunately, didn't make it. Before he could finish, Anna interrupted him, assuring Roland that she would immediately leave the Northern Territories. Roland was surprised that Anna had already known what he was about to say. Anna assured him that she wouldn't seek immediate revenge against the church. Although she strongly believed that such a tragedy would never occur if it did, she would return to the Western Territory and gather everyone who was willing to carry on Roland's will and move to the Slumbering Isle. There, they would continue to fight against the church. Anna promised to fulfill Roland's vision of defeating the church and creating a new world that Roland envisioned, and afterward, she would reunite with him. Roland did not respond, no words were necessary. Everything that needed to be said had been expressed through their emotions and shared understanding. The two of them embraced and fell onto the bed, sealing their promises and commitments with a passionate kiss. The next day, Roland gave his final speech before departure. The news had brought residents flocking to the square, packing it to the brim. The previous border town was now a thing of the past, replaced by the bustling city of Neverwinter. The lives of the people had undergone a tremendous transformation, and Roland's reputation had reached an unprecedented height. The moment he stepped onto the stage, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Everyone was shouting, "Long live the king, long live his majesty, Roland." As the cheers gradually subsided, Roland spoke in a deep voice. He declared that their kingdom was about to face a war against invaders, with the enemy being the holy city of Hermes, which had already swallowed up the two great kingdoms of Eternal Winter and Wolfheart. As one of the last two existing kingdoms, the church had set its sights on them. Roland spoke at length. He reminded them of the times before he came to Border Town when people could barely make ends meet, and famine and severe cold would arrive punctually with each month of the demons. Those who couldn't survive would close their eyes forever, and he questioned whether the church had truly helped anyone. The church makes hundreds of thousands of gold each year by Stone of God punishments, yet still demands its followers for money. Slamming his hand on the table, Roland raised his voice, asserting that the church must be eradicated. The church was only interested in sucking everyone's blood dry. They created the plague, created pills that made people go berserk, destroyed kingdoms and homes, and kidnapped tens of thousands of young girls, and their constant oppression of the people and witches. Roland used facts to prove that even without the church, the city of Neverwinter and other cities could still thrive beautifully. He vowed never to surrender or lose to these bloodsuckers. He passionately declared that the city was created by the hands of its people, not given by the church. Roland proclaimed loudly that the First Army would crush the enemies into dust, thoroughly annihilating them so that they could no longer harm his people. This speech resonated with the crowd, igniting their empathy and willingness to defend their beloved homeland. Roland gestured with his hands to quiet the crowd and continued speaking. He stated that he did not need everyone to take up arms and fight, as this is the responsibility of the First Army. Neither did he require the people to pay any additional war taxes. He hoped that his people would continue to contribute to the construction and production of the city of Neverwinter, just as they had been doing, as this would be the best way to support their loved ones fighting on the front lines. The soldiers of the First Army slowly marched in. Roland placed his right hand over his chest and proclaimed loudly, "We shall prevail. Long live the kingdom of Grey Castle." The people repeated the cheers, their shouts continuing long after Roland had left. That afternoon, the last batch of soldiers boarded the steamships, with the Roland as the flagship. The fleet sounded its whistle and set out. Their destination is the Misty Valley town. Meanwhile, in the Misty Valley town, Duke Calvin had arrived and eagerly greeted his daughter, but Edith cut him off sharply, questioning why her father had only now arrived. She had written a letter a month ago, urging her father's full cooperation with the First Army's assembly and preparation for war. Calvin explained that he had issued orders and even sent his most trusted steward and knight to supervise, believing that this constituted full cooperation. However, Edith was dissatisfied, stating that Calvin should have supervised himself to truly demonstrate his sincerity, especially given the importance of this war. Calvin responded that the territory ultimately belonged to Earl Hale, he couldn't overstep his boundaries. Disappointed, Edith looked at her father and told him that the age of the nobility was coming to an end, he shouldn't be concerned about his vassal's territory. Edith shook her head as she was disappointed by her father's indecisiveness. Duke Calvin felt somewhat embarrassed and remarked that he thought his daughter, whom he hadn't seen in months, would at least give him a hug. Instead, she had been criticizing him since his arrival. Pouting, Edith retorted, asking who it was that had been ranting and raving in his room, calling his daughter an ungrateful wolf cub raised in vain. Edith followed up saying, this very person had even wanted to smash something in his anger, but ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. Perhaps due to the item being quite valuable. Caught off guard, the Duke wondered who could have leaked that information. Before he could formulate a response, Edith had already walked over, hugged him, and said, "It's wonderful to see you again, Dad." Suddenly, all of the residual annoyance in Calvin's heart immediately dissipated. He stroked his daughter's long, auburn hair, overwhelmed with mixed emotions. At the end of the day, Edith was still his daughter. The two sat down, and Calvin asked if all that was left was to wait for His Majesty Roland to arrive. Edith shook her head, explaining that there were still many preparations to be made, including transporting all the necessary supplies for the war to Cold Wind Ridge. Edith, holding a letter she had just received, mentioned that they needed to prepare a large quantity of iron and copper ingots. Calvin, feeling a twinge of pain at the resources required, suggested to his daughter that perhaps Roland might not be able to breach Hermes. Edith can't predict the outcome of the war, but stopping the church from entering the kingdom would not be difficult. Only if Roland had more time, everything would be much easier. Calvin, somewhat puzzled, listened as Edith explained the strength of Neverwinter. These factories were continuously producing powerful weapons, and any civilian could learn to use firearms after a very short period of training. Calvin looked at his daughter in confusion, not quite understanding what she was trying to convey. Edith continued, pointing out that a knight required more than a decade of training, and an entire single blacksmith and his apprentices could only forge maybe 10 swords and 10 sets of armor a year. However, Roland could easily grind these fully armored knights to dust. Roland's factories is capable of manufacturing dozens of these powerful firearms, and hundreds of bullets a day. Calvin found these claims hard to believe, but Edith made it clear that she firmly believed in Roland's ability to defeat the church. Calvin, at a loss for words, finally asked Edith if she had such high hopes for Roland, and why she didn't respond to his letters. In addition to sending a formal reply to Roland, Calvin had also written a personal letter to Edith. In this letter, he expressed his hopes for Edith to further her relationship with Roland. Calvin believed that his daughter could understand his thoughts. Unfortunately, Calvin did not receive any responses from the king or Edith herself to his letters. He put down his cup of tea and asked Edith about her thoughts about Roland. He wanted to know why Edith didn't make a move yet. Edith shook her head, explaining that Timothy needed a reliable ally in the north, and the safest way to ensure this relationship was through alliance by political marriages. If Edith refused this proposal, Timothy could easily abandon their family and support another. However, Roland was different. He valued Edith's personal abilities rather than her family background. Calvin still didn't want to give up. He made a point that, since Edith doesn't dislike Roland, what's there stopping the two? Edith calmly said, although she admires Roland. However, Edith showed a rare hesitation, stating that this was something she could not do. Compared to power and political marriages, Roland believed more in love. Hearing this, Calvin couldn't help but ask if Roland had someone special in his heart already. Edith nodded, saying it was a witch. Calvin doubted his ears for a moment. Then recalled the witch organization in Roland's territory. He thought this might be a political marriage, as witches supposedly couldn't have children. Edith took a sip of her tea and shook her head. Recalling her time in the border town, she thought of Anna and Nightingale. She didn't elaborate further and simply said that these things were not their concern, and they shouldn't interfere, hoping Calvin would not mention this again. Meanwhile, in the forefront of the Cold Wind Ridge. In the front line, Axe was making pre-battle preparations, ordering soldiers to dig trenches, and moving the heavy machine guns to the front. Brian couldn't help but ask whether they should start evacuating the nearby residents in advance. He was worried that the church might force them to take the pills. Axe closed his eyes and answered expressionlessly that he couldn't risk alerting the enemy. They couldn't start evacuating the residents until all the defensive positions were set up. However, Axe assured Brian that it would only take 3 days to complete the encirclement of the position, and then they could notify the evacuation. Suddenly, Brian's eyes widened. Axe followed his gaze toward the distant mountains. They both saw a wisp of black smoke slowly rising from behind the mountain peak. Maisie also rushed over, reporting that about 1,000 men were advancing towards the Heer. Although there were no logistics or militia, all of them were fully armored knights, while around 300 black armored knights leading the charge. They were carrying massive shields and short spears. When asked about the size of the shields, Maisie estimated that they were probably as tall as Axe. Hearing this, Axe knew the church was coming. The church's response was indeed swift. The black armored knights carrying massive shields are no doubt the God's punishment army. Brian mentioned that Roland would need 3 more days to reach the Misty Valley town, and their artillery was not in position yet, and only a few heavy machine guns were set up. Axe sighed. No matter what, they had to stick to their duties. Axe issued the order that under no circumstances should the enemy be allowed to cross the defense line. Just as Axe and his soldiers were making their final preparations, the sound of a horn echoed, signaling the approach of the enemy. At the very front, it was indeed the God's punishment army. Everyone, armed with rifles, quickly entered the trenches. The God's punishment army, rumored to have immense strength and cannot feel pain, set up their giant shields at the forefront of their formation, slowly advancing towards the trenches. The two sides were several hundred meters apart. As the enemy gradually approached, the large shields of God's punishment army became clearly visible. Axe then gives the order to fire. Bullets penetrated the giant shields, and several soldiers from the God's punishment army fell under the relentless fire of rifles and heavy machine guns. The commander on horseback realized that they wouldn't be able to reach the defense line under this gunfire and ordered them to abandon the shields. Suddenly, the soldiers of the God's punishment army uniformly threw down their giant shields and charged toward the position at an astonishing speed, even faster than fully sprinting horses. Followed by the judgment army. The distance between the two sides rapidly closed. The dust kicked up from the ground was so dense that the First Army soldiers couldn't see the position of their enemy. A few God punishment soldiers had their arms shot off by a bullet, but they continued to sprint forward, not slowing down. Within mere seconds, they were already at the 150-meter mark, and the 50 or so God punishment soldier raised their short spears and threw them at the First Army. Several soldiers from the First Army were struck. They continued to exchange fire, quickly annihilating the God punishment soldiers. But a few managed to break into the trenches. Seeing the situation turning dangerous, Axe had no choice but to order all men to fix bayonets and prepare for close combat. Axe swung his sword at the nearest member of the God's punishment army, while another enemy, raising a short spear, charged at him. Reacting quickly, Axe pulled out his pistol and fired several shots in rapid succession. Several days later, at the dock, Roland's ship slowly docked at the harbor. Stepping out of the cabin, the first person to greet him was Edith. She kneeled in salute and then congratulated Roland on his first victory. Roland nodded approvingly, having already heard the reports on board. He noted that Axe had mentioned Edith's ample provision of food and assistance in transporting ammunition. Roland thanked her cooperation. Edith smiled modestly, saying that it was their family's duty to help. Next, she invited Roland to visit his office. Edith added that while Roland was staying in the Misty Valley town, Earl Hall's castle would serve as his temporary palace, available for his use as he wished. Edith had reconstructed and renovated the office, and everything in the office was arranged just as it had been in Border Town. Looking at the battle reports, Roland felt that this was definitely a victory worth remembering. 156 God's punishment warriors had fallen. These powerful, fast, and fearless killing machines were not invincible, they were still people with flesh and blood, and they also could not withstand bullets. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any challenging Pure One witches in this battle. Roland asked about the casualties of the First Army. Axe reported solemnly, 6 dead, 40 seriously injured. All losses occurred after the God's punishment army closed in, during the spear throwing and the subsequent melee combat. Luckily, only a few members of the God's punishment army had managed to breach their defenses, and all of them had been hit by bullets, so the damage they inflicted was limited. Manhwa had already healed the injured, and they would be ready to return to duty soon. Roland closed his eyes, sighed, and then instructed Axe to arrange for a ship to transport the bodies of the fallen soldiers back to Neverwinter for burial. Axe had interrogated a captured church commander and believed he had obtained some particularly valuable intelligence related to the God's punishment army. Roland followed Axe to the dungeon, where they saw 4 prisoners. The prisoners were blindfolded, their hands bound behind their backs. Axe doused them with a bucket of icy water. They bore no wounds on their bodies but were trembling uncontrollably. 2 of them showed remarkable resilience, while one of them could not bear it any longer and was willing to speak. Shivering, he began to speak softly, explaining that the ritual to create God's punishment warriors typically took place in the Sky Tower. Only the God's punishment warriors, the Pope, and the controllers were allowed to enter. No one was allowed to speak in there when Roland asked why. The priest explained that the newly created warriors would identify their controllers by voice, and they would only obey the commands of these controllers. This particular priest was responsible for 10 God's punishment warriors. However, ultimately, the God's punishment army would only obey the Pope's commands. Initially, Roland had thought that there might be some kind of brainwave connection or telepathic communication directing this senseless army. In the end, it turned out to be voice control. This layered and intricate method was undoubtedly very complex and inefficient. Not to mention that sound waves could easily decay. Roland pondered this and understood the most obvious flaw in their command structure. Agatha suddenly asked, once a controller is determined, can it be changed? What if a God's punishment warrior loses all its controllers? The priest shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Nightingale coldly added, telling the priest if he didn't want to spend another month here, don't lie. The priest no longer dared to lie and said solemnly, they will head to the barbarian lands on their own. The barbarian lands were rumored to be the destination of some God's punishment warriors that had lost control in the past, and none had ever returned. Agatha proceeded to ask the priest about the establishment of the church 400 years ago, whether he knew the name Acarus, and if he had heard of the Federation or city of Takara. However, no matter how much Agatha asked, the priest couldn't provide any answers. After getting confirmation from Nightingale, Roland realized that continuing the interrogation would be futile, so he prepared to leave. Before leaving, Axe asked, what should he do with these prisoners? Roland responded coldly, just follow through with the promise Axe had made earlier. Returning to the castle, Agatha understood that the God punishment army must have been successfully developed after Takara was completely overthrown. However, she insisted it couldn't be as simple as the priest described, because this didn't explain how the new pope could take control of the previous God's punishment warriors. She also found it odd that the God punishment warriors would actively travel to the barbarian lands, which should have been ruined for the last 400 years and presumably empty. Roland nodded, but these are irrelevant for now. What mattered was that if the God punishment warriors were controlled by sound, perhaps Echo's abilities might be of use. Agatha, however, shook her head, thinking this was too dangerous. If Echo were to approach the controller, Nightingale would need to hide her in the mist. This would leave Roland extremely vulnerable, any pure one sent by the church could kill him easily. Without hesitation, Agatha bluntly stated that Roland was weak and powerless, but he was also indispensable. His safety was always the priority for the Witches' Union.
Roland couldn't help but give a bitter smile, unsure whether Agatha was praising or belittling him.
He mentioned he would wear the stone of God punishment.
Agatha shook her head again, stating the stone of God punishment didn't guarantee complete safety, and even Nightingale couldn't ensure his absolute security.
Upon hearing this, Nightingale reveals herself, clearly displeased with Agatha's words.
She protested, asserting that as long as she was alive, Roland would not be harmed. Agatha didn't argue further, simply nodding and hoping that would be the case.
After a moment of silence, she still felt the need to comment that Acarus's rise to the position of the leader of the top 3 seats wasn't solely due to her combat capabilities.
Acarus's tactics and intelligence were also superior to other witches.
Acaris, the strongest witch in history, had saved the Federation from the brink of collapse many times.
Without her, Takira couldn't have held out for so long.
Having said all this, Agatha's real point was that the God Punishment Army, whom Acarus held high hopes for as the savior of the witches, should not have ended up this way. Roland broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if Agatha was suggesting that the current God Punishment Army might not be the same as 400 years ago. Agatha herself didn't know, after all, it was only her speculation. She acknowledged that what exactly happened to the Witch Federation after Takira fell was probably something only the church knew. Even after she left, Roland remained deep in thought, unable to snap out of it. He wondered, was the God Punishment Army truly created just to produce an expensive and cumbersome killing machine? While Roland was deep in thought, Nightingale's communication magic seal suddenly activated. Lightning reported that the enemy stationed at the border was retreating. Maisie added that the enemy were all running in the direction of the Holy City. Nightingale couldn't help but chuckle, noting that it seemed their enemies were frightened. This was undoubtedly good news. The next steps were to expedite the digging of trenches and evacuate the nearby residents, tasks Roland delegated to Axe and Edith. Meanwhile, in the Hermes Holy City, within the cathedral sky tower, the 2 archbishops received the news and fell silent. A force of 1,300, including 300 God's Punishment warriors, had failed to advance. The leader of this operation was an experienced judgment knight who had won hundreds of battles, and who later rose to the position of archbishop. Such losses were inconceivable. Even if they had faced demons, they shouldn't have suffered such high casualties. A judgment soldier came to report that Archbishop Soli was awake. After getting into the room, the 2 archbishops could hear Soli shouting, who was demanding to see Pope Main immediately. One of them asked Soli to calm down and explain what had happened. Soli coldly declared everything was a trap. Shuddering as he recalled Roland's firearms, insisting he needed to report to Maine right away. Archbishop Elf slightly raised his voice, suspecting that Soli was trying to shirk responsibility. Telling Soli that had been trying hard to suppress the news of their defeat. Just as Teflon was about to speak, the door behind them opened. Zero entered, informing them that the Pope wished to see Soli. Supported by 2 judgment soldiers, Soli made his way to the secret chamber. Although the other archbishops wanted to follow, they were stopped by Zero. Zero explained that the Pope was merely concerned about the potential leakage of the secrets of God's Punishment Army. Confused, the 2 archbishops asked what secrets she was referring to. Without elaborating, Zero simply smiled, turned around, and left. Sitting in a wheelchair, Soli was asked by Zero how he intended to explain this failure. Soli admitted that the defeat was due to his own negligence. After a moment of hesitation, he expressed his wish to become a God's Punishment warrior. Surprised, Zero asked why he would relinquish the position of archbishop to become a puppet. Soli passionately argued that every God's Punishment warrior was a brave and steadfast soldier. Soli had let down those who died on the battlefield, causing immeasurable loss to the church. He believed that the best way to atone was to join their ranks and make amends for his mistakes. Zero chuckled and told Soli that the Pope would likely not accept his request. Soli insisted he could persuade Maine. Zero shook her head, pointing out the impracticality of the Pope wasting a witch to transform a man who had lost an arm into a God's Punishment warrior. Hearing this, Soli stared at Zero in disbelief, his eyes widening as he questioned how Zero knew the secret of the God's Punishment Army's transformation ceremony. He asked if the Pope had told her about this very secret. Slowly turning around, Zero smiled and revealed that she didn't need Maine to tell her these things because she herself was the Pope. Soli listened in disbelief, and in an instant a purple light penetrated him. After absorbing Soli's memories, Zero felt as if she was surrounded by the deafening roar of battle. She could only catch intermittent screams and cries of pain. In front of her, a shield formation of God's punishment warriors was being decimated, with the Judgment Army slowly advancing behind them. Before they could get a glimpse of their enemy, the Church's army was suffering heavy casualties. The giant shields carried by the God's punishment army were tested. Even the firearms used by Timothy couldn't penetrate. Somehow Roland's weapons pierced through the shield like butter. Soli had no choice but to order a full charge. The God punishment army was incredibly fast, even faster than horses. But they fell like wheat before the scythe. What was more frightening is that none of them could even see where the attacks were coming from. Suddenly, Soli was struck, blood pouring from his shoulder, and where his arm should have been, there was nothing left. The memories cut off abruptly at this point. Zero opened her eyes and finally understood what had happened. She also grasped why Roland had been able to rise from a border town lord to become the new king of Grey Castle. She realized why Roland had managed to defeat the Duke's knights and the Berserk army of the Second Prince in numerous battles, and even capture the royal capital all in a single day. At dusk, Tilly and Ashes joined Iffy in her room. They came to learn more about the Blood Fawn. Iffy had also heard what happened back in Slumbering Isle. After knowing that Annie had been handed over to the nobles by Skyflame under Hetty's orders, she was in fury. However, Ashes, standing behind Tilly, informed her that Hetty had been punished accordingly, and Skyflame, who had resisted back on Slumbering Isle, was killed by Ashes on the spot. Iffy's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed, and she suddenly felt somewhat lost. With no one to find her revenge, what should she do next? A quick interruption. Just want everyone to note here that the Annie we saw last video was not the real Annie. It was the illusion created by Shadow using her ability. This was all a setup after Tilly got the secret letter from Roland. They wanted to see if Hetty was really hiding something. No one knows the whereabouts of Annie right now. Back to the story. Tilly stepped forward, took Iffy's hand, and expressed her hope that Iffy could help Slumbering Isle get back on track. The remaining members of the Blood Fawn were also deceived by Hetty, just like Iffy. Without much hesitation, Iffy nodded, agreeing to help Tilly. Tilly seemed somewhat surprised that she agreed so quickly. As for what Iffy needed to do, it was actually quite simple. She just needed to talk to the other members of the Blood Fawn Association about her and Annie's story. Tilly would make Hetty's crimes public to everyone. When the church was completely eradicated, Tilly would send people to the kingdom of Wolfheart to search for the witches imprisoned by the nobles. If they were still alive, Roland would be responsible for rescuing them. Iffy nodded. She would do everything in her power to atone for this sin. Recalling Annie, Iffy's tears flowed once again. Suddenly, Tilly bent down, reached out, and wiped away Iffy's tears. Iffy, holding back her emotions, said she was fine, just a bit tired. The fifth princess silently looked at her for a long time before leaving the room with Ashes. Roland sat at his desk, reading through the reports from the front lines. The long hours of work recently had left him feeling dizzy and his vision blurred by the candle lights. There were no showers or electricity here. Everything was extremely inconvenient. Roland put down the report, intending to rub his eyes, when a pair of soft, invisible hands reached out to his forehead and began to gently massage his temples. A personal guard knocked on the door to report that a woman wished to see Roland. Although she had been stopped by the guards, the woman had knelt on the ground and refused to leave. The guard mentioned that he had seen the woman twice during the day, and she claimed to be Mrs. Wimbledon. Roland almost choked on his tea upon hearing this. He knew that the former fourth prince had never been to the Northern Territory, so how could he possibly have a lover here? Feeling Nightingale's emotion, he coughed twice and then instructed the guard to bring the woman in. The woman was very young, but her long dress was dirty. She curtsied and introduced herself as Livia. Roland asked her why she claimed to be Mrs. Wimbledon. She responded that she had been truly in love with Roland's brother. The person she referred to was Roland's eldest brother, the late first prince, Gerald. Livia's eyes teared up as she fell to her knees on the ground. Livia said that Gerald had previously harbored ambitions for the throne, but Gerald was already dead. Begging Roland to help her. Roland listened, silently contemplating how to respond to Livia's plea for help. Roland listened attentively to the woman in front of him, asking what kind of help she needed from him.
After hearing Livia's story, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of empathy.
Gerald, as the commander of the border army, would visit the Northern Territory each year to assist the church in combating the months of demons. During one of these trips, he met Livia, a tavern girl, and the two unexpectedly fell in love. Of course, given Livia's social status, they did not hold an official wedding, but they spent some happy times together. After Gerald's death, she was forced back into her role as a tavern girl. The tavern owner was very dissatisfied with her sudden departure previously, and he recently even attempted to force her into his concubine. Livia knelt on the ground, earnestly begging Roland to help her leave the tavern. Roland thought about Gerald. He and Gerald had no relationship to speak of. Gerald had bullied him since they were children, and can call each other enemies after growing up. However, Roland recalled that Gerald had seemingly never been involved in any scandals or had any lovers before. Nightingale also quietly told Roland that everything the woman was saying was true. He decided to lend a helping hand to Livia. A woman who could endure hardships and wait patiently for an opportunity to save herself was indeed commendable. He invited Livia to move to the Western Territory, promising to provide her with food, shelter, and a job. However, the woman hesitated and then, in a softer voice, expressed her desire to not leave the Northern Territory. Nightingale muttered in Roland's ear, suggesting that Livia might be worried that Roland had ulterior motives. To ordinary people, Livia's appearance could at least be compared to half of Edith's beauty, which might explain why the tavern owner tried to force her. Roland stood up and told Livia that he would inform Calvin to arrange for someone to take her to a nearby city. Livia knelt down once again, expressing her gratitude for Roland's kindness. Before she left, she softly mentioned that she had to return home today and couldn't stay in the castle. Roland sighed, realizing that Livia still had some misunderstanding about him, but he didn't say anything further, simply instructing his personal guard to escort her back. As Livia reached the door, Roland suddenly asked if she and Gerald had had any children. Livia was startled. She paused for a moment before turning back to answer, saying that she hadn't been able to give Gerald anything. After the personal guard left with her, Nightingale revealed herself, stating Livia was lying in her last sentence. Roland had noticed it as well, understanding that Livia was being coerced by the tavern owner was probably because of her child. Nightingale softly asked if Roland wanted to investigate Livia. Roland, naturally, had no intention of harming an innocent mother and child. He smiled at Nightingale and asked her how she planned to investigate. Nightingale slowly replied that she would do whatever Roland asked her to do. Roland took her hand and placed it on his shoulder, saying if that's the case, Roland wanted her to continue the massage. Roland looked up at Nightingale and, with a gentle smile, assured her he will never become the kind of person Nightingale despises the most. Meanwhile, in the Holy City, Isabella walked up to Zero, smiled, and noted that it seemed that Zero had met a tough opponent. Zero did not answer but pointed to the residents below and asked Isabella, "What do they look like?" Isabella was puzzled. As if Zero was talking to herself, she said these people are small and ignorant, just like ants. They are busy all day long, but they don't know why they do so. Isabella spread her hands and said, "This has nothing to do with them." Zero closed her eyes and said expressionlessly, "Perhaps the gods also look at them this way, devoting themselves to bloody battles, and then dying in confusion." Isabella asked what exactly did Zero want to say? Zero smiled and a never-before-seen light flashed in her eyes. She felt that she was one step closer to the divine will. As long as she devoured Roland, the chances of winning the divine war would increase by another 50%. Zero firmly believed that this was God sending Roland to her side. Isabella had heard about the battle recently, where they lost 150 God Punishment Army soldiers, while the enemy was almost unscathed.
She reminded Zero not to forget their purpose.
Even if Zero gathered all her strength and defeated Roland, it would not benefit them. They would only end up hurting both sides, not to mention that the month of the demons was only half a year away.
Zero asked Isabella expressionlessly, what did Isabella want her to do? Isabella said without hesitation, defeating the demon is their true mission.
She wanted Zero to talk with Roland directly, tell him the truth and the history of the divine war.
Zero smiled at Isabella and asked, what if Roland doesn't believe it?
She didn't wait for a response and continued saying Roland is just a mortal being. They are fragile, powerless, and have a short lifespan.
A single illness might take his life.
They cannot pin their hopes on such a person.
Isabella hesitated.
Zero looked at Isabella and told her that she was the person who was truly favored by the gods. With an undeniable tone, Zero emphasized she has never failed. The thousands of souls she has devoured can testify. Perhaps Isabella was persuaded, or perhaps she did not want to argue anymore. She asked Zero, what's her plan? Zero said they needed to get close to Roland. Then let Isabella use the high-grade magic seal left by the Federation, then apply her ability to disable the Stone of God Punishment on Roland.
Isabella frowned, telling Zero that magic seal is a one-time use.
If Zero fails, then they're done for.
Hearing this, Zero grew a bit angry, re-emphasizing that she would not fail.
She had never failed before. As long as Isabella cooperated with her, success was guaranteed. But before that, they needed to find a way to lure Roland out.
Over at the front line, Roland was using the old method of shoot first, draw targets later.
If a shell fell on the slope of the downhill path, he would mark the position and record the data.
In actual combat, as soon as the enemy entered the range of the marked points, they could fire directly after lightning reported the enemy coordinates. Watching the increasing number of shell craters, Lightning grew more and more confident. Knowing that they would certainly defeat the church and also beat the demon. Returning to the camp, Roland leaned back in his chair. He realized there wasn't much left for him to do, or rather, what needed to be done was already done. All that was left was to leave it up to fate. Suddenly, Maisie rushed over with a sealed letter. The church had finally reacted, mobilizing all its forces. The final battle was about to begin. But deep down, Roland had a lingering worry. And that was the Pure Ones. How they would appear and what abilities they would use to interfere in the final battle were all unknown. To avoid casualties from a surprise attack, the witches stationed at the front lines had been sleeping in their clothes, all gathered in a large hall. Sylvie and Nightingale took turns keeping watch in two groups. Echo was ready to wake the entire camp at the first sign of a magical reaction. At dusk, Roland stepped outside, followed by Ashes, Andrea, and Nightingale, who were on patrol also protecting Roland. Rubbing his neck, Roland lamented the discomfort caused by the excessive straw padding beneath his bed. Andrea felt the same, but Ashes pointed out that they weren't on a field trip. Having a roof over their heads was already a luxury. The two began to bicker, and Nightingale, chuckling, pulled Roland aside, telling Roland that they argued like this every night. Roland then asks Nightingale about how everyone in the Witches' Union is doing. Nightingale shrugged, mentioning that they had all endured much harsher conditions in the past. This was nothing to them. Roland smiled wryly, realizing that perhaps he was the one struggling the most to maintain composure. Walking together, Roland and Nightingale gazed up at the myriad of stars, lost in thought. After a long silence, Roland asked what would happen to them after everything was over. Sensing his anxiety, before Nightingale said anything, Roland smiled and said he just had a tinge of sentiment. If the worst were to happen, would the city of Neverwinter continue as is, or would the kingdom be completely consumed by the church? Perhaps everything would revert to the old ways of noble fiefdoms. And as for everyone else, would they truly be able to safely escape to Slumbering Isle? Nightingale's gentle voice and reassuring grip on his hand provided a measure of comfort, reminding Roland that no matter what the future held, they were in it together. What's more, this was just the beginning of their story. Early the next day, Roland arrived at the command post only to receive a personal letter delivered by an envoy from the Pope. Gathering everyone together, he read the letter aloud. The letter outlined the origins of the church and the existence of demons. Nightingale speculated that the church might be seeking a truce with this information, but Roland immediately dismissed this possibility. If that were their intention, they wouldn't have mobilized their entire army. He couldn't help but be curious about what the ruler of Hermes was trying to convey at such a critical moment. Or could this be a scheme by the Pure Ones? Not long after, the enemy had mobilized all their forces. Lightning reported that the enemy had entered Zone 9. A soldier nervously flipped through a booklet, searching for information on Zone 9. The artillerymen urged him to hurry up, as the shells were already loaded. The soldier found the information for Zone 9, Angle 26, Elevation 15. The artillerymen repeated in unison, Angle 26, Elevation 15. Ignition, ready, fire. All the artillery were fired simultaneously, and the tremendous recoil made the ground beneath their feet tremble. The shells accurately hit the enemy, killing many of God's punishment warriors. Then, she shifted her attention to the next target area. This time, the enemy was moving through Zone 12. The artillerymen repeated their previous actions, only adjusting the angle. Under the bombardment, the church's forces were thrown into disarray. The Judgment Army in the rear suffered heavy losses, while the God's punishment warriors began their charge. A rider, dressed as a clergyman and holding a flag, swiftly navigated through the chaotic mountain path, emitting a conspicuous yellow light. This was a pure witch. Suddenly, a swarm of poisonous bees appeared on the battlefield, flying towards two little girls. The bees twisted together, forming a blurry human shape to intimidate the girls. Lightning pulled down her goggles and, alongside Maisie, drew her pistol, aiming at the swarm of insects. On the front lines, the First Army soldiers could now see the God's punishment warriors from 300 meters away. The soldiers began firing simultaneously. The enemy's charge was incredibly rapid, and even the 4 machine gun bunkers couldn't completely suppress the advance of the God's punishment army. These warriors quickly reached the 200-meter line and suddenly picked up their spears, hurling them towards the First Army. "Get down," someone shouted, and calls echoed through the trenches as both sides continued their relentless assault. Several spears pierced the bodies of First Army soldiers, and more enemies breached the fire line, with a singular God's punishment warriors entering the trenches. A blade descended towards a soldier at the forefront of the First Army. Seeing their brother-in-arms wounded, the soldiers charged at the God's punishment warriors in retaliation. The First Army soldiers continued to be injured, and those wounded were quickly carried back for Manhwa's healing treatment. Roland stood on the command platform, using his binoculars to observe the gradually stabilizing front line. The enemy had breached 3 trenches, but the firepower of the subsequent defense lines was becoming increasingly concentrated, significantly slowing down the advance of the God's punishment army. Suddenly, Sylvie spotted something and issued a warning. However, before anything could be done, the ground suddenly sank, and a woman draped in a black veil appeared at the collapsed location, merely staring straight ahead. What happened next was eerie. The soldiers guarding Roland turned their guns and pointed them under their own chins, then pulled the triggers. Roland watched in disbelief. More and more pure witches suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and the First Army suffered heavy casualties. They continuously turned their guns, firing at the appearing pure ones. Seizing the opportunity, the Judgment Army advanced, swallowing pills and charging forward, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Let's rewind time 10 minutes earlier. A blonde witch reported that Maggie couldn't hold on much longer. Zero clenched her teeth, urging them to wait a bit longer. Zero watched the sky, her face grim. She hadn't expected the situation to reach a stalemate. The enemy's defenses were too strong. She had prepared thoroughly for this day, including locating Roland's position. She had smeared a special powder on the surface of the paper in the letter, which emitted a scent undetectable by ordinary people.
Each time the paper was touched, the scent would accumulate and seep into the skin, making it difficult to remove even with washing. With Vanilla's abilities, they could locate Roland in the crowd, but Zero had underestimated the power of Roland's weapons. She never imagined that Roland's weapons could launch an attack on the church from 10 miles away. After deciding to attack the position, Zero noticed that the situation of the God's Punishment Army was not much better. The Pure Ones had suffered heavy losses, and the Judgment Army, having ingested pills, was stuck in a deadlock, unable to approach the defense line. Maggie reported that her magical energy was running low, and the momentum of the God's Punishment Army was weakening. However, the current situation was still far from Zero's initial expectations. Beads of sweat appeared on Maggie's forehead, and her voice trembled slightly, clearly indicating that the overuse of magic was taking a heavy toll on her. At the same time, cracks appeared in the space around them. At Zero's command, Maggie proceeded with the plan. A cube rapidly ascended into the sky. Suddenly, 5 Pure Ones appeared on the battlefield. The woman in the black veil looked back deeply at Zero before leaping out. It was foreseeable that this would be her last service to the church. Back to the present, after the soldier killed the woman in the black veil, Isabella used the high-grade magical seal. The black, translucent magic stone immediately emitted a dim luster, rendering the nearby stone of God punishment useless. Almost simultaneously, Zero transformed into a wisp of purple light, rushing towards Roland from just 500 meters away. The moment she flew out of the pit, she looked down upon the entire battlefield from above, seeing hundreds of Roland's soldiers collapsed in the trenches. On the increasingly close high platform, she saw Roland, as if she saw the smile of a god upon her. She increased her speed. Everyone witnessed this scene. All the witches nearby rushed towards Roland at full speed. Nightingale, who was closest, tried to pull Roland behind her, but it was too late. Without the protection of the Stone of God Punishment, the purple light pierced through Roland's body. Seeing Roland dropped onto the ground. The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly fell into a strange and silent state. The witches couldn't believe their eyes as they saw Roland fall, and the First Army soldiers instinctively stopped their attacks, their gaze unanimously turning towards where Roland lay. But Roland himself couldn't see any of this. He blinked, finding himself in a strange place. He looked around, finding himself back in his school back on Earth. He touched his head, confused, wondering if everything was just a dream. But then why was he still dressed like this? He recognized this place. He had spent nearly 7 years of his life here, learning and living, familiar with every blade of grass and tree. And now, he found himself on the rooftop of the teaching building, a place he often visited in his spare time. A soft, ethereal female voice suddenly spoke from beside him, asking Roland exactly who he was. Roland turned to look behind him and saw a white-haired woman slowly approaching him. He recognized her. She was a Pure One from the church. Zero introduced herself, stating that she was a Pure One as well as the 15th Pope of the church. She smiled while saying the person in front of her was definitely not Roland Wimbledon. Roland did not reply to Zero but instead asked if this place was created by her. Zero shook her head, explaining that it was created by Roland himself. She continued to approach him, her tone filled with curiosity, telling Roland this is the place that left the deepest impression in Roland's own memory, and it usually appears in places related to his daily life. But where exactly is this place? The fourth Prince of Grey Castle could not possibly live in a place like this. Roland cautiously moved towards the edge of the rooftop, maintaining a distance from Zero. He was trying to figure out how he could escape from this illusion. Should he jump off the roof? Based on his experience with nightmares, jumping from a high place usually woke him up immediately. Zero smiled as if she could read his thoughts. Even if Roland doesn't say anything, she will eventually figure it out. She suddenly stopped, saying everyone affected by her ability gets an explanation from her about how it works. That's the rules. However, Roland is an exception. Before Roland could respond, Zero had already leaped in front of him. The sudden pain made it impossible for him to hear any sounds. He trembled and lowered his head, only to see a short dagger pierced through his chest. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. The intense pain coursed through his body. Zero looked at him coldly, saying she hated things that she didn't understand.
In this moment of agony and confusion, Roland realized that this was no ordinary illusion or dream.
The pain was too real.
Roland's consciousness quickly blurred.
In the next moment, he found himself still standing by the railing, completely unharmed. The pure one, Zero, was also standing a few meters away as if she had never left. Roland was gasping for breath, clutching his violently heaving chest, feeling a lingering pain in the area where he had been pierced. He looked down to find a large pool of blood spread out in a spray pattern at his feet.
Everything that had just happened was real. He focused on the dagger in Zero's hand, utterly astonished.
She had been empty-handed just moments before, but now her dagger had transformed into a sharp long sword. In an instant, Zero charged at him again, moving so fast she was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Roland turned to run, but after just one step, he felt a numbness in his abdomen. He looked down at his body, screaming in agony as the persistent pain continued. He realized that this was not a nightmare that would end with a leap from a building or a moment of sharp pain.
It was more like a continuous gladiatorial arena. How could he escape from here? How could the witch in front of him conjure weapons out of thin air?
Biting his teeth, Roland concentrated his mind, and a flash of blue light swept through.
Zero's sudden attack was blocked, and a huge shield appeared between them, stopping her blade.
Roland was thrown back by the immense impact, but now he understood what was happening. In the midst of tumbling, he switched to a Uzi submachine gun.
Just as he started shooting,
Zero had already disappeared from her original spot. Her voice came from beside his ear. Then, he was blinded by a flash of white light, and both his hands, along with the submachine gun, fell to the ground. The pain of losing his hands made Roland scream out loud. Zero, on the other hand, looked at Roland with excitement. She was surprised by Roland's adaptability and picked up the submachine gun, curiously examining this weapon. Although the weapon Roland created was terrifying, it posed no threat to Zero. She had already seen through Roland on the battlefield that Roland was not adaptable with combat. Zero, excitedly, told Roland that over the long years, she had consumed countless warriors, including an extraordinary witch. There was no way Roland could win. Roland was covered in cold sweat, and the pain had not subsided. He resurrected once again, and this time, suddenly, a green box appeared between the two of them. A huge explosion rang out instantly, shattering the classroom windows and even blasting a hole in the floor. After both he and Zero resurrected, Zero looked at Roland in disbelief. Roland stood from a higher position and looked down at Zero. He was panting heavily, enduring the pain as he told Zero that it wasn't that his adaptability was strong, but rather that her stage setting was too clumsy. While buying time, he rapidly thought of a counter-strategy. He asked if Zero used this method to consume her opponents, forcing them into despair, making them submit, and then obediently offering up their knowledge and skills to her? Zero looked at Roland disdainfully and told him not to waste time and to surrender quickly. Roland looked at her coldly. Then he shouted loudly, "Armored robot, activate!" A huge robot emerged from the ground. The giant drill of the robot created a huge pit on the rooftop, and just when Roland thought he had succeeded, he couldn't find Zero. Suddenly, Zero appeared behind him, stating that such a metal junk was useless. Roland felt the whole world suddenly turn upside down. He saw his own body weakly falling to his knees, then shrouded in darkness. Zero laughed loudly, calling him truly weak. Roland, resurrected for the fourth time, felt a heavy sinking in his heart. Zero was still urging him to surrender. Roland looked at her, puzzled. Why didn't she press her advantage and instead keep asking him to give up? Zero seemed to see through Roland's thoughts, telling him that her stamina and mental strength could support hundreds of deaths. Hearing this, Roland wondered, was this just a bluff, or was she being honest? However, judging by her easygoing appearance, Roland had a vague feeling that she was not lying. And he didn't have much energy left to spare. The experience gained from 5 deaths made Roland acutely aware that the biggest gap between them lay in their individual strengths. Facing a witch that may possess extraordinary witch abilities at close range, guns are useless.
Weapons of immense power could easily harm himself as well: a cage, directional mines, an electric grid, a laser fence. Solutions flashed through his mind, only to be rejected one by one.
None of these could possibly imprison Zero forever.
After death, he could resurrect either at the original spot or at any corner of the rooftop. Moreover, his energy was clearly at rock bottom. Constantly creating expendable items was equivalent to wasting the few remaining chances of resurrection. If he failed, perhaps the next death would be the real one. Roland took a deep breath and asked Zero how many battles like this she had experienced over the centuries. Zero replied that it had been thousands of times, but only a few left a deep impression on her. All those people were stronger than Roland, but they all lost to Zero in the end. Roland slowly stood up, perhaps just to satisfy his own curiosity, and asked if Zero had ever lost a battle. He also inquired whether anyone had ever tried to change the environment by creating lava or deep-sea conditions. Zero scoffed at the idea, stating that if she had never failed if she did, she wouldn't be standing here now. Besides, just changing the place they were standing on would consume enough mental energy to kill a person instantly. Changing the entire world was something only gods could do. Roland shook his head. Zero slowly approached Roland, once again urging him to give up. Roland smiled, placed his hands on Zero's shoulders, and then gave a gentle push while saying he wanted to give one last try. Zero drew her weapon, and her expression changed as she attempted to rush towards Roland. However, she quickly realized that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't advance even a tiny bit. Even running at full speed, she wasn't moving a single bit. Zero looked down and saw that the rooftop floor beneath her feet had become as smooth as a mirror. Roland spoke, "Without the support of friction, even a monster like Zero cannot advance any further." By then, Roland had slid all the way to the railing and came to a halt. Roland asked Zero if she knew about the law of inertia. Naturally, Zero was unfamiliar with the concept, so Roland slowly explained that when an object is not acted upon by an external force, it will remain at rest or move in a straight line at a constant speed. He then told her that this phenomenon she was experiencing could be referred to as Newton's first law. As Roland spoke, the ground beneath them underwent a dramatic transformation, forming a strange tower with countless hollow steel tubes pointing directly at Zero. Although Zero is still stuck in place, she raises her long sword high, but this time, Roland is faster. Nearly 100 steel tubes launched their attacks simultaneously. After a barrage of constant firing, Zero resurrected time after time. What shocked her was that the ground remained unscathed, with not a single scratch visible. In Zero's mind, something smoother than a mirror and harder than steel cannot exist. Zero shouted in disbelief, asserting that Roland couldn't create something that didn't exist. Roland looked at Zero pitifully. Although Roland cannot transform himself into Superman, perhaps he is capable of creating a force that is no less powerful than Superman. Roland altered the spacing between the surface atoms of the ground. Atoms cling tightly together through strong interatomic forces. Such a surface is almost perfectly smooth and possesses incredible strength, making it smoother than a mirror and harder than diamonds. Zero found herself completely immobilized. She couldn't run or dodge, she could only sway with the tumultuous barrage of attacks. This had nothing to do with willpower, it was a vast disparity in knowledge. Zero tried everything she could, but the relentless barrage gave her no chance to catch her breath.
But you know what I like a lot more than materialistic things? Knowledge.
And witches. Nightingale had never felt such self-blame and regret in her life. She had believed that as long as she stayed by Roland's side, no one could harm him. Yet now, Roland lay in bed, with no external wounds, but had been in a coma for several days. Nightingale didn't believe in gods, but she prayed for Roland to wake up. She was willing to give up anything for that to happen. Lightning pushed open the door and saw Nightingale sitting beside Roland's bed. Lightning informed that the church's pure one has woken up. Upon hearing this, a murderous intent filled Nightingale's eyes as she followed behind Lightning. Agatha was also called over. Ashes and Lightning had been watching the Pure One closely. When she awoke, she told everyone that the prison cell made of stone of God's punishment was not going to do anything to her. Isabella sat motionless at the head of the bed, her face covered in dust, still clad in her blood-stained church robe. Before Nightingale could ask a question, Isabella spoke. It seemed like Zero had failed. Nightingale looked coldly at Isabella, but Isabella seemed to ignore the murderous intent in Nightingale's eyes and slowly said she would tell everything she knew. The Pure One's attitude left Nightingale in a surprise, as she could discern that Isabella's words were sincere. Isabella first explained her abilities. She could negate the effects of Stone of God's punishment, but beyond that, she had no other powers. Only then did everyone understand why the Stone of God's punishment that Roland wore had suddenly stopped working. Isabella closed her eyes, feeling a regret that she was unable to stop Zero because she had been too obscured by what she claimed to be God's, leading her to believe she was the favored child of God. It was then the three finally understood that it was a Pure One, also the Church's new Pope, named Zero, who was the true culprit behind the attack on Roland, and her ability was the soul battlefield. Isabella explained the soul battlefield was a contest of spirit and willpower, where the loser would lose everything, including their life. Since Zero's awakening, Zero had fought 1,000 battles in the soul battlefield without a single defeat, devouring the souls of mortals and witches alike. By doing so, she could gain their memories, knowledge, and also their lengthy lifespans, which contributed to Zero's long 200 years of life. However, Isabella hadn't expected that Zero would be defeated by a mere mortal king. Hearing this, Nightingale asked if Zero had been defeated, why is Roland still in a coma? Isabella didn't know the answer, but she was certain that Zero must have failed. Since she had never seen this happen to Zero before, perhaps Roland couldn't bear the vast memories, and that was what led to his coma. Nightingale grew more anxious as she listened. If Roland had absorbed all these memories, what would happen to Roland? Which memory would be more dominant? The memories of a Pure One who has been serving the Church for 200 years, or the 20 years of life as a prince? Would Roland wake up as the same person? And how long would it take for him to wake up? The flood of thoughts and questions made it nearly impossible for Nightingale to maintain her composure. Agatha sensed the change in Nightingale's mood and gradually steered the conversation toward the history of the Church and the Federation. Isabella mentioned that although the letter sent to Roland had been tampered with, the content regarding a witch kingdom and the demons from 400 years ago were all real. Agatha shook her head, telling Isabella that this information had no value to them. Isabella sighed, thinking Agatha did not believe her words. However, when Agatha revealed that she was a witch from the Federation 400 years ago, Isabella was taken aback. Agatha explained that she had witnessed the fall of Takira and that Roland had led them in a battle against the demons already. What Agatha really wanted to know was how the Federation had transformed into the Church. After a while, Isabella collected her thoughts and explained that according to historical records, a civil conflict broke out within the Federation during their escape after the fall of Takira, splitting it into two factions. One faction entered the labyrinthine ruins in the mountains, while the other inherited the will of Acaris and settled in Hermes, later founding the Church. Agatha frowned, finding it absurd that they would engage in a civil war during their escape, effectively a suicidal act. Isabella slowly recounted the events as described in the historical texts. Many, just like Agatha, had thought the civil war was foolish. Due to the civil war, the Federation suffered heavy losses, losing two transcendent witches who were also the top seats at the time, causing the witches to completely separate from the mortal migration group. The faction that later became the Church began to hunt down non-combat witches who weren't on their side. Only by doing so could the Church bury its past completely. Because of this civil war, the mortals broke free from the Federation's control, establishing the four great kingdoms, causing the numbers of the gods' punishment army to be greatly reduced. Nightingale disdained such acts. To bury the past, they hunted witches and created the mindless gods' punishment killing machine. Isabella held no affection for the Church. She pursued all her life for a single goal, which was to defeat the demons. She did not care who controlled the continent or who became the ruler, as this was also the original intent of the Federation. Although Zero had later gone mad, her will in the fight against the demons, and her conviction was firmer than most, which was why Isabella chose to stay by her side and help her. Hearing these words, Nightingale became so angry that she drew her dagger. Agatha caught hold of Nightingale, urging her to calm down, pointing out that killing the Pure One in front of them would not wake up Roland.
After some time, Nightingale resentfully sheathed her dagger.
As they prepared to leave, Isabella suddenly spoke up, mentioning that Zero said the prayer room at the top of the sanctuary could allow one to face the god directly. Leaving the dungeon, Nightingale punched the wall in frustration, still without a way to wake up Roland. Agatha consoled her, reminding her that they had done everything they could and now all they could do was wait.
Agatha suggested that the Witch Union should be informed of the situation.
Nightingale, struggling to contain her murderous intent, vowed to make Isabella pay, while Agatha sighed and told her that as long as she didn't kill Isabella, it was fine, as Isabella still had much use.
Returning to Roland's bedroom, Nightingale found Anna by his side.
She quietly retreated to a corner, unfolded into the mist, then stepped into Roland's bedroom. Approaching the bedside, she saw Anna holding Roland's right hand, softly speaking to him. They had made a promise to each other that if Roland died, Anna would lead those willing to follow Roland to continue their fight against the church to the end on Slumbering Isle. Anna, gently touching Roland's face, her eyes brimming with tears, said that but Roland was still alive, merely deep in sleep. Wiping away her tears, Anna vowed to wait for him, whether it was for a day, a year, or a lifetime, promising to stay by his side to take care of him. Nightingale felt a sharp pang in her heart, a pain more unbearable than any physical injury, as she bent over, clutching her chest tightly and her tears streaming down. Roland felt a piercing pain in his head, and his blurred vision first settled on the stark white ceiling above. As his sight gradually sharpened, a sense of unease grew within him. He sat up abruptly to an unfamiliar setting, half expecting that the battle between him and Zero was still raging on. He tried to summon an RPK for self-defense and looked around for Zero, but he was no longer at the school rooftop. It was a modern room. The place was a bit worn but had fans, a television, and other modern electronics and furniture. There were also some magazines on the coffee table that Roland knew he would never have bought. Just then, the news playing on the television caught Roland's attention.
The news reported a school building and its surroundings were completely destroyed the previous night. His mouth opened wide, he could hardly believe his eyes and ears. Rushing to open the door, what he saw outside was the expanse of a modernized city.
Suddenly, someone barked at him to move aside. A middle-aged woman looked at him impatiently, her gaze mocking his attire, and that's when he realized he was only dressed in a tank top and underwear.
Roland hurried back into the room and shut the door with a bang.
He called out loudly for Zero to appear. Despite his shouts, the room remained eerily silent. Confused, he sat down on a stool to piece together what had happened and figure out how he might escape from this place. Roland dragged several chairs together, stacking them from largest to smallest in an improvised tower. He prepared to jump down from the top, hoping this might wake him from this bizarre dream, or at least if it didn't wake him up, the fall wouldn't be too painful. As he swayed back and forth on the precarious stack, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside the door. Turning his head, he saw a little girl entering. She was around 11 or 12 years old, carrying a red backpack, and her snow-white hair and pale red eyes were immediately recognizable.
Zero!
Roland shouted, and she, too, appeared startled upon seeing Roland, her surprise evident. But before he could steady himself upon hearing Zero call him uncle, the chairs tumbled down, and he crashed hard onto the floor.
When he came to his senses, the scene around him twisted abruptly, as if the world had turned upside down, and his body sprung up. The familiar room of his castle in the city of Neverwinter came back into view. The sound of a wooden basin hitting the floor drew his attention. He turned to see Anna standing frozen in place, then she lunged towards him. After a long embrace, Roland stroked her cheek, noticing how much weight she had lost. Her already thin figure had now become visibly more thinner. Breathing in her subtle fragrance, a sense of long-missed peace filled him. How long was I unconscious? Roland asked.
1 month and 22 days, Anna replied. Roland was astonished to learn he had been unconscious for nearly 2 months.
He wondered aloud, wondering how was he able to eat. Flexing his arms, feeling no different than usual.
Anna leaned on his shoulder, explaining that Roland hadn't eaten anything, someone else had done it for him. She elaborated that this was the ability of Nightfall, who had planted a seed of symbiotic within him. All Nightfall had to do was to eat an extra portion, Roland would receive the nourishment as well. Roland marveled inwardly that such an ability would exist. Roland turned to Anna and thanked her for taking care of him during these days. He could feel that his body was still clean and fresh, which meant someone must have been washing and changing his clothes regularly. It must have been a tedious process. Anna shook her head, dismissing the effort as nothing compared to what Roland had done for them. Roland had kept his promise to the witches, defeating the church. Anna noted that everyone in the entire witch union was willing to do anything for Roland. Anna whispered that even if it wasn't her, others would have eagerly taken care of Roland as well. Roland grasped Anna's hand, gazed into her eyes, and gently hugged and kissed her, expressing that he preferred her care above anyone else's. It took a while before they could bear to part, a flush of red blooming on Anna's cheeks. She hurriedly said she needed to inform everyone, as they had been eagerly awaiting this day. Roland wanted to continue, but Anna, concerned, suggested he should rest more. Roland insisted he felt strong all over. Anna broke free with a blush and scurried away, saying she would be right back. Roland smiled, and then his thoughts returned to the little girl he had seen before falling unconscious. Could that have been Zero? Why would she call him uncle? What exactly had happened? As he was lost in thought, the noise outside the room grew louder. A group of witches burst into the bedroom, surrounding him, making Roland somewhat embarrassed under their collective gaze. He apologized for worrying everyone. Agatha tried to use a magic stone to test Roland's magical energy but got no response. Saying Roland didn't seem to obtain Zero's magical energy or her ability. When asked if he had any of Zero's memories, Ashes was the first to step forward, questioning how to prove this Roland was the very Roland they knew. Nightingale's voice came from the other side of the bed, affirming that he was indeed Roland, although her expression was somewhat downcast. Lightning didn't wait for Roland to finish speaking, leaping onto the bed and hugging his neck tightly. Then the other witches of the union followed, and Tilly approached as well, softly calling him brother. Holding Roland's hand with a smile, she warmly said, "Welcome back, brother." News of Roland's recovery spread quickly, and everyone rushed to see him, their faces showing palpable relief upon his return. Roland wisely chose not to inquire about state affairs, understanding that his long absence had likely caused unrest among the people in the city of Neverwinter. His current priority was to uplift spirits, making it known that their king was well again. In the evening, a lavish feast was held within the castle, and Roland ensured that porridge, meat, and drinks were distributed in the squares for all the citizens to partake in the celebration. After the feast, Roland returned to his bedroom and called for Nightingale. However, there weren't any responses. Roland called Nightingale again, saying he knew Nightingale was in the room. It was then that Nightingale finally appeared, her face downcast and emotion low. She was about to apologize, but Roland cut her off. He didn't want to see her blaming herself, especially when he was safe and unharmed. This was never Nightingale's fault, to begin with. Nightingale clenched her fist, and softly said Agatha had warned her about it, but... Before she could finish her sentence, Roland pulled her towards his chest. It was the first time Roland had taken the initiative to hug Nightingale. Roland had prepared many comforting and reassuring words, but when it came time to speak them, the words suddenly seemed unnecessary. He knew that before Zero's attack had landed on him, Nightingale had been ready to sacrifice herself to protect him from Zero's attack. What more could he ask from someone who had been prepared to give everything for him? "Wait a little longer," he whispered, "no matter what the future holds, we'll face it together." At that, Nightingale relaxed completely, her expression turning resolute once more. No explanation was needed, and they both knew what Roland meant. Okay, I'll wait, Nightingale whispered back. Tears began flowing but not a single trace of sorrow in them.
It was all joy and happiness. After Nightingale left, Roland slept peacefully, comforted by the initiative forward he had taken in their relationship. However, sleep brought him back to the dream world. This time, with the knowledge of how to wake up from the dream world, he felt more composed. Massaging the slight ache at the back of his head, he left his room and encountered the young white-haired girl, no other than Zero, coming out of the kitchen with a plate in hand. Zero looked at Roland with a mix of reproach and concern, questioning what was he doing yesterday? Zero still addresses him as uncle.
When Roland called out Zero's name, the little girl rolled her eyes, placing the fruit on the table and urging him to eat breakfast. Her voice was soft and youthful, her attire, a light blue dress, just like a young child who hardly matched the image of the Zero who had killed him 5 times in the soul battlefield and vowed to devour him. Confused about where he was, Roland picked up the fruit knife in the kitchen, contemplating his next move. Could he possibly consider harming this girl? As he drew closer, Zero lifted her hair and asked Roland what he had done the previous day, wondering if he was hunting for the roaches on the ceiling.
Roland made up an excuse, saying he was just trying to clean the dust.
Zero pouted and told him to be more careful next time. With concern, she asked if his head was all right. Zero also mentioned that she had been taking care of all the cleaning ever since she arrived. Roland was filled with questions about what she meant by "since she arrived," but he did not ask them out loud. Watching his confused demeanor, Zero stretched out her hand, asking for money to buy groceries for the day. Zero mentioned that the fridge was empty, and she needed to buy some groceries. Roland instinctively searched himself but found no wallet. With a sigh, Zero speculated that her uncle must have damaged his brain, pouting as she directed him to the bedside table's second drawer. True to her word, Roland found a withered wallet there, which, upon opening, sadly contained only 2 banknotes. Zero asked for 20, but Roland handed her 50. Zero looked at him strangely, then stuffed the money into her small purse.
Noticing a band-aid wrapped around her finger, Roland inquired what happened.
Zero shrugged it off, explaining she cut herself while picking up glass, the same glass from the cup Roland had broken during his fall.
Zero didn't seem too bothered by it and simply put on her backpack and headed for school.
Roland was puzzled, as students should be on summer vacation, but Zero mentioned she was going to tutoring class. She cast a wary glance at her uncle. Odd that her uncle forgot about this. She turned around and then turned back, suggesting Roland visit the hospital if his headache persisted. She left swiftly, joining 2 other girls at the bottom of the stairs, chattering and laughing as they disappeared down the alley. Roland rubbed his forehead. This dream was becoming increasingly bizarre.
To think that Zero has friends was an odd development.
Just as he considered following them, he suddenly froze. A striking woman with long hair the same color as his, with arched eyebrows, and an eye patch was walking towards him. It was no other than Garcia. Roland's hand subconsciously moved toward the fruit knife at his waist.
However, Garcia asked him to get out of the way. Surprised, Roland questioned if she didn't recognize him.
Garcia laughed coldly, visibly disgusted by his tank top and underwear combination, implying that just because Roland dyed his hair like hers didn't mean he could pretend to be familiar with her.
Roland watched her, moved aside to let her pass, and then said, "Your name is Garcia, right?"
The woman's expression darkened, and she suddenly swung a punch that stopped right in front of Roland's face. She threatened him, telling Roland that even though she didn't know how he came to know her name, she warned him not to bother her again. Only when she returned to her room and slammed her door did Roland notice the room number, 0827, just a couple of doors down from his. As he looked down the corridor, a chilling thought dawned on him. He started to sprint down the corridor, quickly reaching apartment number 0899. He wondered how many residents lived in this apartment building, looking above, and it even had more floors up top. Suddenly, he recalled Zero's words to him on the soul battlefield. Over the long years, I have devoured thousands of warriors and witches, including an extraordinary witch. You have no chance of winning against me. A horrifying speculation made Roland break into a cold sweat. Could it be that the inhabitants of this place were all those who had fallen in the soul battlefield?
And now, had Zero also become one of them?
After the initial shock had subsided, Roland began to ponder. Undoubtedly, all this chaos must have been caused by Zero, or, more precisely, not entirely her doing. What did she gain by conjuring such a bizarre dream that tried to rob him of his memories and transform herself into a little girl? This modern society could not possibly be the recollection of Zero's memories.
No doubt whatever Zero had attempted, her scheme had utterly failed. Roland began to wonder, what role did Roland supposed to play in this world? With questions swirling in his mind, Roland walked to his unit. He still retained his complete memories and could leave at any time, but to what extent could this world offer him? Upon returning to his unit, Roland inspected every part of the house, eventually making his way to Zero's bedroom. The small and modest room was very organized, with furniture lined up in order and not a speck of dust on the polished table or floor. This was an unbelievable achievement for a 7th grader. After a brief look around, Roland quickly discovered a diary. He picked up the pink notebook and flipped it open to the first page, greeted by text and drawings. Zero had written about her first encounter with Roland. With the school's relocation, she had come here for a homestay, and her landlord was a strange uncle named Roland. Roland worked at a bar, returning each day reeking of unpleasant alcohol odors. Zero despised it here, but her family had told her it was the cheapest place available. If she disliked it, she'd be sent back to the countryside. Roland slammed the diary onto the table. What a bizarre plot is this? It seemed like something straight out of a very inappropriate website, the kind of plot that, in reality, would have the FBI kicking down the door and have him arrested.
Mulling over it, he picked up the diary and continued reading. The diary went on to detail how Roland had lost his job and, with no income, the two of them had to rely solely on each other. Roland will use the rent Zero's family had paid him for groceries, and Zero will be doing the cooking.
After 3 months, Zero had gradually settled into the arrangement and their life was back on track.
The last page of the diary describes an accident where Roland had fallen off a stool. Roland closed the diary. It seems that the dream has woven a modern identity for everyone involved, like a highly complex setup too complex for Roland's brain to process, resulting in him being in a coma for 2 months. There are also some books on the table, likely educational materials belonging to Zero.
He casually opens one and finds it to be a middle school chemistry book.
Inside the book, there's a complete periodic table of elements before his eyes. Roland woke up, finding himself back in the city of Neverwinter. His 2 times into the dream world had allowed him to discern some patterns, and with a surge of excitement, he rolled out of bed. The first thing he realized was that the passage of time in the dream world did not align with reality, and although he hadn't yet calculated the exact disparity, the discovery intrigued him. Secondly, he noted his mental state was affected, perhaps due to the vividness of the dreams. He found that being active in the dream world didn't rest well. Roland hadn't yet tried sleeping within the dream world, but he planned to experiment with it next time. The nature of the dream itself was the final piece that captured his attention. It differed significantly from any ordinary dream. The dreams had rules of their kind, and everything that happened inside was clear as if he had entered a new world. What secrets did it hold? Roland meticulously recorded all of these observations in his journal. As dawn broke, Roland summoned everyone to the castle's meeting room. In addition to catching up on the changes in the city of Neverwinter over the past 2 months, it was also time to prepare for the impending confrontation with the demons. Barav spoke first, noting that recruiting workers and refugees across the kingdoms of Grey Castle, Entrolwinter, and Wolfheart would be a colossal task. Roland nodded in agreement, aware that the news of them defeating the church would surely reverberate across the continent. Soon, those nobles who had sided with the church might band together. They could not afford to delay. By any means necessary, he had to stay one step ahead.
Roland also announced that Neverwinter's port would be fully operational by early spring. A substantial number of ships would be needed, perhaps necessitating the aid of the merchants in the fjord to properly transport the refugees.
During these plans, Edith was officially inducted into the municipal hall as Barav's deputy. Barav wanted to politely decline, but Roland had already made his decision. Scroll reported that the process of training intermediate-level teachers was painfully slow. Only Ferlin had passed the intermediate assessment thus far. After some thought, Roland considered selecting the new intermediate teachers from among the students themselves. To encourage students to continue their education, Roland decided to introduce a scholarship system. Scroll initially thought it was similar to the reward system once promoted at the Changgu stronghold, but Roland shook his head. The previous system was designed to attract more people into learning, while the scholarship system was intended to reward only the top students, encouraging the most talented to stay in school and study further. Roland planned to select the top 30 students, offering them substantial rewards, and have both Ferlin and Scroll teach them until they passed the assessment to become intermediate teachers.
Of course, Roland's intention was not solely to train teachers. These excellent students could also become researchers and administrators in various other positions if they chose not to pursue the educational path.
Education was a crucial necessity. Given the limited resources available to Neverwinter at the moment, this was the best plan of action. Finally, Roland stood up, surveying all those present. In summary, the main tasks for the City Hall in the near future were to increase the population, develop education, and enhance the industrial scale. He hoped that everyone here could fulfill their responsibilities before the arrival of an even more formidable and powerful enemy. At the end of the meeting, Roland asked Kyle to follow him for a discussion. Kyle followed Roland to the office, thinking he was going to be given a new product to manufacture. If not, he hoped to return to his work in the laboratory. Roland chuckled. His chief alchemist was as impatient as ever. Roland wanted Kyle to take on the role of minister of the chemical industry. Kyle didn't even hesitate before he refused, repeating the same reason he had given before. He didn't like managing people, he just wanted to continue with his research and experiments. Roland smiled, knowing Kyle didn't want to waste time on other matters, but what if Roland could offer him a deeper understanding of chemistry itself? Kyle's interest was piqued. Roland pulled out a sheet of paper from a drawer, a grid filled with scribbles. It was the periodic table of elements he had written from memory the night before. Kyle's eyes went wide. He tentatively reached out with trembling hands, as if he wanted to snatch this very treasure from the king's hands, yet was afraid of tearing it with too much force. Roland smiled and offered a deal. If Kyle agreed to become the minister of the chemical industry, the full and complete periodic table would be his. Furthermore, if Kyle did well, Roland promised to gift him an even more advanced and comprehensive chemistry book. After a moment's hesitation and with a deep bow, Kyle agreed, promising to do his utmost. Isabella was transferred from the basement dungeon to a regular bedroom for almost 2 months now, where she enjoyed complete freedom, even without the restraint of handcuffs or shackles. The food was exquisite and delicious, and there was no one here harassing her. The guards never talked to her, but they were respectful. She had everything she needed except the freedom to leave the room. But 2 months had passed, and Roland's absence troubled her deeply. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the room. The door opened, revealing not only the blonde witch she had seen before, but also a man. Isabella recognized him immediately as Roland. She rose and curtsied slightly. Roland informed Isabella that although he had defeated Zero, he had not obtained anything from her. Isabella exclaimed in disbelief, "That's impossible." Roland, curious, asked, "Why is it impossible?" "Perhaps a man cannot awaken as a witch and thus cannot inherit everything from Zero." Isabella shook her head, stating that gender was irrelevant. The spoils of victory in the soul battlefield were also the memories and lifespan, not just abilities. Even Zero couldn't absorb the unique abilities of a witch, otherwise, she would have devoured Isabella long ago. Isabella couldn't believe that Roland had not inherited even a sliver of memory. Roland asked with interest whether Zero had explained where all those who failed had gone. Isabella explained that they vanished completely as if they had never existed. But Zero had mentioned that there were 2 kinds of memories she absorbed, memories that had residual consciousness that could affect Zero herself and those memories that she fully controlled. Roland pondered for a moment, then nodded without saying anything. He then addressed the matter of Isabella herself. She bowed her head slightly, awaiting judgment. Roland told her that she should be grateful for her abilities, for she could not kill people directly. No matter how grievous her crimes were, even if she had assisted Zero in attacking Roland, Isabella was only an accomplice. Roland's voice was clear and calm as he declared that he would not kill Isabella, but she must atone for her sins. For some reason, as Isabella heard these words, something settled in her heart, and she knelt as if making an oath, declaring, "If you can defeat the demon, I am willing to offer you everything." Even without her oath, Roland had planned to fight the demon to the end, but unlike the church, he was not willing to achieve victory at the cost of humanity's destruction. He also hoped that Isabella would change some of her habits from her time with the church. As Isabella kneeled and called Roland's master, Roland felt somewhat speechless and clarified that she was not to be his servant. He expected Isabella to assist Agatha in her research.
Isabella was taken aback, wondering if that was all Roland required of her.
Roland helped Isabella to her feet, informing her that there would be no more pure ones. From that day forward, she would be known as a redemption witch. After these words, Roland turned and walked away, leaving Isabella somewhat in disbelief.
Was this truly her final judgment? No imprisonment, didn't become a plaything, or even worse treatment? Isabella called out to Roland, inquiring about the well-being of Vanilla and Maggie.
Roland looked back with a smile, reassuring that their circumstances were much better than Isabella's.
As the room's door closed, Isabella relaxed completely, basking in the sunlight streaming through the window.
Ignoring the glare, she squinted at the azure sky beyond the window. It was, she thought, a very beautiful day.
Upon returning to the office, Nightingale expressed her discontent, believing that Roland's punishment was too lenient given that he had almost been killed by Isabella.
Handing her a piece of fish jerky, which he also ate, Roland pointed out that it was Zero, not Isabella, who had tried to kill him. Nightingale retorted that it was Isabella's actions that led to Roland being dragged into the soul battlefield by Zero.
Roland did not reply directly but instead asked if Isabella truly wished to fight against the demon. Nightingale could discern lies, so what Isabella said previously was all truthful. With a smile, he said that since he hadn't sustained any serious harm, he preferred to give these witches, who had not committed unforgivable sins, a chance at redemption. After all, they were victims of the church's brainwashing. This might set a precedent for others to understand that as long as one does not cross certain lines, redemption is available, especially since the demon is their true enemy. They need to unite every bit of strength. Nightingale pouted, admitting she couldn't win the argument with Roland, and promised to keep a watchful eye on Isabella. Roland walked over to the large window, his mind still echoing with Isabella's words.
He pondered whether this was the reason Zero had repeatedly tempted him to surrender during their soul battlefield.
Perhaps complete surrender was the only way to avoid side effects.
This seemed somewhat similar to when Roland first arrived in this world, taking over the body of the fourth prince. The prince's memories did not influence Roland, but he could access these memories at will.
He considered what would happen if Zero encountered a resistor with a strong will.
Even if they failed, their lingering will within the memories could potentially change Zero herself, her thoughts, personality, and even her beliefs. Over the 200 years, Zero, having devoured thousands of souls, perhaps was no longer the original Zero, but rather a composite of these many individuals. Knowing she was about to lose, Zero chose to inflict revenge on Roland before her demise. She had intended to infuse her will and memories into Roland. Although Zero knew that was her end, the result could be Roland would no longer be his former self. Maybe in Zero's mind, it's possible that one day, Roland could become lost within these thousands of memories, giving Zero a sliver of a chance to overtake his body. However, Zero had not anticipated that Roland was not of this world. The thoughts, information, and knowledge from these memories could not change someone who had learned and survived in modern society. Having done all this, Zero lost everything, including her memories, and became a pure and unblemished younger self, reappearing in the dream world. After falling asleep, Roland soon entered the dream world again, where it was already morning. The lack of rest over the past few days had left him somewhat weary. In total, he had gone about 20 hours without sleep. He got off the bed and walked into the living room. He saw the young Zero again.
Zero looked at Roland with disbelief. It was the first time she had seen him get up so early. It was apparent that Zero had also just gotten out of bed. She quickly went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, coming back with 2 breadsticks. Roland bit into one and found it was no longer crisp, realizing it was from yesterday. Zero mentioned that she had bought them last night at the cheapest price when the stall was closing, and the kind stall owner had even given her some leftover dough. Zero then shouldered her backpack, ready to head to her tutoring classes. Roland told her to be careful on the way. Noticing she was still wearing the same dress and white stockings she had on for 3 days now, and seeing no dust in the house, with her bedroom clean and tidy, there's no way that Zero was lazy or unhygienic. She likely didn't have many clothes to change into. For some reason, Roland felt a sudden pang of sadness. He wryly noted that this was his dream, yet he only had the original $300, well, $250 now, from when he first arrived. He started to think of ways to make money. After searching through all the cabinets and closets, he found some jewelry, quite modest in appearance. It was only when he checked the phone that he learned Zero's parents sent them $1,500 each month for living expenses. But now there was only $12 left in the account. Roland estimated that the jewelry might fetch around $1,000 or so, which would be enough for now. With a sigh, Roland's gaze drifted back to the storeroom, cluttered with a few pieces of old items. As he inspected these items, something was odd. He saw a heavy iron door. Perplexed, he pondered the absurdity of its placement. The wall it stood against was the exterior of the building, and they were on the 8th floor. This was a clear safety hazard. Roland found the key and unlocked the door, only to be greeted by an icy gust carrying snowflakes, revealing a snowy landscape beyond. The sight jolted him with realization. This was the Hermes' new holy city. He hastily slammed the door shut and took several deep breaths to compose himself. Turning to examine the rest of the apartment's walls, he found no other iron doors. Perhaps this door had been embedded into the structure when the apartment was constructed, rather than added afterward. Was this anomaly exclusive to his unit, or was it a peculiarity shared by the entire apartment? What world might the other rooms lead to? He shuffled back to his bedroom and rummaged through the closet for winter clothing. He returned to the iron door. The idea that leaving the door open could serve as an ever-running, electricity-free air conditioner amused him. Beyond the door lay a clearly demarcated world. It could very well be a fragment of Zero's scattered memories. Although devoid of people, there were tons of nearby structures. Roland entered one to find the food still fresh, steaming faintly. Even the grapes seemed just delivered. After sampling a few, he looked around the area, eventually uncovering a trove of high-quality gems in a small box. Without hesitation, he took all of them. Having taken what he could carry and stored the fresh food in his fridge, the thought of having the entire holy city to loot made him nearly burst into laughter. However, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him. He woke up once again. He found himself lying in his own bed. What likely happened was exhaustion and the body's reaction to the abrupt change from cold to warmth, pretty much a heat stroke. At that moment, Roland became aware of a faint breathing beside him. Turning his head slightly, he saw Zero, sprawled next to him, drooling in her sleep as if dreaming of delicious food. Roland froze, then leaped up suddenly, woke by the commotion. Zero rubbed her eyes and sleepily inquired why he was staring at her. Rubbing the back of her head, Zero chided him for succumbing to heatstroke despite his age, noting that if it hadn't been for her, he would have spent the entire day sleeping on the cold floor. Roland gently ruffled Zero's hair, realizing it must have been quite an effort for the young girl to drag him from the living room to the bed, and she had stayed by his side the whole time. He expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you. Zero blushed at the acknowledgement, then mentioned she was off to make food, but Roland insisted she rest and declared that he would take on the cooking for the day. Zero looked at him incredulously. Making his way to the kitchen, Roland prepared breakfast. The table was set with crispy bacon, ham, eggs, and fresh fruit. Zero's eyes sparkled when she heard about the abundance of meat bought and now all in the fridge, her voice bubbling with excitement. Roland chuckled and mentioned they would soon celebrate with his upcoming paycheck. Reflecting on the previous day's events,
Zero realized that Roland's heatstroke was likely a result of him trying to find a job.
Roland didn't delve into details but reassured her that money would no longer be a concern.
Zero, wise beyond her years, commented on her uncle's fragility with concern and even chided him for his lavish use of ingredients, noting he had added extra salt to the already salted bacon. Despite her criticisms, she devoured everything on her plate, wiped her mouth, and then announced it was time for school. Waking up, Roland found himself back in Neverwinter. He had spent 3 days in the dream world. While here, it was precisely noon. Calculating the discrepancy, he deduced that the flow of time between the two worlds was in a 1:8 ratio. During his days spent in the dream world, Roland had also managed to sell some items. Roland had sold off the armor, short swords, and crossbows he moved out from the holy city at very low prices, then used the proceeds to buy new clothes and books for Zero. He noticed that many of the textbooks were blank, a clear indication that the dream world did not extend beyond his own consciousness. Any book he never read appeared empty. However, as long as he had glanced over a text, even if only once, or browsed on the internet before on Earth, Roland could extract detailed information from it. He quickly began to jot down everything he could recall, working diligently until noon.
Nightingale appeared quietly in the room, concerned about Roland's well-being since he had yet to eat breakfast.
Roland smiled and asked her to bring him some lunch and they could eat there together.
Nightingale picked up a stack of papers from the table with a look of surprise.
The papers described a mathematical model of a certain volume in terms of electromagnetic relaxation, a concept she glanced over before deciding to leave it be and proceed to go get Roland's meal. Before leaving, she mentioned that Barav had something important to discuss with Roland. Roland instructed Nightingale to tell Barav to come directly here. Upon receiving the message, Barav rushed over, touched by the level of trust Roland showed in allowing him into the king's chambers. When Roland inquired about the correspondence he had received during his unconscious state, Barav reported that there were 16 letters, mostly from various lords requesting trade or visits. Additionally, there were 2 from the Eastern Territory containing secret messages likely concerning negotiations about peace talks. Barav had replied to all the letters according to the requirements Roland had set previously. However, when it came to the Eastern Territory, they spoke of peace talks but in reality were unwilling to surrender their authority and privileges, hoping that Roland would maintain the tradition of the nobility that had lasted for centuries.
Roland was somewhat disappointed, but he decided to wait until the next spring to address it.
Barav then brought a secret letter from an astrologer association and another from the Kingdom of Dawn. Barav explained that the contents were somewhat strange. The astrologers had found traces of the Star of Extinction, a star that shimmered with red light and remained in a fixed position. Roland pondered for a moment. With his limited knowledge of astronomy, Roland knew that only objects in geostationary orbit could remain relatively stationary with the planet. But if the red moon were to appear in this orbit, it wouldn't be possible without affecting the planet itself, and observations also suggested that it should be very small in size.
So the red moon was not a natural celestial body but a man-made satellite? However, this was completely against common sense.
He was silent for a long while before putting the letter aside and instructing Barav to write a letter inviting the chief astrologer and all the other astrologers to come to the city of Neverwinter. He unfolded the second letter, which was about the death of the king of the Kingdom of Dawn. The eldest son, Manhwa, had ascended to the throne. His hatred for the church had implicated many. He ordered the purging of the church's followers, cut off trade routes to the holy city, and launched a widespread hunt for witches. Many common folks were caught and slaughtered simply for previously believing in the church. Roland shook his head. It seemed unlikely that the Kingdom of Dawn could become a potential ally if the new king decided to act this way. Roland instructed Barav to write a formal diplomatic letter congratulating Anpian on becoming king, but also to warn him to stop what he was currently doing. Pure One were not synonymous with all witches, and if Anpian considered witches as enemies, then he would be making an enemy of the Grey Castle. Barav was worried that this might be taken as a threat. Roland was aware of this, but that was the point, it was a threat. If Anpian continued on his path, Roland was prepared to replace him with a new King of Dawn the following year. Roland needed a wise king who would stand with Greycastle, share similar values, care about its people, and join the fight during the upcoming Third Divine War.
A complex expression appeared in Barev's eyes, a mix of surprise, exhilaration, and an unmistakable respect.
He didn't say much, but bowed and said he would convey Roland's will to the new King of Dawn.
As dusk approached, Roland received a message from Nightingale that Tilly wished to see him.
Tilly arrived at Roland's office with Ashes, who offered to help Roland with his paperwork, a gesture that took him by surprise. He hadn't expected Ashes, who had always seemed to look at him unfavorably, to lend a hand.
But Roland had a hunch about the reason for Tilly's visit.
True to his suspicion, Tilly spoke with a calm tone, telling Roland that she had come to bid him farewell. She needed to make a trip to Slumbering Isle. After a moment of silence, Roland understood, while saying he would prepare a farewell banquet in her honor. He paused, struck by a realization. Had Tilly set a trip to Slumbering Isle?
Did that imply she intended to return?
Tilly's light laughter followed. "What, aren't you going to welcome me back, big brother?" she teased. Roland, caught off guard, opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words.
Could it be because of the month of the demons?
Tilly didn't deny it, but she questioned Roland, hinting it was also a possibility of something more.
Roland was completely taken aback.
With a warm smile, Tilly reassured Roland that she would take the news of his victory back to Slumbering Isle. She would tell everyone that the city of Neverwinter and Greycastle was finally free from the threat of the church, and there was no longer a need for the witches to hide away on the small island in the fjord. Once Roland was ready, Tilly would lead those witches who were willing to relocate to the city of Neverwinter and settle here.
She playfully hoped that Roland wouldn't mind if they ate too much. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up in Roland's heart. The Western Territory is always open to them.
Roland's excitement was palpable. The current witch building would likely be insufficient. He resolved to have adequate housing constructed for the witches of Slumbering Isle before the onset of spring.
Tilly extended 3 fingers, hoping Roland would agree to her conditions.
Firstly, she desired that the witches have the freedom to choose whether to stay in the city of Neverwinter or to move to other towns, to which Roland readily agreed. However, he suggested that for safety reasons, they should initially settle in the city of Neverwinter or stay in Slumbering Isle, until the entire Greycastle is unified, with the future open for them to decide.
Tilly nodded approval.
Secondly, if a witch did not wish to serve Roland, he could not compel and force them.
Roland pondered before asking if he was allowed to tempt and persuade them instead.
Tilly affirmed with a smile that coercion was off the table, but persuasion was acceptable. The final point made Tilly hesitate, unsure how to broach the subject, but Roland urged her to speak freely. Tilly proposed a condition she herself deemed rather stringent. She hoped that the sleeping spell, the organization she had created, could exist independently. Of course, a portion of their earnings would be remitted to the city of Neverwinter. Roland, not fully versed in the organization but aware that Tilly had established it to resolve the conflict between combat and support witches and to generate income for Slumbering Isle, realized that its independence meant that Tilly would oversee all the witches on the island. It was as if she was guarding against him, maintaining autonomy in managing their affairs and bounty assignments, even deploying members to the fjords. Roland, however, agreed without hesitation, stating it was perfectly fine as long as they adhered to the laws of the territory.
Roland thought this was somewhat like the arrangement to a private company.
Tilly, incredulous at her brother's swift agreement, seemed to seek confirmation again, which Roland provided reassuringly. Tilly relaxed, declaring she would depart in 3 days, taking Ashes, Ithie, and Shadowfeather with her to resolve the issues with the Bloodfawn before returning them to the city of Neverwinter. She promised to return before the month of demons, ready to stand alongside her brother against the demonic beasts until the great snows quelled. As Tilly left, Roland's concern dissipated amidst his excitement. When Roland realized that the witches from Slumbering Isle might migrate to the Western Territory, he felt joy but also a hint of worry. He wasn't sure whether or not he should incorporate them into the Witch Union. The union was currently managed by Wendy, who along with the members, had a great deal of trust in Roland and felt a sense of belonging here. However, the witches from Slumbering Isle were numerous, and if they were all to join the witch union, it would inevitably weaken Wendy's control and they might not feel the same sense of belonging.
Not accepting them into the union could seem exclusive and make the witches feel left out.
Now that Tilly had proactively brought this up, it relieved some of Roland's stress.
Moreover, it was normal for Tilly to still have some concerns.
Trust is something that needs time to build, and compared to the past, this was already a significant improvement. The banquet was held in the garden behind the castle. Molly looked enviously at Candle, commenting that living like this in the Western Territory was truly enviable. Various ingredients were laid out on a table, however, they were mostly raw, with a steaming hot pot in the middle.
After all the witches had arrived, Roland announced that this was a deluxe hot pot banquet. The way to eat was simple, just put whatever they liked into the pot, cook it, and then enjoy. Tilly was the first to try. The essence of the hot pot lies in the broth, the cooked ingredients were delicious.
Watching Andrea eating with joy, Ashes teased her by recalling someone who once said that food in its original form is the most authentic, without the need for any condiments or spices, claiming that condiments and spices were the barbaric way of cooking was not suitable for nobility. If it were before, Andrea might have argued back, but now all she wanted to do was to eat continuously, to savor the flavors, which was far more meaningful than idle talk. She dismissively glanced at Ashes and ignored her. Ashes just smiled and then they all began to eat together. After the banquet ended, Roland returned to his bedroom, still recording his knowledge. Anna came over and informed Roland that the steam turbine had been completed. Roland held Anna in his arms, praising her work. Looking at Anna, he was reminded of the conversation he had with Nightingale a few days earlier. Anna also noticed that Roland had something on his mind. Roland was unsure how to begin. In this world and era, no one would care how many women a noble had. For a king, it was normal to have a harem of hundreds. Anna had already guessed what Roland was thinking about, especially regarding Nightingale's feelings for Roland. Anna knew that the longer Roland delayed telling her, the more he cared about her feelings. However, Anna still hoped that Roland would share his thoughts with her sooner. Anna had never expected to win the affection of a prince initially, content just to be by Roland's side. That changed when Roland said he wanted to marry her. But Anna didn't think Roland had done anything wrong. She was happy that Roland chose to share his feelings with her. She suddenly looked at Roland and asked if he might not be from this world, right? In this world, even those who are not nobles would not hesitate or feel uneasy about such matters. Anna continued, similarly, there might be those in this world who would treat witches kindly but would not consider them as close friends. Recalling the wager she had with Roland, Anna planned to write down her guesses in a book and later ask Roland if she was correct. At such a point, there was nothing for him to hide anymore. Anna's observational skills and understanding were astoundingly strong. Roland nodded, confirming that, apart from some details, Anna was mostly right. Anna said Roland had brought his knowledge to this world and saved them. But Anna hoped that Roland could be more proactive and less cautious. She would talk to Nightingale properly. Anna bade Roland goodnight, and then she left. The situation in the royal capital of Dawn had become somewhat unstable recently, and even York, who didn't usually pay much attention to politics, could feel it. The taverns were abuzz with talk of rebellion by the lords within the territories of Dawn, trade had decreased significantly, and the transport of slaves had ceased. Soldiers could be seen arresting residents everywhere and even breaking into their homes for searches. Despite these changes, York believed that the alliance would not be greatly affected, although the new king's attitude towards witches was something that Roland would find highly disagreeable. However, York didn't think Roland would go as far as to tear up the treaty with the neighboring country over the issue of witches. York reminded himself that his only job was to convey Roland's will. These were not his concern. Taking advantage of the early hour, he planned to meet Denise first before deciding on the evening's entertainment. As he was about to set off, Otto suddenly came to him. York felt a headache. Noting Otto's visits never brought good news, but he couldn't just turn him away. Back in his room, York asked Otto if there was another message to be delivered to His Majesty. Otto shook his head, saying that this time he was here to ask for York's help, and handed him a letter, an invitation to an exhibition. Otto didn't give York a chance to refuse, sipping his tea and stating that helping him was also helping King Roland.
Otto had information that one of the items to be auctioned was a witch.
York was puzzled. The new king was arresting witches, and if York intervened to save the witch, it might affect the relations between the two kingdoms.
But Otto assured him that the new king wouldn't break the alliance over one witch. York didn't understand why Otto was doing this.
Otto thought of Andrea and remembered that she too had been a witch that he couldn't save. King Roland had once said that witches should not perish due to the church's malicious slander.
They were people too.
Perhaps Otto's actions were driven by a sense of guilt towards Andrea. Without further questions, York agreed to help. The two men took a carriage to the exhibition, where they were greeted by a beautiful woman with an impressive figure wearing a mask, who introduced herself as number 76.
The woman led York through a secret door and into the exhibition.
The setting was very dark, making it difficult to see anything. Then suddenly, the stage became the only source of light, immediately capturing everyone's attention.
A man dressed in formal attire ascended the stage and bowed to the audience, greeting them with respect. He then announced that the exhibition was officially beginning.
Two staff revealed a box, inside of which gleamed a bunch of luminous gems. Number 76 explained in a hushed tone that they called this the magic stone because it was said to come from the demon's camp. Seeing York's surprise, number 76 immediately deduced that it was York's first visit. She reassured York not to worry, this was just a means of showcasing the capabilities of the exhibition.
York took the opportunity to put his arm around her waist, pulling her close.
He asked if she was also one of the means. The woman seductively gazed at York and replied that even after the exhibition, she would still be at his service. York was starting to like this place. Shifting his gaze to the stage, 2 rounds of the auction had passed, and he hadn't even paid attention to what was being sold. This time, a girl was brought up to the stage, and the male host announced loudly that she was a refugee from the kingdom of Wolfheart, also a witch, who was capable of using the demon's power to heal herself. Seeing the beautiful witch, the merchants in the audience continuously raised their bids, and the price quickly reached 1,000 gold. York clenched his teeth, but didn't immediately raise his bid, remembering what Otto had said about the invitation card being used as currency.
But how much was it really worth?
Soon, the price went up to 1260, and the bidding gradually stabilized. York knew that if he didn't speak up now, he would miss out on the witch. He gritted his teeth and said, 2,000. Number 76 immediately raised her right hand and shouted, 2,000. The crowd erupted with new offers, going 300 higher than York's bid. Looking at the man who had raised the bid, he realized that the man's client must be a woman. York couldn't understand why a woman was so eager to acquire the witch. Number 76 asked if he wanted to raise the bid further. At this point, York decided to go all in and doubled the bid. 4,000, shouted number 76, raising her hand high. The host's leisurely tone was unbearably nerve-wracking for York. He almost wished he could rush the stage and slam the gavel himself to finalize the bid. Fortunately, there were no more bids. York exhaled in relief and reclined on the bench, feeling his back was soaked with sweat from the tension. Number 76 came over to congratulate York on acquiring the witch. Following number 76 out of the exhibition, they arrived at a small hole in the sidewall. With no one around, York asked in a low voice how to make the payment. Number 76 smiled and replied that once York confirmed the item was unharmed, he could just hand over the invitation, and in the meantime, he was welcome to enjoy any of their entertainment facilities. Entering a secret room, York saw the witch he had just bid on. Her hands were bound behind her back, and her mouth was wrapped with cloth. She was visibly terrified when she saw York and began to struggle frantically. York asked number 76 to leave the room before approaching the witch and pulling the cloth from her mouth. The girl asked who York was. He told her he was there to rescue her. The girl's name was Amy, and she questioned why York wouldn't release her if he was indeed there to save her. York, fearing that she might run away, explained with a smile that if she was taken again, he wouldn't have another 4,000 gold to save her again. He asked Amy to stay as she was to avoid suspicion, assuring her that he would find an opportunity to give her freedom. Before leaving, he promised to take her to a place filled with companions like her, where she wouldn't have to hide or be hungry anymore. York entered another room trying to find number 76. He tentatively called out her name, but there was no response. Although unsure of what had transpired outside, York was certain it was nothing good. Suddenly, someone walked in. Without hesitation, York knelt on the ground, crying out for mercy. But the person didn't pause and charged straight toward him. At that moment, Amy shouted, "Annie, no!" York turned to see a red-haired woman standing behind him. Then he was abruptly grabbed by a large hand, hoisted up, and slammed onto the ground. Annie asked Amy if York had done anything to her. Amy shook her head, telling Annie that York had claimed he was there to rescue her. Annie scoffed, suggesting Amy had been deceived again, and expertly bound York's hands behind his back, stating that no one would spend 4,000 gold for a witch they didn't know. York realized that this woman must have been the one bidding against him. York insisted he wasn't lying, proclaiming himself an emissary of Grey Castle, and that rescuing the witch was the king's command. While Annie pondered, York hurriedly mentioned that the current king was Roland Wimbledon, hoping the name would resonate with her as someone known to be kind to witches. He recounted all that Roland had done for witches in the Western Territory. Annie seemed to consider this, but then asked why York had not freed Amy. York explained that if Amy didn't trust him and decided to flee, she would be in great danger if recaptured. Annie smirked, suggesting that perhaps York intended to deliver Amy to the king of Grey Castle. York retorted that he intended to take Amy to a safe place, where witches lived as equals among others and had their own organization. Hearing this, Annie shouted for him to be silent. Remembering the blood fawn, her voice turned cold. They had made similar promises before. York paused, sensing trouble. Annie placed York on the bed and told Amy that witches could only trust themselves, not the promises of nobles. Then, she dragged the unconscious number 76 into the room and shackled her to York. Seeing that Annie didn't seem intent on killing them, York's courage grew. He complied quietly with Annie's actions, making a final plea for them to consider going to Grey Castle. Annie remained unmoved, stating that their lives were spared out of respect for the Grey Castle King's victory over the church. She then turned and left. York warned them of the many guards outside, but Annie assured him she had her own ways. The last words from York were telling the two could still seek his help for any future troubles they might encounter. Annie gave him one last look before departing. York thought, perhaps this was for the best, he had done all he could. Looking at number 76 beside him, he thought wryly that there would be no romantic escapades tonight. With a tug of his mouth, he pulled a blanket over them with his teeth and settled down to sleep. Upon waking in a large room the next day, York was immediately visited by Otto, who had heard the news and hurried over to inquire about York's well-being. York, dissatisfied, pointed out that he was almost killed due to Otto's negligence. Aware of what had transpired, Otto appeared very uneasy and quickly apologized, offering compensation. York thought for a moment and decided to take this opportunity to discuss purchasing number 76 later today. As they were talking, the door opened, and a middle-aged man entered. He was the person in charge of the exhibition and first expressed his apologies for York's ordeal, also expressing relief that York was unharmed. The manager reported that, according to their investigation, the incident had been premeditated and 2 other witches had also been abducted. However, he assured York that once the witches were found, he would be immediately notified. York instructed the manager to return the witches to him after their capture and not to hand them over to anyone else. The manager understood. York coughed twice before inquiring about number 76's condition. The manager sternly stated that she would be punished for failing to protect her guest, which disqualified her from her role as a guide. Hearing this, York immediately asked if he could purchase number 76. The manager hesitated, remarking that she was no longer a guide. York didn't respond but simply offered 500 gold to be paid with the invitation. Otto, surprised, exclaimed, "What guide?" York pressed Otto's hand, signaling him not to ask further.
After a moment of consideration, the manager agreed, saying he would gift number 76 to York. York was momentarily stunned, then felt pleased. The manager explained that since the incident had caused harm to York, allowing him to decide her fate was the best choice. They were willing to offer number 76 as compensation for the unfortunate events. An elderly man, supported by a servant, made his way to the depths of a cave, his steps labored and slow. Reflecting on his life, he remembered taking over the family business from his father at the age of 20, building the Commerce Guild to its current stage. But as the guild grew, its foundations became perilously unstable. He worried whether, after his passing, people would still be content to stay in their current positions. He doubted his sons could keep them in line. His body no longer possessed the vigor of his younger times. He arrived at a stone door, where the air grew damp, and the ground was covered in water. The old man instructed the servant to leave him there, he would go on alone for this final stretch. As he left the cave's entrance, he moved cautiously towards the center of the cavern, where a mist began to rise around him. Upon reaching a large chamber with 2 guards and a bridge, the guards acknowledged the old man, stating that the messenger had been waiting for him. Without even a moment to catch his breath, the guards turned and walked on, leaving no room for complaints. The old man took a deep breath and followed them. Approaching the center, each of them held a massive magic stone, beginning the summons for the so-claimed messenger of gods. The magic stones quickly dimmed, and soon a purple light rose from the ground, transforming the darkness into a different scene. The purple light coalesced into a giant heart. The 3 men knelt, and the heart's words resonated directly in the old man's consciousness. A voice of unknown gender asked the old man to report on the situation above. The old man spoke of the unexpected turn of events, expressing his surprise that the witches had not accepted the invitation from the Grey Castle ambassador and that the witches' vigilance was stronger than anticipated. The messenger did not blame the old man but simply inquired about possible remedial measures. The old man, bowing his head, suggested that they could force the witches to accept the invitation, perhaps by leveraging the new policies of the new king of Kingdom of Dawn. The messenger made a sound of disdain, clearly dissatisfied with the policy of eradicating and harming witches. The old man was at a loss for words. He knew this plan could not only hurt the witches but might also lead to their deaths, yet he dared not voice this thought. The messenger's voice rose in pitch, reminding the old man of the importance of every witch before the impending doomsday. The old man almost forgot the messenger could read his thoughts. He prostrated himself, he would do his best while repeatedly bowing and explaining his lack of manpower. The messenger moderated its tone, offering the assistance of its own guards to the old man. When asked how long it would take, the old man assured that he only needed 2 weeks to advance to the 3rd phase of the plan. The messenger agreed. Finally, the old man asked the question that weighed most heavily on his mind: were the witches truly that important? Did the gods truly only favor them? If it were a matter of wealth or power, he felt he would be more suitable. But before he could finish, the messenger interrupted him with a cold laugh, informing the old man that he did not comprehend the gravity of his words. Neither wealth nor power held any significance in the face of the looming apocalypse. The gods sought a savior capable of wielding their immense power, not a mundane spokesperson. The old man would be granted a healthy body as a reward, but he was to understand his place. Despite his lingering dissatisfaction, the old man was aware of the prophecies concerning the apocalypse. The messenger had told him repeatedly that no one knew who the chosen one was, but they must continue to search and try, and the messenger had been endeavoring for hundreds of years to find them. As the old man prepared to take his leave, the messenger fell silent for a moment before asking if the church had indeed fallen. The old man nodded, confirming that he had sent many people to investigate, and they all reported back saying they were defeated by the king of Grey Castle, and all they left was an empty land trampled by a horde of demonic beasts. Perhaps this was their end? The voice of the messenger suddenly became soft, almost sorrowful. The old man was puzzled, but the messenger quickly returned to its usual demeanor, concluding the day's conversation, and the giant heart disappeared. The old man bowed respectfully and was given a porcelain bottle by the guard. It contained a medicine awarded by the messenger.
He drank it immediately, and a warm, burning sensation rose within him, restoring his strength. His limbs felt more agile than they had in years. He reflected on how, 3 years prior, he had needed a servant to push his wheelchair, then he had progressed to standing and walking, and now his body was filled with vitality again. As long as he continued to fulfill the messenger's wishes, perhaps one day, he might indeed achieve immortality. Back in Neverwinter, Roland poured himself a cup of tea, then served one to Nightingale, who lounged comfortably in a recliner, pinching a strip of fish jerky. Nightingale blew on the steam and asked Roland for a cube of sugar. After her conversation with Anna, Nightingale had disappeared for 2 days, and upon her return, she seemed to have shed a heavy burden, reverting to her carefree demeanor. Her face was often adorned with an irrepressible smile as she held a storybook, engrossed in the reading. Eventually, unable to contain his curiosity, Roland asked Nightingale what exactly Anna had said to her that day. With a swift movement, she appeared beside him, her laughter indicating a secret she would not share. Nightingale looked at Roland and suddenly thanked him for expressing her wishes to Anna. In the evening, Roland headed to the workshop on the northern slope, the site of the first Bessemer converter steel mill. Anna used her abilities to start the fire, and soon, the molten iron in the furnace glowed red-hot. Roland directed the workers to insert the tuyere into the furnace. The steel pipe was connected at the other end to a coated hose, leading to a steam engine-driven exhaust system. As oxygen-rich air was drawn into the converter, a torrent of flames burst from the mouth of the furnace, sending a shower of orange sparks into the air, to the workers' amazement. Facing the blast of heat, Roland felt an immense sense of satisfaction. These sparks symbolized humanity's stride into a new era. For now, he had to make do with air to refine steel, but when they could switch to pure oxygen in the future, the flames would shine even brighter and more resplendent. Settling the affairs of Neverwinter, it was time for Roland to return to the dream world. There, it was a sunny summer morning, and his phone was brimming with unread messages. Checking the messages, he found inquiries about whether he still had armor for sale. With his finances now comfortable, Roland decided not to continue selling. He glanced towards Zero's room, noting that she hadn't woken up yet. Not wanting to wait for the young girl to prepare breakfast, Roland went downstairs and found a noodle shop nestled in an alley to settle into. As he ate his noodles and gazed out the window, his attention was captured by a pair of long legs a woman was running down the alley. It was Garcia, dressed in casual athletic wear that showcased her legs, her hair tied up, and a towel hanging around her neck. To his surprise, the people in the alley all turned their eyes toward her. Many even whistled, their excitement palpable as if they were witnessing a celebrity. The surrounding chatter was astonishing to Roland. The residents seemed familiar with Garcia, mentioning something about a competition. It was then that the shop owner approached, recognizing that Roland was unaware of who Garcia was. The shop owner explained that Garcia was a martial fighter, and it was because of her that everyone in the area could continue living their lives peacefully. Confused, Roland looked where the owner pointed and saw a big character for demolish on the wall. The owner sighed, saying that a development company had planned to demolish the area to build skyscrapers, and if Garcia hadn't exposed the issue on television, they might have faced forced demolition by now. Roland wasn't sure what to say, and the owner laughed, saying that's why everyone supported Garcia. He suggested that since Roland was new, he would eventually become one of Garcia's fans as well. After Roland paid and left, he reflected on the wall. Even though dreams sometimes used incredible forces to piece together disparate fragments, this still seemed quite unbelievable. He wondered whether he was the real master of this dream world, but thinking that for him to be able to live here all thanks to Garcia made it quite ridiculous. With a mind full of questions, Roland returned to his room, where Zero had just sleepily emerged from her bedroom. He handed over the breakfast he had bought for her. Zero, puzzled, sat down at the table, not understanding why her uncle was getting up earlier and earlier. Roland explained that he had work now, so he couldn't sleep in, and they wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Seeing Zero's excitement as she ate her breakfast, Roland asked if she knew Garcia. Zero became excited, explaining that Sister Garcia was a prodigy who had joined the Martial Fighter Association at the age of 20 and had never been defeated. Roland was curious about the so-called Martial Fighter Association, but Zero glanced at him and said that only those with awakened abilities could become martial fighters, and it required perseverance and determination, otherwise the person would be devoured by the power. She playfully told her uncle not to get any unrealistic ideas. Zero tidied up and shouldered her backpack, ready for school. After Zero left, Roland stretched out his hand, focusing on that strange power within him. The notion of being devoured by the power reminded him of the witch's magic backlash. How was this world governed by such rules as well? He turned on the TV to a program explaining the martial fighting competition, which seemed different from traditional combat sports. The fighters wore no protective gear, exchanging raw, unguarded blows that could draw blood at any moment. Their speed and strength surpassed that of ordinary people. What surprised Roland even more was the sight of a demon among the competitors, something the audience took as entirely normal. As Roland immersed himself in the peculiarities of this dream world, he was startled by the grumbling of his stomach and the realization that the sun was nearly set, and Zero had not yet returned home. Just as he was about to go downstairs to buy something to eat, an urgent news report about a knife robbery on a street caught his attention, the very street Zero took to school. A heavy dread settled in Roland's heart. What would happen to this world if something happened to Zero? He rushed out towards the scene of the crime, where thankfully, the perpetrator had already been apprehended. Roland approached a narrow alley, guided by a voice that seemed to be calling for help. Even knowing his actions were to the typical horror movie scenarios where the protagonist makes a foolish move. Upon arrival, he saw a man standing with his back turned, alone. The man did not respond to Roland's approach but instead twisted his head around 180 degrees in a chillingly unnatural motion, which made Roland gasp in horror. The man's forehead had a swirling vortex of a red mist. He looked at Roland with a cold gaze and questioned if Roland was a martial fighter. Roland was confused, but said he was not. Got the answer he was looking for, the man slowly approached. Roland was not scared, rather he asked if the man was a victim of backlash from the power. The man scoffed disdainfully, not answering Roland's question, but rather started laughing while declaring that everyone knew nothing of where this power came from or its true nature. The man claimed to be able to feel power while saying the power didn't belong to this world but rather a gift from the gods. He twisted his body and slowly walked towards Roland. He had hoped the armed robbery would lure one or two martial fighters, but seeing Roland here isn't too bad either. Before the man could finish, Roland struck out. His punch landed on the man's nose with lightning speed and tremendous force, sending the man flying. The man looked at Roland, bewildered. He thought Roland said he wasn't a martial fighter. Ignoring the man's protests, Roland kicked the man a few times, releasing the frustration of the earlier sudden scare. Roland then reached out to the red mist on the man's head and snatched it. The vortex transported onto Roland's hand and shifted from deep red to a brilliant hue of inner white vortex. Then, a beam of golden light shot out toward the sky, and Roland felt a sudden change within him. He couldn't articulate the nature of this transformation, but he was certain this world had many more secrets than he had ever imagined. Back at his unit, before Roland could even turn the doorknob, hurried footsteps sounded from the other side. Zero flung open the door with furrowed brows, her eyes filled with a mix of shock and a trace of anxiety. They both asked where the other had been. Zero was first to speak, explained that her class had run late, and then asked where Roland had gone. Roland replied that he had gone out looking for her because Zero hadn't returned on time. Zero was somewhat surprised by the response. Roland chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair as he stepped inside. He expressed his worry about Zero not returning home as expected. They settled at the table where dinner was already prepared. With Zero having a day off tomorrow, Roland proposed a trip to the library, which didn't quite thrill Zero. She didn't fancy spending her rare holiday among books. Roland smiled and offered to take her shopping for new clothes, which brightened her mood, and she agreed to the plan. On the second day, Roland planned to visit the library first, before taking Zero to buy new clothes. Zero pouted and said quietly that Roland didn't need to buy her new clothes, to which Roland simply smiled, gently stroking her hair, remarking that her clothes, dresses, and shoes all needed a refresh. Arriving at the library, Roland found a book he was looking for. It was a book on the ratios and properties of alloys, which seemed to puzzle Zero. She couldn't grasp when her uncle had become so interested in studying. After some time, they left the library and the two spent the entire day out, playing and purchasing several sets of clothes for Zero. Before heading home after their day of shopping, Roland bought Zero a phone so they could stay in contact at any time. Zero looked at Roland for a while before accepting the phone. When Roland wakes up again, he is back in the city of Neverwinter. This time, he spent 2 days in the dream world. He stretched his hands, clenching and opening his fists, noting that other than the strange power he had in the dream world, everything else felt the same. He had many questions such as what is the magic like red mist, who is the strange man, and how did his mind created and held such a vast and complex dream world? Since he wasn't getting his answer, he decided it was futile to keep pondering. He focused on practical matters instead. Back in his office, Roland started to replicate the knowledge he had previously seen but forgotten, with a particular focus on ally compositions, which could save Anna and Lucia a great deal of experiment time. Roland needed to accelerate the industrial pace, and it was time to create more precise parts and the third-generation machine tool. The first industrial revolution was not far off for him. Carl reported that Highway 67 had been completed, and Roland was very pleased with the progress. The construction of this road was much faster thanks to the experience gained from previous projects. Carl mentioned that there had been a housing shortage recently and suggested reallocating the workforce to other construction projects if there were no further roadworks planned. Roland was aware of the situation. The town had tripled in size within a year, and the population had significantly increased. The housing shortage is an issue that can be addressed another time, but his new plan was to build a railway leading directly from the northern slope mines to the docks. This was the first time Carl heard of the concept of a railroad. Roland explained that it would be similar to the track transportation system in the mines, except that it would be entirely constructed of steel. Carl did not ask further questions, knowing that he would dedicate his full effort to any construction project Roland assigned. Roland understood that Carl might not yet grasp the full scope of what he intended to build. It was not to be a rudimentary transportation method relying on hemp ropes, steam engines, or horses, nor was it solely for transporting minerals. What Roland envisioned was a train. A revolutionary transportation system. Roland spread out the map and pointed to his railway plans, indicating the need for a team to lay the foundation first. Carl looked at Roland's proposed route and expressed concern that the tracks could be vulnerable to attacks from demonic beasts. Roland, however, was unconcerned, believing that the demonic beasts would not be interested in steel and that the project could not be completed in the short term anyway. The railway connecting the northern slope mountain to the docks was meant to be both a technical trial and a training ground for the first generation of railway workers. Taking a sip of his tea, Roland proclaimed that by the next year, they would no longer be hiding behind a wall of mud. Looking at Carl, he asked if Carl also felt that the border towns were becoming overcrowded. Carl immediately understood Roland's implication. Roland was planning an expansion. Pointing westward towards the barren wilderness, Roland spoke of its abundant resources, and they cannot defend against the demons simply relying on the walls made out of mud in the border town. He needed to transform the desolate mountain into a fortress before the Third Divine War broke out to ensure the safety of the entire kingdom. He feared that the demons could push their outposts into the ruins of Takira and potentially use the mountain paths to infiltrate into the heart of Grey Castle. Such a scenario was to be prevented at all costs. Roland pointed out that the region lacked any rivers connecting it to the inner lands, making railways the only viable option for the fast transportation of resources to the barren wilderness. Roland entrusted this mission to Carl, looking at him earnestly, expressing his firm belief in Carl's capabilities. Incorporating the desolate mountain into the kingdom's territory was a prospect that could excite any stonemason, as constructing such fortifications would surely secure their name in historical records. At the thought of this, Carl moved and with a fervent tone, responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Roland handed Carl another blueprint, which would be a landmark building in the city of Neverwinter. Carl looked at the plans with disbelief. A 15-story building, each floor at 3.5 meters, resulting in a total height of 50 meters.
Carl realized this structure was going to be extraordinary. However, he had some doubts. Could a residential building be built this high?
Roland, with a smile, reassured him that for concrete, this was far from the limit, and promised to personally guide Carl in the construction process. In the witch classroom, Scroll tapped on the desk signaling the end of the exam. Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief, having finally caught up with everyone else's progress, and hoped her grades would meet expectations. She noticed that Anna was still absent. According to Wendy, Anna's level was so advanced that others would only get a headache trying to read her books. Candle, giving her a thumbs up, indicated she probably did well on her exam. Nightingale, sitting at the back, still looked worried. Turning to see Maisie's adorable expression, Evelyn smiled.
3 days later, the exam results came out.
Scroll told Evelyn to keep up the good work. Evelyn was delighted with her score of 113, but surprisingly, Maisie scored an unexpected 117. Everyone crowded around Maisie's exam result, incredulous at how she could score so high without any multiple-choice questions on the exam this time. Rem remembered that when the exam papers were collected, much of Maisie's sheet was blank, with drawings of honey jerky filling the rest.
Could this have been a mistake?
They were curious and wanted to find out what happened. They couldn't just sneak into the office to check the exam paper. With Roland, Nightingale, and Scroll all heading to the Canggu stronghold, no one would lead them to the office.
They thought for a moment and then they thought of Summer.
Remembering that Scroll often marked their exams in the office located in the city hall, and the education department's office was on the second floor, they wondered how they could get in.
Candle thought of someone. Not long after, they found Manhwa and asked her to lead them into the city hall.
Manhwa's popularity was so high that everyone in the city hall greeted her, and no one stopped her from heading to the second floor. The group quickly made their way to the second floor, opened the office door, and Summer used her ability to retrace Scroll grading the exam papers. When they got to Maisie's paper, it was indeed mostly blank with various food drawings. In the end, Scroll had given Maisie a score of 17.
Maisie said, with a pout, saying she didn't lie.
Everyone here knew Maisie very well enough to know she wasn't lying.
But what had happened?
Not long after, they saw a city hall official come to report work to Scroll, and after he left, a gust of wind suddenly blew the window open, causing all the exam papers on the table, including the feather pen, to fly up.
The feather pen landed exactly on Maisie's exam paper.
The tip of the pen first hit the ground, and accidentally made a line on Maisie's score, turning the 17 into a triple-digit 117.
The investigation ended like a farce, and everyone left with a laugh. Evelyn returned to the witch's building, thinking back on the incident.
The fluttering papers and falling feather pen, which had no relation to each other, had formed such an interesting coincidence. Not just the paper and pen, but the airflow from the window and the timing of the official's entrance were all part of the result.
Any missing element would have prevented the change in exam score. This made Evelyn quickly correlate with mixing drinks.
When various ingredients to a cocktail, they blend and influence each other in the drink. Every acceptable flavor requires countless trials, and sometimes a random combination creates those unique tastes. Evelyn returned to her room with thoughts swirling in her mind. Closing her eyes, she felt something within her yearning to come out. Using her power, she felt the changes of her magic, and with a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes and grasped a cup on the table. The water inside had changed color, turning a gradual shade of orange-red, and an unfamiliar but pleasant fragrance wafted to her nose.
Tasting it, she experienced an indescribable sweetness that spread across her tongue.
It was like a mix of fruit juice and milk, or perhaps a blend of tea and honey, but Evelyn couldn't precisely describe the flavor. One thing she was sure of, it was definitely not alcohol. A few days later, Roland had returned from the Changji stronghold, and Evelyn went to see Roland.
Nightingale immediately noticed a change in Evelyn's magical core.
Her magical core had formed into a gray orb, and the amount of magic was substantial, likely comparable to Leaf or Agatha. Evelyn also brought 3 beverages she created using her new ability,
which piqued Roland's curiosity. He took out a cup and poured a little of each drink for himself. Tasting the first beverage, he encountered an indescribable delight. The second cup was even more delicious, starting with a hot surge, like lava flowing into the mouth, followed by a smoky fragrance as if the tongue was toasted, and ending with the fresh scent of juicy fruits and a subtle intoxicating effect of alcohol. The longer the drink was savored, the more prolonged the aftertaste, making it an irresistible beverage for winter. When asked if it could be mass-produced, Evelyn replied that she was unable to replicate the previous result, and her ability followed no discernible rules. Roland understood why Evelyn seemed so troubled despite her ability evolving. Regaining confidence for a witch like her would indeed take time. But he certainly didn't consider her ability useless. Smiling at Evelyn, he reassured her that the inability to replicate the beverages was not an issue. He earnestly told her that the exquisite flavors and unique experiences they provided were more enchanting and memorable. He suggested that if soldiers of the First Army were at the front line and could have a taste of such a drink from the city of Neverwinter, it would undoubtedly boost their morale. Roland planned to create a storage room for Evelyn's beverages and encouraged her to continue using her ability. He believed that everyone would be fascinated by Evelyn's creations. As for the beverage's name, he decided they should be collectively called Chaos Drinks. 3 days earlier, astrologers from the old royal capital had arrived in Neverwinter, and Roland planned to host a welcome banquet in the square this evening to celebrate their arrival. Barav appeared hesitant, curious about what Roland had discovered during his recent visit to the Changji stronghold. Roland was disappointed to report that the Changji District City Hall had begun to show signs of dereliction of duty and bribery, with forged accounting found in some of the books. Even more troubling, 2 officials originally from the border town were caught due to corruption. Barav, looking concerned, inquired if any of his disciples were involved. Roland reassured him that none were implicated this time and that even if they were, Barav wouldn't be held responsible. Barav quickly praised Roland's wisdom. These rule-breakers will be dealt with severely as a warning to others, underscoring the importance of maintaining integrity and discipline within the ranks. Roland decided to gather all of the city hall staff the next day for a meeting, which he intended to personally conduct. After Barav left, Roland pondered the situation. With Scroll and Nightingale around, they could temporarily ensure the integrity of the officials, but this approach would undoubtedly put the witches back into a precarious position, potentially leading to internal conflicts. The 2 corrupt officials were originally commoners from the border town, part of the second batch of graduates who entered the city hall after passing the assessments. Roland was dismayed that such corruption had emerged in less than a year. The city halls of Changji Stronghold and Dragon Fall Ridge were staffed by some officials from the border town, who were known for their administrative experience and good performance, alongside with local nobles. The loss of several experienced officials naturally left Roland feeling disheartened. He had hoped that the organization would remain uncorrupted for at least a decade, but it had barely lasted a year before these issues arose. The fact that both of these caught corrupted officials were from common folk backgrounds somewhat proved that once in power, they might lose to greed more easily than other nobles. Standing up and looking at the setting sun, Roland knew these issues needed early intervention. After the evening's welcome banquet, the chief astrologer entered Roland's study. Putting down his pen, Roland gestured for the chief to sit. With a smile, Roland poured him a cup of tea. The chief seemed pleasantly surprised by this gesture. Roland then spoke about the matter of the Red Moon, a rumor that dated back a millennium, a time long before Greycastle or the Wimbledon lineage. The chief mentioned that the recorded history only spanned 450 years. Roland shook his head, explaining that it wasn't a lack of records, but a deliberate concealment. Roland discussed the demons, the Old Witch Kingdom, the history of the 4 great kingdoms, and the church. When Roland finished, the chief astrologer felt breathless, having always thought the red moon signified a doomsday caused by severe natural disasters. Yet, according to Roland, it was a signal for the demons to attack. The chief remained silent for a long time, unsure whether to believe this horrifying theory. However, he soon realized that Roland had no reason to deceive him. If all this were true, then the king's attitude towards witches made complete sense. The young king had not spread all the information across the kingdom, carefully concealing facts that could cause panic, a decision that was undoubtedly correct and wise. The chief realized the gravity of the situation and asked what he could do for Roland. Sipping his tea, Roland pulled out a notebook and handed it to the chief, who saw the words analytical geometry written on it. While he recognized the words individually, he was unsure of their combined meaning. Upon opening the first page, the chief astrologer read a few lines with intrigue. The idea of using mathematical formulas to describe the trajectory of objects, and the possibility of determining their entire trajectory with key parameters, deeply captivated him. The illustrations in the book further drew his attention. Roland explained that these were mathematical formulas. Despite the vast differences in the shapes of the figures, their mathematical expressions were not significantly distinct. A compelling thought arose in the chief's mind: could it be that all shapes in the world could be represented by a mathematical formula? Filled with excitement, he eagerly turned to the second page. Roland did not interrupt the chief as he read through this fascinating book. The chief had many questions about the book, as the symbols and expressions were not like those taught in the court, and he struggled to understand these equations. Roland then presented another book, assuring the chief that he would understand the first book after studying this one. The chief's hands trembled slightly as he looked at the book titled Equations and Mathematical Formulas. He asked incredulously if he could take it home to read. Roland affirmed, expressing his hope that all astrologers and their disciples would learn from these books. He also advised the chief not to worry too much about the red moon, emphasizing that only by mastering these subjects could the astrological society play an irreplaceable role in the future war against the demons. Roland explained that these books were just an introduction and that there was much more profound knowledge in the future. These formulas could describe everything from blades of grass to the stars in the sky, everything one could see. When asked if he was willing to accept this challenge, the chief astrologer responded without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the city of Dawn, York was enjoying the close service of number 76. Just as he was about to take things further, the door burst open. York looked displeasedly at Hill, then stood up. "Don't tell me you need me to save another witch," he said. Hill didn't respond, but instead looked towards number 76. Sensing the situation, number 76 respectfully bowed and quickly left the room. York thought Hill was being overly cautious. He mentioned that Hill wasn't this cautious with Denise. Hill earnestly replied that Denise's background could be thoroughly checked by various means, but number 76, being a trained guide by the expedition, had no such traceable background. York countered that he had discovered a lot about number 76. To train a skilled guide took over a decade, and number 76 was only in her early 20s. He reasoned that number 76 was just a child when she began her training and had no vested interest in their affairs. York remarked cynically, saying witches don't need our protection anyways. Seeing Hill momentarily speechless, York felt a sense of satisfaction. Then, Hill handed York a letter. Upon reading the first few lines, York was struck by the content writing in the letter. The letter that York received was an official diplomatic letter issued in the name of King Roland of Greycastle. The letter stated that the King of Greycastle sought to stop the King of the Kingdom of Dawn from continuing the persecution of witches. York couldn't believe it. This was the Kingdom of Dawn's royal capital, not the western territory of Greycastle. How could York, a small ambassador, intervene in another kingdom's affairs? Hill, however, remarked that for King Roland, witches were far more important than treaties. York felt at a loss for words. Hill was the only one who could advise him now. Hill's suggestion was to immediately follow the king's instructions, as it was York's duty as an ambassador. He assured York that the worst outcome would be getting kicked out of the palace by Enpian. York was frustrated, knowing that the relationships he had built with other nobles here would be ruined, and all the things he had been working on for the Two Kingdoms alliance would also be gone. Perhaps the nobles here would ridicule Greycastle as being crazy, and make His Majesty Roland a topic of gossip at banquets. York couldn't understand why Roland would issue such an empty threat. Hill, looking at York,
asked if he really thought His Majesty was merely bluffing. York, startled, stood up. Hill slowly mentioned that before the fall of the old royal capital, Timothy also thought the same. Their king would never do anything meaningless. York sat down and nodded, deciding to write a formal letter to Anpian for an official visit. The following day, York met with Anpian. Bowing in respect, he was told by Anpian to rise and read him Roland's letter. With a strained composure, York conveyed King Roland's congratulations on Anpian's coronation and expressed hope for the enduring friendship between the two kingdoms. Anpian showed a interest on Roland's unique way of greeting, but was more interested in the gifts. York, never heard anything about gifts, thinking quickly, said the gift caravan was still on its way, and the letter had been delivered by a fast horse. Anpian reminisced about when Roland's father, Wimbledon III, was crowned. Recalling how his own father had sent a 200-person delegation to Greycastle with 11 carriages of gifts including gold, fine wines, silk, and beautiful women. Anpian expressed anticipation about what Roland's gift might be. York was sweating profusely. Anpian, visibly pleased, asked York if King Roland had said anything else. For a moment, York considered resigning from his role as ambassador, but he knew he couldn't disappoint his best friend, also the King of Greycastle. Taking a deep breath, he delivered Roland's message with deliberate emphasis, requesting Anpian to stop persecuting witches and treat them as free citizens. Otherwise, Greycastle would not turn a blind eye to such conduct, giving the church a prime example. The entire palace fell into a tense silence after York finished speaking. Anpian demanded to see the letter himself, disbelieving that Roland would make such a statement. He snatched the scroll from York's hand and read through the extensive condemnation and warning. After reading, Anpian furiously threw the letter to the ground, slamming his hand on his chair, causing his guards to instinctively reach for their swords. Anpian, enraged, declared that witches were abhorrent and minions of the demons, blaming them for poisoning his father, who would otherwise be sitting there healthy. York thought to himself that if Anpian's father hadn't died, Anpian wouldn't be king. A thought in his mind, yet he dared not to voice it aloud. He tried to explain that the witches raised by the church were different from others, but Anpian refused to listen, believing all witches were minions of demons. Anpian approached York, scoffing at Roland's threat, declaring he would write to the King of Greycastle, warning him not to be seduced by witches. He boasted that while Greycastle might be powerful, it relied on its nobles, who played a crucial part in defeating the church. Anpian warned not to underestimate the Kingdom of Dawn, implying that Greycastle's nobility might not always support Roland. Just like what happened to Timothy. Someone else could easily rise to the throne. Seeing Anpian's flushed and furious face, and these nonsense statements, York realized that Anpian had yet to grow out of his father's shadows, and that compared to Roland, Anpian was far inferior as a king. York didn't even want to waste his time explaining how Roland had defeated the church without relying on the nobility and had even stripped them of their rights. As Hill had predicted, the furious Anpian banished York from the palace. Returning to his residence, York was visited by Otto, who had heard about the incident. Otto mentioned that Anpian's new policies were causing unrest among ministers and nobles, but Anpian refused to heed anyone's advice. Otto wished Anpian could be as prudent as King Roland. York recalled that in the palace, the ministers and nobles seemed shocked. But none of them had supported the king's outburst. He wondered if Roland's prestige had really grown that powerful. Otto expressed his disappointment but resolved to continue discussions with Anpian. At that moment, number 76 entered, informing York that the witch they had auctioned, Amy, had returned. Quickly, number 76 led Amy into the room. Upon seeing York, Amy urgently grasped his arm, pleading for his help. York, somewhat helpless but sympathetic, asked her to sit down and explain the situation. Amy recounted that when she went out alone to find food, she returned to find their hiding place surrounded by soldiers. Soldiers were searching every house for witches. Other than her and Annie, there were two more witches, one of whom had lost her legs and could only move with Annie's assistance. They were defenseless. York thought it was a troublesome situation, regretting that they hadn't heeded his advice to go to Greycastle for safety earlier. Otto asked where Mr. Hill was, but York didn't know, noting Hill's tendency to appear and disappear without a trace. Otto decided to seek out Earl Quinn, hoping he might provide an escape opportunity for the witches. York doubted Quinn would listen to him. Otto sighed, saying he had to try, especially since Andrea was Quinn's biological daughter. Time passed, and Otto did not return. Amy, traumatized, eventually fell asleep. York lamented the witch's situation. Hill returned and told York it was time to evacuate alongside the witches. Hill had bribed the local rats, who had rescued the 3 witches. However, Hill felt something was strange. The witches had been surrounded by soldiers when found, suggesting that Anpian had known their hiding place all along. It seemed the witches had been deliberately let go, possibly as a trap to catch more hidden witches or to identify those supporting them. If York continues to stay in the capital would become dangerously risky. They needed to leave immediately, but Hill had to stay behind, as they needed someone to keep scouting. York looked at Hill with concern, asking what would happen if he was caught. Hill smiled, noting he was just a nameless, faceless person, hidden in the shadows and essentially non-existent. York ultimately listened to Hill's advice and departed from the royal capital in a carriage as the evening sun slowly set. The camp they set up in a remote area was well organized by Hill's reliable arrangements. With food already prepared and handed to him, York finally realized why Hill had chosen to transport these particular items. With 2 carts full of food, their group could comfortably survive on the road for a month or 2. These so-called merchandise being more than sufficient for everyone's needs. Annie looked at York apologetically for her previous outburst. Although York hadn't handed them over to Anpian, she still couldn't fully trust him. Amy, puzzled, insisted that York was a good person. York suggested that Annie might still be skeptical about the witch organization in Grey Castle, possibly assuming that nobles kept witches for amusement. Annie nodded, adding that deception and exploitation were more common concerns she had about King Roland. York didn't want to explain too much since they could see with their own eyes once they returned to Grey Castle. Annie promised to formally apologize to York if what he said about the witches in Grey Castle was true. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment until number 76 broke the silence. She asked if all 4 of them were from the kingdom of Wolfheart. Annie nodded. Noticing one of the witch without legs, number 76 asked if her injuries were from the church's pursuers. To everyone's surprise, Annie said her legs were cut off by the people who had been guarding her. Followed by saying in the most desperate moments in Wolfheart, Hero stood up for everyone, only to be met with hatred from the people. Number 76 expressed a desire to know more, and York also showed interest in hearing the story. Taking a deep breath, Annie began to narrate their tale. A year ago, when the church's army attacked Wolfheart City, they hurled corpses infected with the demonic plague into the city. Thanks to Hero using her ability, the plague did not spread uncontrollably. Hero's magical ability could transfer the disease from infected people to other living beings, thereby preventing the epidemic spread. She transferred the disease of the infected to animals and then burned them in a pit, saving countless lives. Initially, she was hailed as the savior of Wolfheart City and revered as a hero. However, the number of animals available was limited. As the war dragged on, the focus shifted to using living humans. Sensing Hero's mood changing and her body shivering, number 76 moved closer to Hero, embracing her gently, whispering that none of it was her fault. Tears streamed down Hero's face. Annie explained that Hero refused to comply, but she wasn't given a choice. The first to be thrown into the fire were criminals, prisoners, and volunteers, and later, it included the elderly, injured soldiers, and prisoners of war from the church's judgment army. Despite the pressure, Hero refused to comply with these demands and would not take action against humans. As a result, the people's attitude towards her changed. They imprisoned her, and as the city fell, a guard whom she had treated before cruelly cut off her legs with an axe and set the prison cell on fire. However, what the guard didn't anticipate was that the person who saved the immobilized Hero was a prisoner of the church's judgment army, who was also confined in the same cell. York was surprised to learn that a devout follower of the church would ever save a witch.
Everyone's attention was focused on Annie as she continued the story. The remaining Judgment Army prisoners had rescued Hero from her cell. It was under their protection that she managed to evade the church's subsequent manhunt for witches. After the war, the surviving Judgment soldiers even provided her with food, clothing, and a place to stay for a while. They continued to support Hero until the church's army returned to Hermes. Before they departed, each of the soldiers who had been in the prison came to express their gratitude to her. York couldn't help but feel a deep sadness as he learned of the immense suffering the witches had endured, far crueler than he had ever imagined. He realized that if he had faced such treatment, not only would it be difficult to trust people anymore, but it would also be understandable to see everyone as an enemy, perhaps even wishing to annihilate them all. His gaze fell upon Hero, and he pointed to her leg, suggesting that there might still be a chance for it to heal. As everyone's attention turned to York, he struggled to explain. He knew that soon the border town would have 300 more witches joining them, and among them, there might be someone who could heal Hero. Number 76 looked at York with surprise, wondering how Roland had managed to recruit so many witches. Seizing the opportunity, York praised his best friend, Roland, portraying him as a king sent by the heavens and born to rule, who had seen through the lies of the church and became the witches' savior. He shared that under Roland's territory, all witches could live freely, and soon the entire Grey Castle would become a sanctuary for all of them. Over time, more witches would pledge their allegiance to him. York reassured everyone that in the city of Neverwinter, everyone could find jobs suitable for them, which made Amy's eyes sparkle with excitement. She eagerly asked about the kinds of jobs that were available. Although York had never been to the city of Neverwinter himself, he knew from Roland that every witch was valued immensely. York told Amy that witches will find jobs that suit their own abilities, even if their abilities might not seem immediately useful, they could still find work just like anyone else. Amy wanted to ask more. Annie came over, patting Amy on the shoulder, and commented that all of these sounded great, noting that sometimes lies are more beautiful than reality. But York just smiled, aware that Annie was still not fully convinced by his words. He hoped that one day Annie would see the true city of Neverwinter for herself. As the night passed, the caravan continued its journey. A few days later, they had reached Windridge, located within the southern territory of the Kingdom of Dawn. They were now only roughly 1 day away from the border of Grey Castle. York is caught in a moment of reflection about the unexpectedly smooth journey they have had so far. Suddenly, he's informed by the crew member that a group of knights are behind them. Alarmed, York peers out the window but sees nothing unusual. He was told that the knights behind them were a few kilometers away and moving fast, likely to catch up with the caravan soon. Although unsure about their motives, for safety measures, they should avoid these knights. The only option to evade them is to abandon the wagons and caravan and proceed on foot through a dense forest where horses cannot pass, offering a better chance of escape. However, this decision would require someone to keep going along the path and lure the knights away. In other words, someone in the group would need to make a sacrifice. York was unsure of what to do when number 76 in the carriage sitting next to him heard about what was going on and volunteered. As the caravan halts and preparations are made for a single person to lead the wagons, York first checks if the witches are ready to enter the forest. When everything is all set up, he then asks to speak with number 76 privately. Number 76, realizing York's concerns, reassures him that she had gone combat and physical training back in the expedition. She also says she can blend in with the villagers in a nearby village and later meet him in Grey Castle. York, however, knows from the crew member that the nearest village is 15 kilometers away, making it nearly impossible for anyone staying behind to reach there before the knights. York recognizes that if the knights are indeed after them, number 76's fate if caught would be dire. He contemplates staying behind himself, knowing other than him, everyone else would likely face certain death if captured, but fear paralyzes him, and he's unable to voice it out loud. Number 76 slowly walked closer to York. She firmly expressed her decision to stay behind. She emphasized that although her training for the expedition had always been about protecting her clients, this time, the choice stemmed not from duty, but from her own will. With a smile, she shared with York she had thought she would spend her entire life underground. she expressed gratitude to York for saving her and for opening her eyes to the world beyond. York, battling a surge of emotions and feeling a sharp pang of pain at the thought of leaving number 76 behind, was reminded by number 76 to hasten, as they needed to enter the forest now. Without a second thought, number 76 hopped on the carriage and slowly rode away. York didn't know why his heart ached so much. Number 76 was nothing but something he purchased, and despite thinking this, a part of him felt lost. Casting one last glance at the wagon trundling down the road, York felt his heart weigh down with a tumult of feelings. After a few minutes or so, certain that York and the rest of them had entered the forest, instead of continuing with the caravan, she dismounts from her horse and quietly waits for the pursuers. As the sun sets, a group of knights, fully armed and riding tall horses, appear at the end of the road. Number 76 counts them. There were 35 in total. When the knights find out about the wagons and caravan, the leading knight orders a search. They soon surround the caravan, and one of them reports to Sir Regan that they are all empty. Regan, suspecting that the Grey Castle ambassador might have been tipped off about their whereabouts, coldly orders his men to check for footprints along the road. As for number 76, Regan's cruel intentions are clear. He commands that her hands and feet be chopped off and have her briefly interrogated, even knowing that the woman in front of him won't reveal anything since she already chose to stay behind. End of the day, he just wants to torment her. However, number 76, with a smile, points to the forest behind the knights, hinting that the people they are chasing after have already escaped there. However, she said, but didn't finish her sentence. Hearing this, a knight draws his sword and approaches her. Demanding her to finish what she was saying, in a sudden move, her eyes turn blood red, and with lightning speed, she grabs the knight's head and violently pulls him off his horse, throwing him to the ground. She then coldly said defiantly that the knights no longer have the chance to trouble the witches anymore. The knight, astonished by her power, attempts to subdue her but finds himself completely outmatched. Just as he tries to escape, she clamps his head between her arms and with a crisp snap, twisted his neck. Seeing this, the other knights drew their weapons and lunged at her. Number 76 grabbed the dead knight and threw him at her enemies, then picked up his sword and slashed at the knights. Her movements were incredibly fast, her blade slicing cleanly through armor, piercing a knight's heart with precision. The knight clenched his teeth and grabbed her swords. He hoped to make an opportunity for the other knights, but she kicked him away without giving him a chance to react. She shook the blood off her sword and charged at the other knights, grabbing one by the shoulder and another by the head, pulling them off their horses and breaking their necks. The knights, in disbelief, called her a monster. Sir Regan shouted for them to clear the way. He charged into the crowd on his horse, rearing up to trample number 76. Instead of retreating, she caught the horse's hooves with her hands. What followed was unbelievable. She lifted both Sir Regan and his horse off the ground, twisting Sir Regan off his saddle onto the ground, and his body twisted into an unnatural shape. The knights panicked and fled in terror, but 76 wasn't about to let them escape. Screams filled the air as the sun set completely. Number 76 began to clear the scene, dragging the knights' bodies into the forest for simple concealment. Although she knew they'd be discovered soon, by then everyone would be safely inside Grey Castle. She crawled into a carriage and carefully retrieved a ring from beneath a blanket. After examining the ring, she tucked it away and drove the carriage towards the next village, planning to enter Grey Castle from there. Number 76 New York wouldn't wait at the border for too long, but she was certain they would meet again one day and get a chance to see the witches of the border town. Gazing out at the bright crescent moon, she spoke with a voice that only she could hear. Over 4 centuries had passed since the great federation that once ruled the vast lands had faded like dust. The only constant in these changing times was the stars in the night sky. Number 76 returns underground, where someone inquires about her experience of reverting to a female body. She takes a moment to breathe deeply and moves her wrists, noting that she's much smaller than before. The heart, which had previously spoken with the old man from the expedition, now reveals its true, light, and feminine voice. She jests about the necessity of her disguise to avoid detection and jokingly claims that number 76 was already the best looking among them.
The conversation then shifts to the topic of how the female god punishment army was very rare.
Number 76 shouldn't be too picky.
She expresses a slight frustration at needing to train herself to control this new, smaller body. A tentacle from the heart reached out and gently touched her forehead, reassuring her that there was no rush, as they had plenty of time. Another female voice from within the heart questions why they need to interact with mortals at all, suggesting that witches could be directly approached instead. She was then reminded by another female voice that they cannot simply abduct hundreds of witches, otherwise, they are risking themselves being perceived as monsters by the younger generation of witches. A serious voice then emphasizes that the world has changed since 400 years ago, and they must learn to interact with mortals. Turning her attention to number 76, the serious voice inquires about her thoughts. Number 76, seemingly unconcerned, states that she is willing to do whatever it takes to restore the glory of Takira. She reassures her sisters that she will undoubtedly find the chosen one needed to activate the instrument of divine retribution. Several female voices wished her luck. Back on the ground, number 76 occasionally visited the survivors of the Takira, but she never forgot her mission. She believed that finding the chosen one would certainly lead them to defeat the demons. Excited by this thought, she hastened her pace. 3 days later, York and his group finally reached the northern borders of Grey Castle, where Duke Calvin's men were waiting to receive them.
Traveling through the forest slowed them down, but they managed to arrive safely. Meanwhile, Roland, upon receiving Hill's secret letter, immediately issued 2 orders.
First, he divided the first army stationed in the Northern Territory into 4 units to find York's group from all directions. Second, he alerted Duke Calvin and all the nobles in the Northern Territory to prepare for a war. York was pleasantly surprised. However, what moved him the most was his best friend's response. In a secret letter from the Duke, York saw that Roland had mentioned his name several times, emphasizing York's personal safety was most important. Munching on bread, York realized that Hill was correct all along. The king's attitude was more than mere words. He began to understand how Roland managed to defeat Timothy and breach the old royal capital in just 1 day, and how they were about to defeat the powerful church's army.
Roland's strength in military, weaponry, and even information warfare was unmatched.
York knew he needed to write to Roland, informing him of their safety. His only concern was for number 76. When they met the first army soldiers at the border, York insisted on waiting for her. Despite everyone's advice to tell him to wait for her in the Duke's castle, he stayed for half a day, but was eventually forcibly taken back to the Duke's castle for safety. Suddenly, a guard came into the room and told York that number 76 had returned. York rushed out to find her lying in a carriage, injured and weak. Her body was covered in wounds, and her arm was severely hurt.
Number 76 blinked and managed a weary smile.
York had a lot he wanted to say, but all he could utter was, "It's good you're back."
York inquired about her experiences.
Number 76 explained that she was pursued by knights as the sun was setting. To delay them, she unleashed the horses towards the knights and fled on one towards the nearby mountains. To escape capture, she jumped off the ridge. The knights, thinking she was dead, did not pursue her. She was later saved by a villager. York gently touched her hair, telling her to rest well, and promised that they would go to the city of Neverwinter together once she recovered. Meanwhile, in Neverwinter, Roland was reunited with Margaret. To honor her arrival, Roland extended an exceptionally high level of courtesy, personally greeting her and even arranging a salute of cannons. This left Margaret feeling honored and surprised, as she was modestly reminded that she was merely a merchant.
Roland responded with a smile, acknowledging that without Margaret's assistance, the Western Territory would not have achieved their current prosperity.
He expressed his gratitude for her friendship. Margaret felt privileged to be considered Roland's friend. In addition to fulfilling a previously signed perfume contract, she brought new business opportunities. She gestured towards the merchants behind her, notable figures from the fjords, who were very interested in Roland's steamship project. After they bowed and introduced themselves, Roland led them to the castle where they discussed, ate, and drank, showing great interest in steam engines and steamships.
The merchants offered reasonable prices and were even willing to pay a deposit right off the bat. Calculating quickly, Roland realized that fulfilling the merchants' needs and modifications would take about a year. He wondered if the merchants were okay with the time. The merchants were very satisfied but made an additional request. One of them hoped Roland would employ fjord craftsmen for the ship's modifications. Roland inquired about the specifics, and the merchant proposed to provide craftsmen for the modifications. The modified ships would be prioritized to be sold to him for a 10-year period, after which the craftsmen could choose to stay in the city of Neverwinter or leave. This was similar to deals Roland had made with Margaret a year ago. Roland pondered the proposition. Neverwinter would gain a substantial contract worth tens of thousands of gold annually for the next 10 years, and the merchants would receive detailed modification techniques after a decade. Roland wasn't concerned about spreading this knowledge and techniques. In his view, paddle steamers were already outdated compared to the steam turbines and triple expansion steam engines currently in development or production. Considering this, Roland tapped the table, not refusing the offer but seeking to change some details. For instance, he proposed reducing the term from 10 to 5 years. If the merchants were willing to leave the craftsmen in the Western Territory, Roland was even ready to offer a 20% discount on the price. The two major merchants show initial surprise at Roland's proposal and then hesitate, unable to give an immediate response. They express a desire to discuss the matter with other members of their merchant guild. Roland, understanding and accommodating, agrees to this. Roland then turned his attention to Gamer and the younger merchant. They were old friends and also the first batch of merchants to do business with Roland. They had been unusually quiet today. Initially, Roland thought they were not interested in steamships, but after sipping some fine red wine, Gamer revealed that they too were interested in steamships. However, they were not looking for the wooden paddle steamers, but the formidable ironclads like the ones Roland had built for Thunder. Upon hearing this, Margaret's expression suddenly changed, as she quickly assured Roland that she hadn't disclosed any information to Gamer. Roland nodded, indicating he knew it wasn't her who had revealed this. Curious, Roland asked Gamer how he came by this information. While Roland hadn't treated it as a secret, the exploration ship for Thunder had only just begun construction, and the shipyard was closed off with carefully selected workers. Gamer explained that everyone in the fjords knew about Thunder's recruitment for a new, unprecedentedly large expedition team. He had some connections with a few famous captains who had joined Thunder's crew. The information about the ship came from Thunder himself, who needed to alleviate concerns about a journey to the Shadow Isles, making it necessary to showcase the ship's capabilities. Roland nodded, then inquired how many people were aware of this. Gamer mentioned that only a few knew, as he had learned about it from a captain who owed him a great favor and had joined Thunder's team. Roland acknowledged this but informed Gamer that constructing such a vessel was extremely challenging, and it wasn't feasible to build a second one anytime soon. The young merchant expressed understanding but hoped that once the deal with Thunder was completed, they would get priority for the second steel vessel. He was willing to pay a 10% deposit up front, another 40% at the start of construction, and the final 50% upon completion. The adventurous spirit of the fjord people once again struck Roland. The merchant didn't even ask about the price and was already willing to put down a down payment. Roland smiled and thanked the merchants for their trust in the city of Neverwinter. However, he explained that he also needed these ships and couldn't prioritize the merchants. It would be at least 3 years before he could start manufacturing for them. Following the discussion about the steel ships, Roland turns to Gamer and the younger merchant with a new proposition. He suggests that they consider sending craftsmen to participate in the construction process and proposes a new contract for 10 or 5 years. Roland explains that this could potentially accelerate the construction process, and in return, they would gain access to the associated technology and knowledge. Gamer, taken aback by this offer, initially dismisses it as a joke or a test, asserting that they are not after the technology but simply wish to do business with Roland. He acknowledges the ship's power and capabilities, and a very secret of the city of Neverwinter. But when Roland assures him that he's serious about sharing the technology, Gamer and the younger merchant are visibly surprised.
Roland, with confidence, confirms his willingness to share the technology, provided they supply enough craftsmen, including blacksmiths, carpenters, and apprentices. He mentions the need for 2,000 people, suggesting that even literate civilians would suffice if there weren't enough craftsmen. The timeframe for gathering these workers is flexible, with a 5-year window. Gamer laughs bitterly, unable to fathom Roland's true intentions, as this technology represents some of Roland's most advanced work. Roland explains that the steel sea vessel he's building for Thunder is indeed the pinnacle of the city of Neverwinter's current technological capabilities. Gamer, puzzled by Roland's willingness to share such advanced technology, decides not to probe further and agrees to the deal. The meeting continues with a toast to celebrate the agreement. As they move on to dessert, other merchants begin to inquire about the perfume deal. Roland points to Margaret, explaining that they have already signed a contract for her to handle the distribution of perfumes from the fjords, telling everyone that if they want to do business with perfumes, they would need to talk with Margaret. That being said, Roland had other new products to offer, piquing everyone's curiosity, including Margaret. At this, Roland clapped his hands, and a guard from outside the hall quickly entered, carrying 3 unique-shaped glass bottles. The merchant's eyes were immediately drawn to the strangely colored clear liquid inside the bottles, assuming them to be some kind of liquor. A merchant commented that if it were fruit wine, it might not sell as well as perfume, while Gamer looked intrigued, admiring the glass bottles. He noted that even without considering the contents inside, the uniquely designed glass bottles themselves were worth several gold each. The merchants then realized how attractive these glass bottles were, initially mistaking them for the latest products from the Alchemy Association of the royal capital. Roland smiled and said that the key wasn't the bottles, but the drink inside. The group looked at him in surprise, and Roland, with a bit of a mysterious smile, coughed twice and revealed that the drink was a chaos drink. True to its name, it was unpredictable and unique. Each bottle was a one-of-a-kind creation, offering a singular tasting experience with every sip. Roland opened the bottles and poured a glass for everyone. As he had anticipated, the merchants' reactions upon taking just a small sip were remarkable. Delight and amazement spread across their faces. The merchants were eagerly sharing their opinions, sipping their drinks one after another, fearful someone might snatch the drinks away from them. Gamer stared at the green beverage in his glass, which seemed to be still fizzing. The apple flavor lingered on his palate, leaving him craving more. Licking his lips in satisfaction, Gamer forgot all about manners, burping while inquiring Roland about this mysterious chaos drink as it was simply too delicious. Roland chuckled and explained that the drink contained dry ice, which could also be referred to as a carbonated beverage. None of these terms made sense to Gamer. However, that was not important. Roland then asked Gamer if he thought such a chaos drink, if marketed, would find a place in the market. Without hesitation, Gamer affirmed it would definitely be a hit. Considering personal tastes, there might be slight variations in the popularity of 3 different flavors, but each was an exquisite brew in its own right. He boldly claimed that after tasting these, the finest fruit wines from the Kingdom of Dawn might soon be forgotten. Roland smiled and remarked on Gamer's honesty, noting how unusual it was for a merchant to praise goods without looking for flaws to negotiate a lower price. Gamer earnestly replied that he didn't wish to deceive Roland or his own taste buds. But he had one question: why use such a weird name for the beverage? Gamer and Margaret shared their thoughts, suggesting that the term chaos was innovative but failed to highlight their distinct tastes. Using separate names would likely make them more marketable. Roland shook his head, reiterating what he previously said about how each sip was unique. In reality, these 3 bottles were the last of their stock. The merchants then realized that these same beverages could no longer be reproduced. Roland explained that this was precisely why he named them chaos. Each flavor was unique and with every sip more valuable than the previous sips. The merchants were visibly struck by the news, realizing they might never again taste the unique flavors they had just experienced. Roland gestured dismissively, admitting that while he couldn't reveal the process of making the chaos drink, there are still other chaos drinks available. However, they all taste different. The only commonality, he noted, was their exceptional taste. The merchants understood that rarity and quality made these irreplicable drinks a potential goldmine.
Gamer was the first to express interest, hoping Roland would share these products with his trading fleet.
He boasted of his ships that sailed along the coasts of all four kingdoms, promising substantial returns for Roland. Another merchant, curious, pointed out that Gamer's primary focus was in the Kingdom of Dawn territory and when he had expanded to other trade routes. Seizing the opportunity, the merchant quickly boasted that his fleet was the most extensive in the Wolfheart Kingdom. Observing their dispute, Roland suggested establishing a joint trading guild. This guild would prevent the downward pressure on prices due to unnecessary competition. Participants could negotiate their respective territories, with the city of Neverwinter solely responsible for supplying the goods. This approach would enable quick sales through familiar channels without direct competition among the merchants. Profits would be distributed according to a pre-agreed contract, ensuring security for all involved. The merchants quickly grasped the concept, but questions arose regarding the specifics of territorial divisions and profit sharing, considering the transportation costs are different across regions. Roland had anticipated these concerns, suggesting they continue discussions until a satisfactory agreement was reached by all parties. Margaret was the first to show support, and others soon followed suit. Roland nodded in satisfaction, reminding them that working together was always more powerful than going alone. Soon after, the joint trading guild was established. Meanwhile, on Slumbering Isle, Camilla had already gathered names of the witches willing to send support to the Western Territory. Tilly picked up the list and scrutinized it. More than half of the witches on the Slumbering Isle were willing to help, a much better outcome than she had anticipated. Prior to this, Tilly had been transparent with the witches on the fjord, clearly communicating about the previous witch kingdom, the Federation, and the demons. However, everyone also had the option to continue living in the fjord. Thinking about this, Camilla mentioned that most were intrigued by King Roland defeating the church, and were all eager to meet him. Tilly noticed Camilla's apprehension and wanted to know what she wanted to say. Camilla shared her concerns. Roland is still a noble, and there was a risk that the witches might transfer their trust from Tilly to him. Camilla believed that, when it came to interests, blood ties could sometimes be an obstacle, but it was best to prepare for the worst. What would they do if Roland turned out to be like other nobles? Tilly set down the list and took Camilla's hand, assuring her that she had made this decision after thorough thoughts. She acknowledged the uncertainty of the future, but under the threat of the Third Divine War, if they failed, there would be no future to consider at all. Their current shared goal was simply to survive. Tilly, with an unexplainable look in her eyes, suggested that instead of completely avoiding the outside world, they could use this opportunity to integrate into it, forming an indivisible community of interest alongside commoners. If their people and their abilities permeated various fields, even if Roland wanted to break his agreement with Slumbering Isle, he wouldn't be able to do so without the power of the witches. Oh my God, you bad Tilly. Camilla remained worried that Roland might impose excessive restrictions on them. But Tilly urged her not to be overly pessimistic. Based on her observations over the past 6 months, Roland hadn't placed any extra limitations on any witch. Ultimately, Tilly chose to trust her instincts, believing that Roland wouldn't do such a thing. Camilla nodded, assuring she would start getting everything ready for heading to the Western Territory. Camilla then shifted the conversation, revealing some disturbing rumors she had heard in recent days. Tilly, curious, asked about the nature of these rumors. Turned out, among the witches, some believed that, as their ancestors had once built a vast empire ruling over all ordinary people, they should copy the Federation and establish an organization with witches in the ruling position, to restore their ancestors' formal glory. Tilly immediately thought of the Bloodfang. Camilla shook her head, explaining that the Bloodfang witches believed in strength more than anything. People like Ithie, Shadowfeather, and Nightfall, and many of its original members were actually among the first to volunteer to support the city of Neverwinter. The source of the rumor, Camilla discovered, was other witch organizations. Tilly reflected on this, considering that Slumbering Isle itself was composed of various small groups, although none of them were as powerful as the Bloodfangs. Camilla asked if they should talk to the leaders of these groups, and Tilly shook her head. She believed that once everyone moved to the Western Territory, they would realize the Federation was nothing but history, and a new life awaited them.
After Camilla left, Ashes approached Tilly, urging her to relax.
If they made a mistake, they could always return to Slumbering Isle. Ashes reassured her with a light laugh, telling Tilly that Roland would never harm them.
Because the Witch Union wouldn't stand by and let that happen. Ashes didn't want to see Tilly constantly under immense pressure.
Tilly shook her head and clenched her fist, knowing she had to convince herself first to persuade others.
She couldn't show any hesitation or confusion.
Despite her outward confidence, it was impossible to say she wasn't a bit uneasy. Roland's agreement to let the sleeping spell continue managing the witch's relocation clearly showed his attitude, but Tilly worried whether the witches from Slumbering Isle could integrate well into the city of Neverwinter and how the ordinary people's perception of witches would really change after the Third Divine War. She felt the weight of everyone on Slumbering Isle's future on her shoulders. Changing the subject, Ashes asked if the ships were ready to sail.
Tilly nodded and shared that she had also prepared many textbooks for Ashes.
Ashes stepped back, waving her hand, clearly terrified by the textbooks, saying that reading on a ship would make her seasick.
Tilly smiled and countered, if Ashes wants to protect her, she then needs to become stronger, and how can she do that without more knowledge? Ashes, convinced, agreed to read the textbooks.
Seeing this, Tilly felt a little less troubled. Returning to the city of Neverwinter, the weather had gradually become colder, yet snow was still absent, a significant delay compared to previous years.
However, this was good news for the city of Neverwinter. With sufficient grain, weapons, and established transport routes, Roland felt confident in any endeavor. Axe knocked and entered, then saluted.
Roland called him over, opening a map, and asked Axe if he was interested in visiting his homeland during the winter. Axe's usually stoic face lit up with rare excitement, realizing that his king was planning a campaign to the Southern Territory.
After discussing with Axe the battle plan, Axe left the room and Nightingale emerged from the mist. She didn't understand why Roland chose this time to wage a war in the Southern Territory.
Roland, aware of her concerns, explained that based on last year's month of the Demon's Scale, 1,000 First Army soldiers is enough to defend the city walls. To be extra cautious, he left 2,500 soldiers behind to defend the city walls.
With the recruitment of a new reserve force, the city of Neverwinter should be secure. Barav then approached, presenting the finalized contract of the Joint Trading Guild.
Roland was pleased with it, especially surprised to find a mathematical equation included by one of Barav's disciples. Turned out that instead of a complex calculation, this equation aptly represented the agreement, and was accepted by all merchants for its accuracy. Barav seized the moment to flatter Roland, who was pleased to realize the practicality of mathematical knowledge in finance and administration. Roland then inquired about the current population, to which Barav replied that the city of Neverwinter had reached 110,000 residents. Seizing the opportunity, Barav complained about Edith's recent disappointing performance, citing her lack of experience in commercial trade terms.
Nightingale, hidden in the mist, informed Roland that Barav wasn't telling the truth.
Barav, unaware of Nightingale around, continued, almost drifting into a reminiscent mode about his time in the old capital and his past experiences.
Roland quickly cut him off, suggesting if that's the case, then Barav should mentor Edith more.
Barav was slightly taken aback and wanted to say more, but Roland firmly ended the discussion with a light-hearted comment. Roland also informed Barav of his plans to campaign in the south and that he would entrust him with the specific battle plans and arrangements.
Barav nodded earnestly, promising to handle it well. After Barav left, Nightingale appeared, commenting that Barav's words about Edith were not true.
Roland was unconcerned, noting that condemning or punishing Barav on this matter would only deter him from openly challenging Edith. For the balance within the city hall, someone needed to keep restraining Edith, and currently, only Barav could. Nightingale was puzzled about why Roland felt the need to restrain Edith if it was clear that Edith was capable of managing the city hall.
Roland hesitated, struggling to find a reason. Was he worried about her gaining too much power?
But as the king, he could replace her anytime.
Was it fear of her mismanagement or altering decrees? Shaking his head, Roland couldn't justify his actions except for the sake of checks and balances of power. He had always disliked this approach. Ironically, now as the king and in full power, he had subconsciously resorted to it. Nightingale's reminder made him realize he was gradually becoming the type of person he once despised the most. Taking a deep breath, about to thank Nightingale, Nightingale suddenly pointed outside, telling Roland it was snowing. Roland turned back to see the gray sky slowly filling with numerous white specks. He watched intently, aware that the month of the demons had arrived. Meanwhile, in the Hermes' holy city, Taefun sighed deeply, his dark circles evident of recent sleepless nights. He couldn't fathom how the church's elite force, the God's punishment army, had been defeated. The pure ones all vanished without a trace, and the whereabouts of Pope Main were unknown. It was only later he discovered Main was never the old Pope's chosen successor. The crown was passed to the pure 1-0 instead. Now with the month of the demon's arrival, how would the church stop the demonic beasts? Pouring himself a cup of tea, Taefun realized the church's power alone was insufficient. He needed to rally the Wolfheart and Eternal Winter's nobility. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of swords clashing. Approaching the window, he looked down to see a fight had broken out below. The door suddenly burst open, and a captain of the Pope's personal guard entered, followed by 10 God's punishment warriors, urging Taefun to leave immediately. Taefun loudly questioned how the invaders had breached their defenses. The captain explained that the enemy had emerged from deep within the caves. Taefun recalled those caves, asking himself, weren't the cave just a series of large and small holes? With immense shock and confusion, he followed the captain through a secret door. Stepping out of the passage, his heart sank instantly. He saw 8 enemies standing with their swords, as if they had known this was the secret passage's exit. But it was the sight of one man's face that caused Taefun's blood to freeze. The man in front of him was the very church's warrior who later underwent the ritual to become the soulless God punishment warrior, but Taefun remembered that this warrior had died. The blue-haired man remarked he never thought he'd set foot in the holy city again, mocking that the successors of the Acris legacy had ended up this miserable. Taefun, in disbelief, asked what kind of monster he was. The blue-haired man laughed, saying he was no other than the warrior the church created using witches' blood and stone of God punishment. However, they seemed to miss the most crucial step, resulting in a soulless God punishment warrior. Without explaining further, they slowly closed in on Taefun, who watched in horror as his God's punishment warriors charged at the enemies. However, their adversaries were also God's punishment warriors, seemingly even stronger. They quickly and tactically overcame Taefun's forces. Kneeling on the ground, Taefun pleaded for his life, claiming that without him, the holy city would fall, and the 4 kingdoms would face disaster. The blue-haired man isn't going to be fooled by Taefun's words, as he is fully aware of what the demonic beasts are truly after. Taefun crawled backward, not understanding what the man meant. The blue-haired man chuckled, noting that this so-called archbishop hadn't even seen the relic. Before Taefun could respond, he felt a chill at his neck, the world spun, and then darkness consumed him. One of the men, who was standing by the blue-haired man's side having killed Taefun, suggested they should get on with their actual task. Another reminded him to stop the bleeding first. The man then realized he was injured on his abdomen. He cursed the lack of any feeling in his body. As he removed his armor, one commented that such a body would fetch at least 50 gold back into Kara. Another, covering his face, admitted he couldn't bear to recall their days in Takira. Compared to their life before, they felt like they were imprisoned. Suddenly, the one treating the man's wound leaned in close to his muscular chest, expressing a desire to experience the taste of man again, willing to pay any price to marry him as a husband. The others shared their wishes, some longed for a delicious steak, others yearned to bask in the sun. Although they were all tall, muscular men, their expressions and tones were surprisingly feminine. Most of you should know what's going on by now. The God punishment warriors are now possessed by the Takira witches' spirits from 400 years ago. From now on, we will refer to them using female pronouns addressing them. After their playful banter, one of them sternly reminded the group not to forget the purpose of their mission.
They all stopped their jesting and proceeded seriously towards the top of the secret chamber.
Reaching the top, they entered a secret chamber.
Apart from a magic stone emitting a faint blue glow, the room was empty. One of them pulled out a hammer and began smashing the wall, quickly uncovering something. They worked together and torn the wall down. They broke through to another secret chamber behind the wall, housing a large, deep red crystal. This was the relic they were looking for. The blue hair, her name is Zoe, recalled Pasha's warning, telling the others to be cautious while moving the relic, not to lose focus, and to avoid connecting with the gods. The two of them carefully held the relic, walking slowly out. The relic was trying to establish a connection with them. One of them knew she needed to divert her attention, unsure whether to think of men, delicious food, or something else. Suddenly, a voice intruded into her mind, compelling her to look at the relic, promising to give her everything. She turned to Zoe but found her eyes void of life, almost as if her soul was sucked out. Not knowing what happened but determined to save Zoe, she stared intently at the deep red crystal, feeling her soul being sucked into it. She found herself in a space with 4 huge images, nothing else.
Calling Zoe's name yielded no response.
She forced herself to calm down and focused on the images. One showed a demon in exquisite armor sitting, then suddenly walking towards her. She frankly walked backward, while the image behind her was a massive eyeball with 3 pupils, which suddenly extended numerous tentacles towards her. As they pulled and tugged, she felt pain and realized she had reverted to her real body. While she is being pulled, she sees the 3rd image showing her in the god's punishment warrior's body, with Zoe dragging her away. In an instant, everything vanished, and she was back in the secret chamber. Blinking a couple of times, she looked at Zoe and wondered if it was all a dream. Zoe angrily gritted her teeth and scolded her for connecting with the gods. She explained that she saw Zoe motionless and thought she was in danger, but Zoe angrily retorted that it was all an illusion created by the gods and that she would have been trapped forever if not for Zoe pulling her out of the chamber. She took a few seconds to reflect on the experience. It felt too real to be an illusion and seemingly had nothing to do with gods.
Another member of the group then asked, what should they do now? Zoe urgently instructed the group to move the relic quickly, warning that the demonic beasts, with their ability to infiltrate any space, would soon find them in the cave. Meanwhile, on a boat drifting at sea, Amy excitedly ran into the cabin holding a handful of snow and presenting them to number 76. This was her first time seeing this much snow. Number 76 smiled at Amy, but her thoughts drifted to Dakira, a place never short of snow. Another witch entered, carrying herbs, and cautioned Amy not to disturb number 76, who was still recovering from her injuries. Number 76 shook her head, assuring Amy that once she was healed, they would play with snow together in the Western Territory. Broken Sword came to change number 76 patch, warning that it would be quite painful. Number 76, putting on a brave look, insisted she could endure it. After finishing applying the herbs, number 76 lay back, sweating profusely, and thanked the witches. Amy wiped her forehead with a towel, saying it was they who should be the ones saying thank you. Broken Sword nodded in agreement. York then entered, immediately noticing the pungent smell of the herbs, jokingly comparing it to a shithole. Number 76 laughed, explaining it as a tradition. People believed that the stinkiness would drive the bad stuff away. Of course, her swift recovery was credited to the extraordinary body of the God's Punishment Army, not the medicine itself. Before returning to the Northern Territory, number 76 had to seriously injure herself to the point of seeming near death in the eyes of others. To make it convincing, she had to increase her heart rate to raise her body temperature, accelerate blood flow, and induce sweating. Her trembling limbs and expressions were so convincing that no one could tell she was faking. However, she needs to keep this to herself. Number 76 smiled at York, who had visited her every day during their long journey. After some conversation, he grew unusually silent. Tentatively, number 76 asked if York wanted her to serve him. York earnestly replied that after everything they had been through, he had said many times that number 76 was no longer a servant but a free citizen of Grey Castle. He added softly, emphasizing that she was still injured,
and said he is not one of those sick bastard upper-class nobles with weird fetishes.
Number 76 chuckled and then asked York if he had anything to say to her.
At her question, York's expression shifted subtly. He scratched the back of his head before asking what number 76 planned to do after they reached the city of Neverwinter. York expressed his hope that she would come to him if she faced any difficulties. He emphasized that he did not want her to continue serving others or to remain as a maid. Before leaving, York reassured her that everything would be better once they reached the city of Neverwinter. Number 76 was somewhat surprised. Had York hesitated all this time just to say these words? Touched by his concern, she smiled and thanked York. Looking at the ring in her hand, number 76 thought to herself that only by finding the chosen one could things truly start to improve. Only by defeating the demons could there be hope for the future. Several days later, they finally arrived at the city of Neverwinter. Everyone gathered in number 76 room. Amy was excited, the other two witches were hesitant, number 76 was expressionless, and Annie was visibly anxious, frequently glancing out the window. Outside, the lively sound of the bustling city filled the air, and number 76 wondered why it was so bustling despite being winter. Annie looked towards the dock and saw only 3 women, who didn't seem to be there, just to capture them. Amy stood up excitedly, but Annie remained vigilant, signaling everyone to follow her gaze and gestures. Soon, the cabin door was knocked, and Wendy, leading Nightingale and Leaf, entered with a welcoming smile. She introduced herself and welcomed everyone to the city of Neverwinter. Their unexpected hospitality caught everyone off guard. Number 76 thought to herself how even in Takara, the welcome for new witches wasn't this casual, and she was surprised that the leading witch didn't inquire about their abilities first. Just then, number 76 noticed one of the witches, a beautiful blonde, looking intently at her, as if seeing through everything.
Number 76 acted timidity and looked away. Annie interrupted Wendy, asking why didn't she start by asking for their abilities.
Wendy replied softly that the ability test was usually scheduled 3 days later, and they must be tired from their journey, suggesting they rest first.
Annie remained tense and asked what would happen if the test showed they were of no use.
Wendy assured her gently that in the city of Neverwinter, both the Witch Union and King Roland acknowledged that there was no such thing as a useless ability. Wendy understood their fears, shared by many witches who joined the city of Neverwinter, and reassured them that no one would be forced to do anything, including joining the Witch Union.
Annie was taken aback, asking for clarification.
Wendy patiently explained that even if they chose not to serve the king, they could live as ordinary people in the city of Neverwinter.
This revelation surprised everyone, with Annie seemingly in disbelief.
Wendy then took Annie's hand to reassure her, promising to explain everything gradually. Number 76 thought this environment was perfect for nurturing high-awakening witches and planned to seek a private conversation with the Witch Union sometime, potentially turning them into a branch of Takara. Broken Sword timidly asked Wendy and referred to her as Lady Wendy, what kind of work witches do in the city of Neverwinter. Wendy, pleased to be asked about the city of Neverwinter, told them they didn't need to call her lady, as everyone here refers to each other as sisters. She explained that the work was related to their abilities, and they could find jobs suited to their skills. Hearing that there were witches with healing abilities, Amy's voice perked up with excitement. Nightingale looked at Wendy, who nodded in response and then encouraged everyone to introduce themselves and share their stories. Number 76 sensed the flow of magic around her, suspecting the blonde witch, Nightingale, might be using a power to detect lies. Confident in her ability to deceive, number 76 was not worried about being exposed. Starting with Amy and then moving to Annie, Hero, and Broken Sword, each person briefly shares their past. During this, Wendy asked several questions, and Leaf recorded everything in her notebook. When the questioning ended, Nightingale's gaze turned to number 76. Nightingale didn't detect any magic core in number 76, indicating she wasn't a witch. Amy introduced number 76 as their friend who helped them stall the Kingdom of Dawn's pursuers. Number 76 presented her story and past, and in the end, no one showed any sign of suspicion. Wendy thanked number 76 for saving the witches and welcomed her to the city of Neverwinter. Number 76 expressed her gratitude. At that moment, Leaf suddenly asked about the ring on number 76's chest, catching her off guard. Number 76 was surprised by the question, however, she did not show anything on her face. She then acted scared and slowly said she stole a ring from the expedition she used to work for. She then took the ring off and handed it to Leaf. The group examined the ring, and number 76 realized she had underestimated the witches. Leaf noted that the magic stone in the ring was unusual. Number 76 explained that the exhibition often showcased what they found within the ancient ruins with magical powers for sale, and occasionally they would. She didn't finish her sentence. Wendy asked her to continue. It was then they were told that the exhibition would occasionally auction witches. Upon hearing this, everyone reacted with fear and then undisguised anger. Amy added that she was nearly sold to a noble at such an exhibition before York rescued her. Nightingale approached with a cold tone, assuring Amy that those responsible would eventually be punished. Number 76, maintaining her timid demeanor, added a comment about the ring. Leaf returned the ring to number 76, noting that Miss Agatha would be interested in it. The name sounded familiar to number 76, but she couldn't remember it off the bat. Wendy reassured everyone that things would get better in the city of Neverwinter, where they were safe. She spoke of King Roland's belief in an era where witches and ordinary people would coexist peacefully, free from the fear of being captured. Although still a tinge of suspicion, this message eased some of their anxieties. Number 76 slowly moved onto a stretcher and was carried out of the cabin by the sailors. As she left the ship, she finally saw the full view of the dock. Even in heavy snow, the activity was bustling, and the ships were unlike anything they had seen before. Wendy beamed with pride at everyone's fascination. Back at the diplomatic building, Nanoa was waiting for them. Wendy introduced Nanoa, who then used her ability to assess Hiro's condition. Unfortunately, Nanoa couldn't regenerate Hiro's legs unless they still had the severed limbs for reattachment. Amy, disappointed, asked if they needed to find new legs for Hiro. Nanoa nodded, explaining that freshly severed ones would be best. Hearing such words from a sweet-looking girl made the witches shiver. Wendy playfully scolded her, telling her to not say such a terrifying thing, but Nanoa innocently explained that her statement was true. She recounted experiments ordered by Roland, such as swapping a rooster's wings with a hawk's to see if the rooster could fly, and swapping limbs between frogs and rats, or the bodies of cows and sheep. Nanoa also invited the new witches to visit the lab if they were interested, which they quickly declined. Only number 76 seemed to be interested and wanted to know the results. Nanoa continued, explaining that initially, most experiments failed. However, once Lily joined, the success rate increased. But even then, the reattached limbs largely lost their function, and she had to cut them off and put them back. Wendy hurriedly covered Nanoa's mouth to prevent further unsettling stories. The group exchanged awkward glances, unsure how to continue the conversation. Wendy smiled and reassured them that a solution for Hiro's legs would be found someday. She patted Nanoa's head, asking her to focus on healing number 76's injuries first. Nanoa used her ability and healed number 76 quickly. She then looked up in surprise and remarked it was unusual for someone to remain conscious after such a significant healing process. Usually, people would be very tired or fall asleep immediately. Number 76 was startled and about to explain, but Amy interrupted, tugging on Wendy's dress and requesting that her legs be used for Hiro's treatment. Amy wished to offer her legs to Hiro. Her ability was self-healing. She theorized that even if her legs were severed, they might grow back. Upon hearing this, Hiro hurriedly told Amy, "Don't do it." But Amy was willing to give it a try. Annie came over, gently placing her hand on Amy's shoulder, and softly told her that even if she helped Hiro stand up again, Hiro wouldn't be happy after seeing Amy getting hurt. Suddenly, Nanoa spoke up, urging them not to argue, as she had a better idea. Nanoa mentioned that she had just turned 16 this year and they just had to wait 2 more years. By then, on the day of becoming of age, her ability would likely become stronger and possibly evolve to gain new abilities.
She cheekily suggested that by then, not only Hiro could grow a new pair of legs, but giving Hiro another extra pair of legs wouldn't be a problem. The tense atmosphere dissipated and everyone chuckled. Ability evolution was an unfamiliar term to the new witches. Manhwa gave the textbook definition that it involved the condensation of magical energy within the body, transforming into something entirely new. Wondered if they hadn't seen it yet. Manhwa then smiled, saying, "Anyway, it's absolutely amazing, and if everyone studied hard, everyone could evolve new abilities." Listening to the young girl's enthusiastic explanation, 76 was shocked. If she hadn't misunderstood, the so-called ability evolution mentioned was precisely what was known as a high awakening. But she felt as if she was listening to some fantastical tale. Somehow the Witches' Union had several of these high awakening witches. In any case, this must have meant that the chances of encountering a chosen one seemed much higher. As night descended, after Roland had fallen asleep, Nightingale slipped into the mist, quietly leaving the castle. She headed towards the diplomatic building. The inspection during the afternoon hadn't revealed anything unusual. All four witches seemed normal, the only person who intrigued her was 76. Everything 76 said was truthful, yet something felt off. While everyone else had drifted off to sleep, the light was still on in 76's room. She was sitting at the edge of her bed, playing with a ring in her hand under the candlelight. Nightingale couldn't find anything suspicious about the ring and thought she might just be overly suspicious. Half an hour later, seeing 76 fell asleep, Nightingale left the room and extinguished the candle before she left. Soon, the room became very quiet. 76, observing the change in her ring, knew the person had left the room. Just half an hour earlier, she had seen a strong bright light through her ring and immediately knew someone was in her room, and likely to have an invisibility ability, and was very powerful. She believed that it must have been a high awakening witch. Her combat power seemed to second only to the top 3 seats during the Federation. Either way, she had found her first high awakening witch. She stood up and opened the window, and though the chilling wind and snow swiped her face. However, just then, something unexpected happened. The ring in her hand suddenly began to tremble, as if resonating with something. Looking towards the castle, 76's heart thundered, and she stood frozen in place. She had never seen such a powerful beam of light. Clasping her hands tightly, she prayed that she had finally found the chosen one. Meanwhile, Roland found himself back in the dream world, yawning as he brushed his teeth in the bathroom alongside Zero. Seeing their reflections in the mirror, one tall and one short, squeezed in front of the narrow sink, Roland laughed and suddenly found the dream quite amusing. Zero turned to ask what Roland was laughing about. Roland jokingly said he was laughing at Zero's short stature. Zero pouted and kicked Roland on the legs. She then told him to dress up properly since today was her parent-teacher meeting. Since Zero's parents weren't around, Roland needed to attend. Watching Zero comb her hair, Roland suggested that twin ponytails would suit her better, only to be promptly pushed out of the bathroom by Zero. Shaking his head, Roland waited until Zero was ready, backpack slung over her shoulder. She had changed into a black short-sleeved shirt paired with a skirt, complemented by white stockings and sneakers, giving her a youthful and charming look. Her soft white hair was tied into twin ponytails resting on her shoulders, making her look incredibly cute. Upon arriving at the school, Roland was greeted with a crisp female voice saying, "You again?" He turned his head to find that it was Garcia sitting next to him. Roland pointed to the Zero's Guardians sign on the chair. Garcia, noticing the name on the note, then sat down. Roland curiously asked her if she had a child, to which Garcia coldly replied that it was her cousin. For some reason, Roland felt that Garcia's attitude towards him had changed since their first encounter. Although still impatient, she seemed to be much nicer to him. Soon, the teacher began to talk. Garcia passed Roland a note asking if he was the martial fighter from earlier. Roland was puzzled about how she knew but didn't answer. Garcia then wrote another note insisting she could feel it and told him not to lie. Roland realized why Garcia's attitude towards him had shifted. He considered denying it but then thought better of it, hoping to learn more about this world from Garcia. Communicating through notes was cumbersome,
so they decided to talk properly somewhere else. They ended up at Garcia's house. Seeing pink rabbit slippers on the floor, Roland hesitated but eventually put them on. Garcia poured him a glass of water, and Roland asked about her cousin.
Garcia revealed she wasn't close to her cousin or, in fact, the entire family. She sees them as her enemies.
Roland was surprised to learn that Garcia's family, a prominent family, had always wanted to demolish this area to build skyscrapers and malls, and had even sent her cousin here to persuade Garcia to leave. Garcia found it strange that Roland didn't know anything about this, as it was common knowledge among the locals. Roland quickly made up an excuse. He then inquired about Garcia's recent competitions. Garcia explained that the purpose of these fights wasn't just to showcase martial arts or win prize money, but to combat what she called external corruption. Roland was slightly confused. Garcia further clarified that only martial fighters could fight the corrupted, and external corruption was the main reason for turning normal people into these corrupted beings. Roland gulped, a sense of unease rising within him. His dream world is being corrupted? Garcia added she would only reveal more if Roland joined the Martial Fighter Association, as not everyone with awakening abilities would side with the martial fighters. Roland felt a chill. In other words, if he was confirmed to have awakened abilities but refused to join the association, would he be seen as a natural enemy? Just then, Garcia's phone rang, and she went to another room to answer it. Roland immediately stood up, slipped off the bunny slippers, and walked barefoot to the end of the hallway. He entered the storage room, where he found the exact same metal door. Clearly, it had never been opened before. Roland took a deep breath and gently cracked open the door. The salty scent of seawater rushed into his nostrils, and the sound of the horns of the ship was loud and clear. The next morning, Roland woke up with excitement, energetically punching the air in his bed. He was correct, every resident in the apartment seemed to have a door leading to their fragmented memories. These doors likely connected to a place each person held dearest. Garcia's last memories were the green waterport, her life's work, and the starting point of her quest for power. Although Roland didn't enter the door, he later asked Garcia about it. However, Garcia seemed confused and clueless about what Roland was talking about. Perhaps in the apartment, only Roland could access these doors. After freshening up, Roland headed to the office where Wendy walked in, handing him information about the new witches. As Roland browsed through them, his eyes eventually settled on Annie's name. Nightingale reminded him that this might be the Annie that Iffy had mentioned. Annie was a very common name, but the information here clearly recorded her search for the blood fawn and was declined, making it highly likely the Annie they were thinking about. But confirmation would come a week later when Tilly and the others arrived in Neverwinter. Wendy expressed her happiness about Iffy and Annie finally going to reunite. Roland, however, thought otherwise, wondering how they would get along after their reunion. He can only hope that only time would heal everything. He then raised his head to inquire about the day's schedule from Wendy, who nodded and laid out the day's agenda. Roland asked Wendy to bring Lightning and Maisie along and then inquired about her opinion on 76. He sipped his tea. Normally a common folk who were redeemed slaves wouldn't attract his attention, but York had praised her highly. According to Wendy, 76 got along well with the four witches, and Wendy believed she wasn't a bad person, or else she wouldn't have sacrificed herself to save the witches. Roland agreed with this view and then asked Wendy what she thought about employing 76 at the witches' union. Wendy smiled and said if 76 was willing, she had no objections. Suddenly, Nightingale appeared and interrupted, advising Roland not to assign any position to her just yet. Puzzled, Roland asked Nightingale why. She hesitated, unable to pinpoint a reason, but felt something was off. Roland looked at Nightingale for a moment and then nodded, agreeing to put the matter aside for now. After Wendy bowed and left, Nightingale, appearing slightly worried, held Roland's hand. She apologized, wondering if she had overstepped. Roland patted her hand, understanding she was concerned about security. He pulled Nightingale closer and softly assured her that the safety of Neverwinter and himself was her responsibility, and she had done nothing wrong. However, Roland was curious if something had gone wrong during the previous inspection.
Nightingale, standing so close to Roland, felt a bit shy. She blushed while saying she had detected using her ability that what 76 said was truthful, but her reactions to strangers were not typical of a common slave. Nightingale needed more time to observe.
The next morning, in the diplomatic building, 76 entered the living room to find the witches already gathered. Amy greeted her cheerfully with a good morning, and they all sat down for breakfast at the round table.
Amy excitedly talked about the lavish breakfast.
76, seeing Amy's joyful face, feigned her smile and sat next to her, picking up a fork to eat. She still looked somewhat weak, but the sight of Amy and the others' smiling faces brought her back to Takira. This group of witches, who had struggled daily for survival, had finally found a sanctuary. Perhaps this place would soon become the new Takira, where the witches would rise again. Amy touched 76's cheek, noticing her dark circles, and asked if she hadn't rested well. 76 smiled and said she was too excited last night to sleep. Amy, concerned, suggested she should go back and get some more rest. However, 76 shook her head and mentioned her desire to join everyone later to familiarize the city of Neverwinter,
as she didn't want to be left behind alone.
Everyone nodded, and after chatting for a while, Wendy walked in, pushing a wheelchair that Anna and Soraya had worked overnight to make. This would allow Hiro to move freely within a limited area.
Hearing Anna's name, 76 was taken aback.
Manhwa had also mentioned this name, apparently one of the highly awakened witches. She was surprised that such a powerful witch would do something like this for an ordinary witch who had lost her legs. Wendy helped Hiro onto a wheelchair to help her get accustomed to it, and Hiro's voice was choked with emotion thanking Wendy. Wendy gently told her that there was no need to say thanks to the Witch Union, as everyone here is sisters. Annie came over, bringing up 76's desire to join them. She said if 76 was left alone, she would feel lonely. Wendy thought for a moment, then glanced at 76.
76 suddenly felt uneasy. Why was Wendy hesitating? Was the inspection not over yet?
Then, Wendy smiled and agreed to the request. Seeing the two of them, Annie seemed to sense something but didn't speak further. Wendy introduced the day's first destination, the core area of Neverwinter, the Northern Slope Mine. The witches were stunned.
76 wondered what was so interesting about a mine. Could it be that Wendy wanted to show them they'd be sent there if they didn't obey the rules?
However, according to Wendy, that wasn't the case, as Wendy explained that it was the heart of Neverwinter.
She quoted Roland, saying that whoever could produce more steel represented true justice.
Wendy smiled, assuring them it might sound like gibberish, but they would eventually understand.
As they left the diplomatic building, Wendy gave a brief overview of witch knowledge.
She first mentioned magical backlash, a common experience for all witches. Speaking of which, Wendy suddenly reflected on the sisters back in the association days and those who hadn't survived it. Then she spoke about the evolution of abilities after a witch reaches adulthood, including the potential to develop branch abilities and increased magical power. Amy asked several questions, and Wendy lovingly answered each one, affectionately patting the young girl's head. Wendy shared that this wasn't the endpoint for a witch's powers. They could continue to evolve without limit, independent of their original abilities, as long as they kept deepening their understanding of themselves and their magic. 76 was surprised, as it was obvious the four witches were hearing this for the first time. In Takira, everything mentioned here was common knowledge, so why had the church hidden this information? Had the witches that created the church in these past 400 years strayed from the will of Lady Acaris? When 76 looked up upon hearing Wendy's voice again, she surprisingly saw a communication magic seal. She thought it might have been found in one of the ancient ruins. Suddenly, 76's ring on her neck heated up. She looked up to see a blonde girl and a pigeon in the sky. They greeted the new witches and introduced themselves. Amy was incredulous to see a talking pigeon. Wendy extended her arm for the pigeon, and Maisie happily landed on her arms to perch on. When 76 learned that this pigeon was a highly awakened witch, she was momentarily stunned. To her shock, she watched as the pigeon affectionately rubbed against Wendy's cheek. Wait a second, could this really be a high awakened witch?
Back in Takira, high-awakened witches were in the upper echelon of the Federation. Could this seemingly silly pigeon really be a high-awakened witch? Amy marveled, after learning that Maisie was very powerful.
Maisie cooed a couple of times in response and flapped her wings as if saying that's right.
Lightning, not to be outdone, said that once she turns 18, she would definitely evolve into an even more powerful new ability.
Amy's eyes sparkled as she asked about Maisie's evolved powers.
Lightning suggested that Maisie could turn into a huge bird creature, very fierce but not as cute.
Upon hearing this, all of the witches were all curious. 76 on the side thought to herself how times had changed.
Why did the witches care about cuteness over fierceness?
The end goal of combat witches was how strong they were, not how they looked. She believed the witches here had got it all wrong. Perhaps their concept of high awakening might be entirely different from what she had in mind.
Although this question might slightly increase the risk of exposing her identity, 76 couldn't hold back her curiosity anymore.
She turned to Wendy and asked how to determine if a witch's ability had evolved.
Wendy explained that it's discernible through magical energy.
After a witch's ability evolves, her magic core inside their body will shape into a new form. For example, Maisie's magical core now took the shape of sprawling white wings.
76 was astonished, then nodded, recognizing what Wendy said as identical to that of the Federation.
It seemed the pigeon truly was a high-awakened witch.
She then questioned what Wendy's magical core looked like.
Learning that Wendy was still an ordinary witch without evolved powers surprised her even more. She couldn't believe that an ordinary witch had become the head of the entire witch union, and even high-awakened witches showed this much respect to her. She marveled once again at how much the times had changed. On their way, 76 noticed through her ring that neither Wendy, Lightning, nor Maisie were the chosen ones.
Upon entering the northern slope mine, the noise of bustling activity grew louder.
Workers were everywhere.
Lightning was the first to enter the mine, urging everyone to keep up.
Wendy paused to share the history of Border Town, including the struggles before Roland's arrival.
People couldn't cope with the month of the demons.
It all changed until Roland saved a witch named Anna and opened a new chapter of cooperation between witches and commoners. This place, Wendy proudly declared, was the real holy mountain for witches. After her brief history lesson, Wendy led them to meet Anna. Wendy called Anna the busiest witch in the Union and the only witch who had evolved her ability twice. 76's heart skipped a beat at this revelation. They passed a narrow path guarded by numerous guards and soldiers and arrived at a gate. Wendy explained it was Anna's workplace, secured by Roland to ensure her safety. 76 thought there might be a hint of surveillance in this so-called protection. Perhaps the lord of this place still didn't trust the witches. As the gate opened, a lively young girl, Ling, greeted Wendy. Wendy affectionately touched Ling's head, asking about her sister. Ling replied that Lucia was doing machine tool testing with Anna. Wendy introduced the new witches to Ling and Lucia. After learning that Lucia's ability had evolved at adulthood and her magical power was second only to Anna, and Lucia is one of the few witches in the Witches' Union that could utilize the Divine Seal imprint. 76 nearly stumbled. Amy curiously asked what the Divine Seal imprint was. Wendy patiently explained it was a weapon requiring immense magical power to use. Only 4 witches could light up the 4 magic stones on it, so Roland left it in the castle hall, and once they join the Witches' Union they can all test their magical power on the Divine Seal imprint. Wendy smiled, saying everyone was wondering who would be the 5th to light up all 4 stones. To 76, this sounded like a fantastical tale. She couldn't fathom how the Witch Union acquired the Divine Seal imprint. This was an item that back in the Takira era was untouchable except by the top 3 seats in the Federation. And somehow, in this isolated little place, 4 witches could activate it, and the lord of this place had the audacity to place such a powerful and dangerous yet treacherous item in the castle hall? Broken Sword's question interrupted her thoughts. She inquired how many in the Witch Union had evolved their abilities. Wendy counted on her fingers and cheerfully announced a total of 10. 76 lost count of how many times she has been stunned today. Just then, one of the doors opened, and Agatha walked out. After greeting Wendy, Agatha carried her tubes and beakers into another room. 76 was struck at the sight of the blue-haired witch. She suddenly remembered a moment from over 400 years ago, Takira's youngest high-awakened witch. Although she had forgotten her name, but Agatha's face had sealed in her memories. She couldn't believe Agatha had survived until now. Struggling to control her impulse to approach her, 76 knew she had to find Agatha and speak to her. As evening approached, Nightingale and Sylvie stood in the castle, gazing out the window. Sylvie saw 76 leaving the diplomatic building, leaping out from a second-floor window. Nightingale's intuition was right, there was indeed something amiss with 76. She instructed Sylvie to continue monitoring while she went to find Roland. After arriving at the office, Roland, intrigued, closed his book, surprised that an ordinary person managed to evade Nightingale's lie detection. Meanwhile, Sylvie kept reporting 76's movements until she stopped, seemingly waiting for someone, but without carrying any weapons. Nightingale began to analyze what 76's intentions might be. Sylvie continued reporting, urgently saying that 76's target seemed to be Agatha. Suddenly, in disbelief, she exclaimed that there was a Stone of God punishment reaction on 76. This news made both Nightingale and Roland anxious. As Roland instructed Nightingale to hurry to the scene. Minutes earlier, as Agatha finished her day's work and headed towards the castle, she suddenly sensed someone approaching her from behind. There shouldn't be anyone here at this time, so she didn't hesitate to turn and used her ability, freezing the intruder's feet. However, the ice first landed on the woman's legs and then vanished. Her heart sank, thinking this must have been the power of the Stone of God punishment, but something felt off. As the person in front of her steadily approached, Agatha braced herself for an attack. But the woman's actions stunned her. This person was performing a courtesy from the Takira era. Agatha couldn't help but ask who she was. 76 slowly said, "Greetings to you, the youngest high-awakened witch, Lady Agatha." The two entered a local tavern and headed upstairs. Agatha observed the bustling noise in the pub's main hall, surprised that 76 didn't choose a more quiet place. Once inside a room, 76 closed the door and bowed again to Agatha, explaining that pubs have always been great places for exchanging information and building connections. She poured a glass of wine for Agatha. 76 thought this place might lower Agatha's guard to some extent. More importantly, she wanted to make clear that she harbored no hostility towards Agatha herself, the city of Neverwinter, or the Witch Union. Her sole purpose was to find the chosen one. Agatha wanted to know how 76 found her. 76 had asked the new witches to ask Wendy and gathered information about Agatha's workplace, her return times to the castle, and her route back. When she learned that Agatha was part of the Witch Union, she decided to make contact. Agatha nodded, then set down her glass and asked if other witches like her had also survived. 76 fell silent for a moment, then shook her head, saying yes. However, they can no longer call themselves witches. Their bodies couldn't be preserved for hundreds of years, they had to find other ways to continue their existence. She admitted that she was a soul residing in a God punishment army warrior's body. Agatha then understood how 76 had made her abilities ineffective just minutes ago. 76 explained that this was Lady Acaris's ultimate product, were merging a witch with a powerful mortal to create a God punishment warrior capable of contending with demons. By transferring the witch's soul to the body at the final moment of the ritual, was the perfect product, the most powerful and extraordinary warrior. Agatha, deep in thought, closed her eyes and then put her drink down again, reflecting that she always knew Acaris's plan wouldn't be as simple as the previous God punishment warriors they met were nothing but soulless tools. She then looked at 76, her tone seemed to suggest that the survivors might not agree with this method. Before answering the question, 76 first wanted to ask Agatha something she considered very important. Agatha gazed at her intently and nodded for her to proceed. 76 asked if Agatha had informed the Witch Union about the demons, the Divine War, and the Witches' Union. Agatha nodded in affirmation. Excited, 76 inquired about their reaction. Agatha shared that everyone had accepted this reality and were all working hard and preparing for the Third Divine War. She also mentioned how the Witch Union had jointly defeated a magic slayer and several other demons. 76 felt a surge of excitement, realizing that the Witch Union shared the same goals as Takira, meaning she no longer needed to hide her identity. Without hesitation, 76 enthusiastically described what happened after the fall of Takira and her goal of searching for the Chosen One, who could activate a powerful instrument to obliterate all of the demons once and for all. And this very witch was currently in the castle. Agatha was momentarily stunned, hardly believing something like this was possible. 76 then removed her ring and handed it to Agatha, seeking her help. She explained the ring's purpose and the method to identify the Chosen One. Agatha put on the ring, glancing in a certain direction. After examining the ring, she seriously suggested to 76 that they should talk to the Lord of Neverwinter. 76 nodded and said she would find the time to talk with Wendy, then suddenly she paused, surprised, and asked, "The Lord of Neverwinter? The mortal king of this place?" Agatha nodded and said although Roland Wimbledon was seemingly ordinary, a bit clumsy, and a mortal being, he was indeed the core of the Witch Union. Agatha's lips curled into a smile, which puzzled 76. Agatha understood 76's concerns, as she had felt the same way initially. She briefly shared her insights and experiences in Neverwinter, and how she realized that without Roland, there would be no Witch Union, no city of Neverwinter, and Grey Castle would certainly unable to defeat the church. Recalling the day they defeated the demons and returned, and everyone hugged Roland at the dock, Agatha felt a warmth in her heart and a rare smile appeared on her face. She earnestly told 76 that any plans she had must be discussed with Roland. 76 was still hesitant, but Agatha chuckled, reassuring her that Roland knew more than she might expect. Agatha asked 76 to guess what Roland had told her when she first woke up to find that 400 years had passed and both the Federation and Takira no longer existed, leaving her heartbroken and lost. Agatha vividly recalled, saying that Roland turned around with a solemn tone and confidently told her that mortals could defeat the demons. 76 shook her head, thinking this was too. Before she could finish, Agatha interrupted, "Arrogant? Overconfident?" Agatha smiled, admitting she initially thought the same. But in reality, during her time with Roland, she saw hope, and all of the witches of Neverwinter were even more convinced of this. Roland was everyone's pillar of strength. She returned the ring to 76 and told her that whatever she and Takira planned for collaborating with the Witch Union, she would need Roland's approval. 76 was momentarily skeptical, unable to understand why Agatha, once a high and mighty figure from the Takira era, would place such trust in a mortal king. After a moment of silence, 76 said she would consider it. She stood up, bowed to Agatha again, and then left the room. After closing the door, Agatha spoke in a direction, saying she could come out now. Following her words, Nightingale emerged from the mist. Nightingale curiously asked how Agatha knew she was here, and Agatha explained it was through the ring 76 had given her. Agatha poured a glass of wine for Nightingale and discussed the ring's unique ability to see light pillars, noting that Nightingale's light illuminated half of the room. Nightingale nodded, realizing 76 must have also known she was here, but didn't mind revealing her identity. Nightingale asked if Agatha believed her story. Agatha smiled and nodded, but Nightingale pointed out that Agatha didn't take the ring. Agatha finished the cheap wine in one gulp, turned to Nightingale, and said earnestly that she hoped to guide 76 onto the right path. Nightingale was silent for a moment before vanishing into the mist again. Before leaving, she expressed her hope that 76 would make the right decision. Agatha smiled and said she believed she would. Returning to the diplomatic building, everyone gathered around the round table to discuss the day's experiences. After trying out the chaos drinks for the first time, they all praised Evelyn. Amy mentioned that Evelyn is also a high awakened witch, and her drinks are incredibly delicious. She told 76 it was such a pity she missed it. Instead of continuing the conversation as she would usually do, 76 took a deep breath and then pulled out an envelope. She earnestly told everyone that she is a surviving Takira witch from the hidden labyrinth ruin, and her real name is Phyllis. The real reason she is here is to speak with the Lord of the City of Neverwinter. Amy and the others widened their eyes in disbelief as if they'd thought they might have misheard. Despite their initial surprise, they were delighted to learn 76 was a witch just like them. Broken Sword curiously asked if Phyllis was her real name, to which she nodded. The reactions varied among the group, however, only Annie remained silent. Soon, Wendy arrived at the diplomatic building and escorted Phyllis into the castle, where she quickly met Roland and several other witches standing behind him. Phyllis placed her hand on her chest, slightly bowed, and introduced herself, revealing her true name and purpose. Roland, already briefed by Nightingale about 76's situation, was deeply interested in the hidden history from 400 years ago. Roland then invited Phyllis to sit down for a thorough discussion. Roland poured her a cup of tea, and before the discussion started, he emphasized the importance of understanding each other better if they were to unite against the demons. His first question was about how the Federation split into two factions. What was the real reason that caused the faction that created the church to relentlessly pursue witches? Why were they hunting their own kind? Roland had this question on his mind, especially after knowing about the existence of the perfect form of God's punishment army. Phyllis was quite surprised by the question, but she began to answer it nonetheless. She explained that before entering the labyrinth ruins underground, no one could have predicted things would turn out this way. Roland listened intently, his expression turning grave as Phyllis began to recount the events. Phyllis remarked that without those ruins, there would have been no God's Punishment Army project, and the remaining witches would have likely not survived. Unfortunately, they discovered it too late. According to Phyllis, they also found a method to transfer souls. At the same time, they also uncovered something else. It was because of these findings that the two leaders Natalia and Akris disagreed with each other, leading to the eventual split. Roland was curious about this so-called something else. What exactly did they find in the ruins? However, Phyllis shook her head, saying she couldn't reveal it unless Roland could find the chosen one. Then, Lady Pasha would personally speak to him. Roland, unfamiliar with the name, turned out Pasha was the next in line for the Federation's top 3 seats and a trusted leader among the surviving Takira witches. Roland still didn't understand why the factions split. If the perfect form of the God's Punishment Army meant that witches didn't need to die but existed in another form, why would Akris seek to hunt down the remaining witches? Phyllis shook her head, indicating that Roland had misunderstood. A bitter expression crossed her face as she revealed that the earliest vessel she used came from a failed God's Punishment warrior. It took her 50 years to control that body, and if she wanted to utilize weapons and combat skills, it would take her at least a century. But as more experiences they get, the gradually becomes easier when transferring into a new body. Roland voiced his thoughts, saying if that was the case, then Akris would need many of these God Punishment warrior bodies. Phyllis nodded, explaining that once a witch is able to live forever, transferring their souls onto a God's Punishment warrior will always be much stronger in every aspect than a newly transformed warrior. To continue this accumulation of combat experience and strength, more vessels were needed for soul transfer. Thus, these vessels could only be provided by weaker witches. Therefore, Akris needed to become the absolute ruler among the witches, allowing her to turn the weaker witches into disposable materials. Phyllis closed her eyes, seemingly very upset, and concluded that, under the threat of the upcoming Third Divine War, Akris got all of the top high awakened witches to support her. Most of the Federation's upper echelons had also approved her methods. If not for the new discoveries in the ruins, the God's Punishment Army project would have been the only viable survival strategy. Roland pondered for a moment. Based on his previous understanding of the God's Punishment Army and what Ashes had once said, there was almost no difference in strength, speed, and reaction between an extraordinary witch or a God Punishment warrior. The only difference was intelligence. If a God's Punishment warrior possessed a witch's intelligence, alongside hundreds of years of combat experience, and almost an eternal life, this would be very terrifying. Roland realized that if they ended up encountering these kinds of God's Punishment Army against the Church during the battle a few months ago, the outcome of the war might have been different. He then asked Phyllis how many God's Punishment warriors Akris planned to produce before the Red Moon. Phyllis bitterly responded, all of them.
Akris planned to turn all of the witches into god punishment warriors to fend off the demons.
Roland first thought how terrible an idea this was, while also didn't find this to be possible and figured there weren't enough vessels reserved for soul transfer. Phyllis nodded and mentioned there's another method to preserve souls. They would first transfer the witches' souls into a different container, and then what they called hibernate.
She regretfully informed that she could only divulge more once Pasha consented.
This made it difficult for Roland to continue the discussion. Phyllis was completely secretive about crucial information and unclear about how the Chosen One could defeat the demons. For some reason, she only wanted to find this Chosen One first. Even seeing her being extremely reserved, Roland still agreed to help to find the Chosen One. Phyllis began to explain how to find the Chosen One using a ring. Later in the afternoon, Roland gathered all the witches in the back garden. Led by Wendy, they walked through a corridor formed by olive trees to a small yard. The first witch tested was Agatha. After observing, Phyllis shook her head. It wasn't Agatha. After the test, Agatha didn't leave the corridor. She hoped to observe alongside Phyllis as she was also interested in the results. Phyllis then respectfully performed a traditional courtesy to Agatha, thanking her for her trust and assistance. Next was Echo, then Leaf, and lastly Anna. Unfortunately, none of them were the Chosen One. Though some of the light shown through the ring were extremely impressive, but they were still far from the light she had observed the previous night within the castle. Agatha found this quite odd, as the witches would not practice their powers in their rooms during the night. After thinking for a moment, she thought of something and asked Phyllis to hand her the ring.
If this person was truly inside the castle, Agatha knew Nightingale wouldn't let Phyllis enter the castle area during nighttime.
If the Chosen One was really in the castle, Agatha would help find her.
The night passed quickly, with Phyllis almost sleepless, anxiously awaiting the results.
Wendy and Agatha came to the diplomatic building, finding the bright light that Phyllis spoke of, but unsure if it signified the Chosen One. Phyllis nearly jumped up in excitement, convinced that was no doubt the Chosen One. She excitedly asked if the person was a High Awakening witch and wanted to know her name. However, the two didn't immediately answer, instead showing a mix of amusement and awkwardness. Agatha even coughed a few times, perhaps hinting at something. Phyllis felt as if she was hit by a truck. She stood up abruptly and asked if it was a he and not a she.
Wendy nodded, revealing the orange light emanated was from His Majesty Roland Wimbledon. Phyllis couldn't believe it. How could a mortal king be the Chosen One?
Agatha explaining that not just her, but Nightingale, Anna, Wendy, with everyone getting the same conclusion. Agatha later tested Roland with several magic stones, however, it turned out Roland bore no magical energy.
Wendy then asked if the Chosen One had to be a witch.
If Roland could become a hero who defeats the demons, it wouldn't be so bad after all, she added with a smile. Phyllis's heart sank, insisting that she hadn't seen any orange light from Roland previously. Agatha nodded, explaining that the light disappeared once Roland woke up, possibly due to Zero and the dream world. Phyllis, unfamiliar with these things, listened as Wendy briefly explained Zero's identity and speculated that the ring might have made an error because of this.
Roland suggested that if Phyllis wanted to verify, they could try again at noon during his nap.
Thinking for a moment, Phyllis picked up the ring, determined to see for herself. During the noon nap, the witches led Phyllis to Roland's bedroom, where she witnessed the orange light herself. Overwhelmed, she screamed and then fainted. When Phyllis regained consciousness, she found herself in a soft bed with Agatha on her side looking out for her. Agatha asked if she was okay. Phyllis took a deep breath, admitting she was just too shocked. She never imagined that after over 400 years of searching for the Chosen One, it turned out to be immortal. Seeing her expression, Agatha slowly said they might need to reconsider their view of the Chosen One and be more open-minded. Phyllis looked at her complicatedly, clutching her fist, fearing another failure after 2 consecutive losses over the Divine War. This was their last chance. Agatha interrupted her, earnestly saying if that's the case, then they can just defeat the demons once for all. Agatha didn't know what they had found or seen in the ruins nor why Phyllis and the Takira witches pinned their hopes on it. Instead of these unpredictable things,
why not believe in Roland?
Agatha remarked how Roland led witches and mortals alike, constantly creating weapons capable of defeating the demons. With everyone's strength, she believed even mortals could overcome the demons. Phyllis looked at her, wanting to retort, but found herself speechless after seeing the confidence on Agatha's face.
Agatha suggested that perhaps Phyllis and the other Takira witches should witness Roland's true power and the key he held. Phyllis was confused about what keys was Agatha talking about. Agatha smiled while saying Roland called it the key of arts.
Roland ascended the city walls, where the first army soldiers saluted him. Axe reported that things had been relatively quiet lately, with the demonic beasts appearing only in small hordes. Roland nodded, then shared his plan to stage a cannon demonstration on the city walls in the next couple of days. He wanted it to be very impressive, but without being too wasteful.
Axe pondered for a moment before asking if Roland intended to fake it. Roland couldn't help but laugh, noting that Axe was getting to know him better.
He shook his head, saying maybe not fully call it faking it, but he planned to mix reality with some illusion, using live ammunition for precision shooting and pre-buried gunpowder for demonstrating firepower. He asked if Axe understood his plan, to which Axe immediately nodded. Roland outlined his idea, emphasizing the importance of making the final explosion the most spectacular, for which Axe could prepare extra gunpowder.
Roland reflected on the morning's events, finding it somewhat funny.
He had woken up to find Phyllis collapsed on the ground next to him. Perhaps after 400 years of arduous searching, only to discover that a mere mortal was the chosen one she had been seeking was understandably hard for her to accept. He hoped that this cannon exercise might help change Phyllis's perspective. Axe expressed some concern that this might lead the artillery battalion to misunderstandings about the cannon's real capabilities in future battles. Roland waved off the concern, explaining that he was ready to phase out these outdated black powder weapons, like the earliest 12-pound field guns, which were no longer suitable for future combat. He excitedly mentioned that he already had plans for the next generation of weapons. Roland smiled, revealing that he had many weapon blueprints ready, but first, he wanted to create a versatile, portable weapon that could be carried by a few people, had considerable firepower, was simple in construction, and was easy to operate.
The weapon on Roland's mind was no other than the mortar. In the evening, Roland went to Anna's room.
After knocking on her room door and entering, he gently picked her up from behind and carried her to the bed, where they lay down together.
Roland wanted to continue talking to Anna about the dream world and his past life. He was well aware that Anna had always waited for him to open up. She never forced him and always patiently waited for him to share.
So, tonight, Roland decided not to keep anything from her, intending to share everything tonight. Roland began to explain that the dream world was constructed based on his memories from another world. Anna seemed to read his mind and asked about where Roland lived in his dream. Roland described it as a tall building, similar to an apartment where many people lived together, each with a modest-sized suite. He mentioned that his room was shared with someone she'd never guessed.
Anna suddenly asked if it was Zero. Roland coughed in surprise, wondering how she guessed it.
Anna then shared her analysis, reasoning that since Roland's dream world emerged after defeating Zero on the Soul battlefield, it made sense that the dream was partly related to her. She was concerned that Zero had attacked him again. Roland shook his head, explaining that Zero had become a child, lost all her memories, and was very sensible. Anna smiled, saying if that's the case, then Roland should take good care of her. Surprised, Roland asked why, saying it was just a dream. Anna held Roland's head, saying just like Roland had previously said, if there was no difference from reality, why bother distinguishing it as a dream? Roland marveled at Anna's unique way of thinking and continued their conversation. As night darkened, they eventually fell asleep together. In case anyone is wondering, nothing happened tonight. Anyway, back to the story. The following day, when Roland opened the door to his office, Barav and Edith were already waiting for him inside. Nightingale was lounging on a chair, reading a book, and munching on dried fish. Barav reported that the logistics for the southern offensive were complete, and the recruitment of reserve soldiers was going smoothly. He estimated that the total strength of the first army would reach 7,000 by the spring of next year. Barav was pleased, claiming that this force would be unrivaled in Grey Castle. Edith interjected, reminding Barav that they weren't just facing foolish knights and nobles. Barav seemed slightly displeased, but Roland smiled and agreed with Edith. They needed to prepare for the battle against the demons, and the army's expansion must continue. The more soldiers in the first army the better, as long as it didn't hinder production. Edith then curiously inquired about Roland's cannon exercise. She suggested allowing the residents of Neverwinter to watch, believing it would greatly boost their enthusiasm to enlist and instill confidence in the future fight against the demons.
Barav objected, questioning why would Edith involve civilians in such an event, fearing they might misconstrue the explosions as divine punishment.
Edith countered, asserting that with proper teachings no one would fear, even if people thought it as divine punishment they would still see it as under the king's control. She elaborated on her idea, considering limited seating, they could sell tickets at a low price to boost revenue. The audience would mainly consist of individuals aged 15 to 30, as they represented the future mainstay of Neverwinter. Edith had meticulously thought out the entire plan, and Roland was quite intrigued. What Edith brought up was very similar to a military parade. Deciding to proceed, he gave Edith the green light to implement it. In the bustling market, as May purchased some ingredients and passed through the square, she found it crowded with people. A man was announcing that His Majesty would hold a public cannon exercise in 3 days. May, curious, thought it must be another of the king's new ideas, something Carter would probably find interesting. Suddenly, May heard a faint sound of footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw a young girl holding 2 salted fish. The girl, lost for breath, handed the fish to May, insisting it was a token of gratitude that May must accept. Surprised, May learned that the girl had always wanted to meet her, believing her father would have been proud of May's performances. The girl's father, a First Army soldier, had died in battle. The girl and her mother had been sad for a long time, but after watching May's new play about heroes had given them new strength. Just like what happened in the play, those who sacrificed for their family and kingdom were honored as heroes by the king. And now the girl, now referred to as the hero's daughter by everyone, felt closer to her late father and shared how much she wished if she was a boy, so she could join the army just like her father. May was moved and asked if the girl wasn't afraid of the risks of battle. The girl shook her head, recalling the previous hardship when they would always need to migrate to the Canggu stronghold during the month of the demons. Many people died on the road, and even after arriving at the Canggu stronghold refugee camp, many could not survive the winter. The girl believed that because there are people just like her father who are willing to make the sacrifice, they can now live in peace. The girl then repeated a line from May's play, which echoed in May's heart. Smiling, May accepted the girl's gift. The girl waved happily and ran back home. May soon returned home and told Carter she wanted to see the cannon exercise too. Surprised, as May usually disliked violence, Carter was taken aback by her sudden interest. May teasingly asked if Carter didn't want her company, to which he immediately responded that he wished to be with her every moment. Blushing, May playfully asked whom Carter would prefer to be with, her or King Roland. Carter was momentarily at a loss for words, perhaps having never considered choosing between loyalty and love. May chuckled at his reaction. Holding Carter's face in her hands, she playfully said it seemed her status was comparable to the king's. Suddenly, May felt nauseous and rushed to the bathroom, leaving Carter concerned. He thought she might have caught a cold and quickly got dressed to call Lily over. May stopped him, a hint of blush on her cheeks, hinting at a different possibility. She suggested that Carter could ask Sylvie over. Realizing what was happening, Carter's eyes brightened, and he hurried out. Left alone, May touched her belly, thinking about the young girl she met that afternoon. This must be what hope feels like, she thought. The next day, when Roland learned the news of May's pregnancy at the dock, he congratulated the excited Carter, reminding him not to neglect his duties and promising him a long vacation before the baby's birth. Carter's face beamed with joy. Suddenly, Roland realized an important issue: did Neverwinter have a midwife? The chief knight, puzzled, asked what that was, as he never heard the term midwife before.
Roland realized that Neverwinter's healthcare was still rudimentary.
Despite Manhwa and Lily's presence, which nearly eliminated all disease and pain, he had delayed establishing a proper medical system.
But now, with hundreds of thousands of residents, a proper medical system is much needed.
Carter assured Roland not to worry about his situation, mentioning Roland's sister was arriving soon.
Not long after, a ship arrived at the dock.
Tilly, along with Andrea, Ashes, and others, returned to the Western Territory. Tilly removed her hood and greeted Roland.
Andrea then eagerly jumped in, asking Roland if there would be a welcome banquet this evening, her voice brimming with anticipation. Ashes coughed twice, subtly reminding Andrea to mind her manners. Roland chuckled and affirmed, saying winter was the perfect season for hot pot.
Andrea's eyes sparkled with delight, and she began to praise Roland and said no wonder Nightingale liked him, but her words were abruptly cut short as an invisible hand firmly covered her mouth. Ashes, holding her forehead, turned away as if she saw nothing, while Tilly looked somewhat surprised. She glanced at Roland and then at where Nightingale was, and Roland, with a smile, suggested they head back to the castle and continue their conversation there. Back at the castle, both parties shared their recent experiences.
Ashes was surprised to hear that Roland was the chosen one the Takira witches were searching for.
Tilly humorously teased saying, or, perhaps, the first male witch in history. With a shrug, Roland brought the conversation back to the topic at hand after the jokes subsided. He explained that the so-called chosen one was merely a term used by the Takira witches and that the specifics of their instrument and how it works needed further discussion with their leader. However, before that, he planned to conduct a canon exercise to restore the Takira witch's confidence. Ashes, recalling her first time seeing the weapons, added that it would also serve as a power demonstration. Roland highlighted that this exercise was also open to the public. He clenched his fist, hoping that once the townsfolk witnessed the power they had, they would be emboldened even in the face of demons. Andrea then suggested using demonic beasts as targets to make a more lasting impression. Roland thought for a moment, considering the idea. Andrea's proposal offered more spectacle, and nothing could be more exhilarating for the citizens of Neverwinter than seeing these longtime foes of the Western Territory annihilated by cannon fire. Andrea and Ashes volunteered to capture the beasts, while Iffy also offered to help. Wendy expressed concern about the dangers of capturing demonic beasts. Nightingale, seemingly eager to participate, reassured her that as long as they operated within Leaf's controlled area, there would be no danger. Tilly then proposed a warm-up competition before the cannon exercise. They would form 3 teams to see who could capture more demonic beasts, with a month's supply of chaos drink as the prize. Tilly was curious to see if this drink was really more delicious than the ice cream sandwiches. She also suggested having Phyllis participate, which surprised Roland. Tilly believed it would give Phyllis a first-hand understanding of the power behind Roland's weapons. Roland, looking at the expectant faces of Ashes and the others, nodded in agreement. After finalizing the plan to hunt demonic beasts, everyone gradually left. Iffy, headed straight to the 3rd floor of the diplomatic building, paused before knocking on a door, recalling how Roland had asked to speak with her alone just half an hour earlier. In a gentle tone, Roland reminded Iffy about her friend Annie, whom she had mentioned before joining the Blood Fong. Iffy nodded, puzzled as to why he was bringing this up. Roland then revealed that among the witches from Wolfheart, there was one named Annie whose story closely mirrored the Annie Iffy had spoken of. Iffy's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, whispering, "Is this really true?" Her expression was a mix of joy and guilt, seemingly afraid that Annie might not forgive her. Roland gave her Annie's room number and left it to Iffy to decide what to do next. Roland chose to not make this a surprise, as he was unsure of Annie's feelings towards Iffy. With the room number in mind, Iffy slowly approached the door, her steps growing hesitant as she neared. The fear of Annie's potential non-forgiveness weighed heavily on her. What if Annie couldn't forgive her? What would she do? Standing at the door, Iffy hesitated to knock. Suddenly, Shadowfeather and Nightfall appeared. "I knew you'd be like this," Shadowfeather said, with Nightfall looking breathless from the sprint. It seemed they had come out of concern for Iffy. Shadowfeather and Nightfall, having overheard part of Iffy's conversation with Roland, saying of course they need to look after Iffy, joked about guarding the door and locking it in case Roland tried to coerce Iffy. Iffy let out a helpless smile, saying how can Shadowfeather call that looking after? The jokes made her feel slightly relieved. She jokingly asked if they came to laugh at her, to which Shadowfeather shrugged with a smile saying maybe. As Iffy hesitated, Shadowfeather suddenly pounded on the door a few times and quickly ran away, leaving Iffy startled but with no choice but to face what lay beyond the door. Shadowfeather then turned to Iffy, advising her to just speak what she had on her mind. As the door creaked open, a tall witch appeared in front of her. It was Annie. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Annie, seeing the girl before her, overlapped her with the memory of little Iffy. Tentatively, she asked, "Are you Iffy?" Iffy felt as if she had returned to the past, once again becoming that helpless and wandering girl. Tears began to stream down her face, memories flashing in her mind. Unable to hold back any longer, Iffy embraced Annie. She first sobbed softly, then cried loudly, apologizing to her repeatedly. Annie was initially stunned. When she opened the door, she didn't immediately recognize the witch standing outside, though she looked familiar. It was only when Iffy embraced her, crying and apologizing, that Annie recognized her. Seeing Iffy's uncontrollable weeping, any resentment Annie held towards Iffy seemed to dissipate. She remembered how thin and timid Iffy used to be. How could that very timid girl be able to stand up to the Blood Fawn's orders? Annie sighed deeply, gently wrapping her arms around Iffy, telling her that she no longer blamed her. Hearing this, Iffy trembled slightly and wept even louder. It took a long time for her emotions to stabilize. As the other witches approached, Annie, looking at the Iffy who had fallen asleep in her arms and then turned to Amy and the others, made a decision. She told them she was going to sign a contract with Wendy and serve the king. Standing atop the city wall, Roland watched the participating witches. He reminded everyone that the demonic beast hunt was about friendship first, competition second, and safety above all. The rules were simple: capture as many demonic beasts as possible while confining them in cages and return before sunset. He sternly added that anyone straying beyond Leaf's monitored area would be disqualified. As the contest began, Lightning and Maisie were the first to soar into the sky towards the misty forest. The teams consisted of Maisie and Lightning from Neverwinter, Andrea and Ashes from Slumbering Isle, and Agatha and Phyllis from Takara. With everyone off the wall, Tilly asked Roland who he thought would win. Roland speculated that Lightning and Maisie might have the edge due to their speed, despite not being as strong in combat as the others. Tilly, smiling, proposed a bet. Curious, Roland asked what the wager was. Tilly bet on Slumbering Isle's team, saying if she won, she wanted Roland to set up a fund to give half of the Chaos Drink revenue to reward witches who made significant contributions to the city's development. Roland, having similar plans, readily agreed and asked what if Tilly lost. Tilly, looking serious, said she would then stay in Neverwinter. Roland, surprised, glanced at her, realizing she wasn't joking. Tilly's eyes twinkled mischievously as she added that Roland might not win. Nightingale, appearing out of the mist, whispered in Roland's ear that she thought the same. Surprised, Roland turned to her, and she informed him that Andrea's ability had evolved. Meanwhile, in the forest, the trees swayed as Leaf merged with the environment, monitoring the entire area while communicating with everyone. Leaf informed the Slumbering Isle team that a boar-type demonic beast was located 125 meters ahead to their left. Andrea, still getting used to Roland's new units of measurement, began to calculate with her fingers. Ashes rolled her eyes, removed her great sword from her back, and said she could already hear the footsteps. Soon, a black shadow emerged in the dense forest, a boar-type demonic beast sprinting towards them. Andrea told Ashes not to attack, as a single strike of hers would surely kill it. Blowing a whistle towards the beast, she provocatively called it towards her. The boar exhaled puffs, its crimson eyes fixed on Andrea, who seemed to be taunting it. The boar soon changed its target and charged at her. Andrea remained still, extending her hands with her index fingers and thumbs open, making a diamond shape. She could see the boar getting very close when suddenly, a powerful gust of wind burst from her palms. The boar, as if hitting an invisible wall, was flipped into the air and crashed to the ground, twitching with its limbs in the air, and then fainted. Andrea, with a smile, said that Ashes could handle the transportation. Ashes didn't want to do the dirty and laborious job, but Andrea reminded her that they represented Slumbering Isle in this competition, and if they lost because of Ashes would certainly embarrass Lady Tilly. Hearing this, Ashes took the matter more seriously, hoisted the boar, and quickly ran towards the cage under the city wall.
Once Ashes was gone, Andrea looked up into the forest and asked Leaf to inform her of the next demonic beast's location.
Leaf informed Andrea that there was another beast 450 meters away, but asked if Andrea planned to wait for Ashes. Andrea considered it, then decided it would be too slow, assuring Leaf that she could handle it alone. She started calculating the distance of 450 meters and began running, asking Leaf to inform Ashes of her location later. Meanwhile, in the Takara team, Phyllis looked at Agatha walking ahead and apologized, not expecting Roland to involve Agatha in such an activity. Agatha, however, didn't mind, seeing it as a good opportunity to get some exercise.
Phyllis still felt uneasy, as Agatha was the youngest high-awakened witch in Takara. Following behind Agatha, Phyllis timidly suggested they just catch a few demonic beasts casually and call it a day. However, Agatha immediately dismissed the idea. Phyllis, puzzled, reminded her that Roland had emphasized friendship over competition. Agatha shook her head, explaining that although everyone agreed, their true intentions could be seen from everyone's expressions. Despite the talk of friendship, none of them, including themselves, wanted to lose to anyone, regardless of the reward. Agatha paused and then smiled, saying that if it were just an ordinary competition, it would be different, but they were representing Takara now, weren't they? Phyllis nodded and felt Agatha's fighting spirit. The two of them, taking Leaf's guidance, prepared for battle. A long, slender, white-furred flying demonic beast swooped toward them at high speed. Agatha used her ability to freeze the ground, then conjured ice crystals in her hand and launched them at the flying demonic beast. As the creature struggled on the slippery surface, Agatha quickly closed in while dashing towards the demonic beast and froze it solid. Phyllis admired her fluid combat style, a true worthy of Takara prodigy. As Phyllis prepared to carry the beast back, Agatha suggested they catch a few more before returning. They then set off in another direction in search of more beasts. It was then Phyllis realized that Agatha truly wanted to win the competition. But she wondered if the reason behind her enthusiasm was that they were representing Takara. She also wonders if Agatha was more inclined toward the survivors of Takara over the city of Neverwinter. This uncertainty made Phyllis uneasy. After a few minutes, she couldn't help but speak up, "Lady Agatha." She called. Agatha turned around and told her to just call her by her name. Agatha reminisced about how Phyllis had once told her that the Takara witches no longer divided their status by the level of their abilities, but instead, treated each other as equals. She wanted to know more while telling Phyllis to treat her the same. Phyllis nodded, explaining that after the fall of Takara, the survivors had come to a consensus. Pasha had proposed that every witch was equally important, regardless of their previous status in the Federation. Agatha smiled and told Phyllis if that's the case, then there was no need for formality with her, even confessing her envy of the witch union's sisterly bonds. Phyllis, finally voicing her biggest doubt, asked how Agatha viewed the Takara witches in relation to the witches of Neverwinter. Agatha stopped and turned, perhaps understanding the underlying question. Phyllis wanted to know where her loyalties lie. She earnestly replied that her loyalty was to her beliefs. Phyllis, still confused, listened as Agatha expressed her hope that the other Takara survivors would settle in Neverwinter and join Roland in the fight against the demons. The conversation brought a quiet stillness to the snowy forest. Phyllis felt a sense of loss, lamenting that she had thought Agatha would stand with Takara. She reluctantly mentioned that Agatha still chose to represent Takara in the competition. Agatha clarified that she will always be a Takara witch and that would never change for her. Phyllis still struggled to understand why Agatha believed they should follow a mortal king. Agatha then spoke of the Federation's history, asking Phyllis if she had forgotten its original purpose. Phyllis firmly said it was to defeat the demons. Agatha nodded, explaining that after the First Divine War, which has unified the entire continent, took the previous nobles' and kings' privileges away, then ruled over the ordinary people but still couldn't defeat the demons. However, Roland has proven that he has what it takes to defeat the demons. So why not serve under him? Agatha believed that there was only one person capable of unifying the world's secular powers and truly allowing witches and ordinary people to live in peace and equality, that is no other than Roland Wimbledon. Phyllis paused, settling over Agatha's words. She then asked if Agatha meant that Neverwinter was the new federation. Agatha corrected that regardless of what it was called, the essence was the same. Their ultimate goal was to defeat the demons and win the Divine War. Ever since she awoke from the ice coffin, Agatha's sole goal in life was to defeat the demons, no matter whom she served. She expressed her desire to win the competition for Takira, which she didn't see as conflicting with serving under Roland Wimbledon. It was similar to how, 400 years ago, all witches from various groups united and served the Federation. The only difference now was that their leader was not the 3 seats, but a mortal king. Phyllis was unsure how to react, her feelings mixed, acknowledging that Agatha held Roland in high regard. Still somewhat stubborn, Phyllis insisted that finding the chosen one would change everything. Agatha smiled and noted that it had been 400 years, and they hadn't found the switch yet, or rather, they found a very unexpected chosen one. Agatha reassured Phyllis that if there truly was such a witch, she promised that Roland would not hinder them. Instead, she was certain that Roland would fully support their search and do whatever he could to help. She believed that if they moved to Neverwinter, more witches would be willing to settle there, increasing their chances of finding the chosen one. Phyllis found herself persuaded, albeit reluctantly. She quietly conceded that Agatha's words made sense, but added a condition: it all depended on whether Roland could truly withstand the demons. She then asked Agatha if she genuinely had that much confidence in this mortal king. Agatha smiled, sharing that she, like the other members of the Witch Union, deeply trusted Roland. She suggested that Phyllis would surely understand her confidence after witnessing Roland's prepared cannon exercise tomorrow. Just then, a loud roar echoed through the forest, causing Phyllis's expression to change abruptly. Recognizing the sound, she saw a giant flying creature appear above her, clutching a demonic beast in its claws. She exclaimed in shock, questioning why a demon would be here. Agatha calmly explained it was Maisie's evolved ability and not a demon. Phyllis calmed down and then remarked that capturing demonic beasts seemed too easy for Maisie. Agatha agreed that Maisie's ability was convenient, but noted that Maisie and Lightning lacked rigorous combat training, meaning they couldn't efficiently utilize their magical energy. Observing Maisie's enormous form, Phyllis understood Agatha's point: the 2 young girls wouldn't be able to sustain their effort until sunset. After their heart-to-heart talk, Agatha and Phyllis got serious about the competition. From that point on, Phyllis took charge of capturing the demonic beasts, while Agatha supported her on the side by restraining their movements. As the gray sky gradually darkened, Leaf announced the end of the competition. The teams gathered outside the city walls, where Wendy began tallying the scores. She pulled out a notebook and announced the results. The Neverwinter team scored 7 points. Phyllis was startled, looking at the nearly 100 demonic beasts in the nearby cages, surprised and wondering if the slumbering duo really captured the remaining 80 beasts. Lightning blamed Maisie for their low score, complaining that if she hadn't spent an hour raiding an eagle's nest and cooking eggs, they could have caught more. Maisie, in her pigeon form perched atop Lightning's head, cooed in protest, pecking at Lightning, insisting it was Lightning's idea, and she had the most eggs. Wendy smiled at their bickering and continued, revealing that the slumbering owl team scored 15 points, crediting Ashes for the success. Andrea protested, claiming she was the one who took down the demonic beasts, while Ashes merely fetched them. Hearing this, they too started arguing. Wendy, slightly exasperated, then turned to the last team, announcing that the Takira team scored 22 points, winning a month's supply of chaos drink. Andrea looked enviously at them, while Maisie hopped onto Agatha's shoulder, gazing longingly. Phyllis was surprised by their victory and wondered why were there so many demonic beasts then.
Wendy explained that most of those were captured by Leaf. Leaf stepped forward, blushing as she recounted that she had set numerous traps around the hunting area, assuring everyone's safety. Concerned about too many beasts entering the area, she then dragged the trapped demonic beasts to the edge of the forests. But obviously, she can't just let these demonic beasts go, so she brought them back and prepared extra target dummies for Roland tomorrow. At this revelation, all participants turned their gazes toward the seemingly harmless witch. Leaf, looking slightly embarrassed, wondered if she had captured too much. The crowd was utterly silent, astonished that Leaf alone had captured more demonic beasts than all three teams combined. The next day, Neverwinter finally completed all preparations for the cannon exercise. The spectator stands had no empty seats, and soon Axe reported that the artillery battalion was ready. Roland nodded and turned to Echo, asking her to start playing the march music. Echo used her ability, and instantly, the familiar and resonant music filled the city wall. Soldiers began to ascend the wall, drawing the attention of everyone, especially the parents and families in the audience. As the soldiers climbed the slope to the wall, the crowd erupted in fervent applause. Eileen, sitting next to Ferlin, expressed regret that May couldn't witness this scene. Ferlin, smiling, reminded her that May was pregnant and couldn't stand on the wall in the cold, but there would be many more opportunities in the future. Eileen suddenly asked Ferlin if he wanted to be part of this exercise. Ferlin was momentarily shocked. She then teased him, sensing his rapid heartbeat. Ferlin pondered, musing that if he hadn't become a teacher and continued as a knight, he might have joined the First Army, serving as the king's sword, fighting for Roland, and expanding the kingdom's territory to unprecedented extents. Watching the soldiers, he felt an excitement he hadn't experienced in a long time. Perhaps someday in the future, he could join them. The music stopped, and Axe, standing on the platform, lifted a flag and shouted the order to aim. All the cannons were targeted at the demonic beasts below the wall. One of the soldiers joked about his target beast's ugliness, and Vaynor sternly told him to be serious. Another soldier, responsible for loading the cannon, was nervously aware of the many eyes on him. Vaynor gave him a sharp look and reminded him to follow their practiced procedures. The site became busy with the loading process. Soon, the soon-to-be-retired cannons all resonated in unison. As the deafening sound of the cannon fire reached the ears of the spectators, the shells had already landed near the demonic beasts. The massive explosion shattered the wooden cages, sending splinters, steaming blood, and flesh skyward. The intestines and limbs of the demonic beasts were scattered everywhere. The crowd erupted into frenzied cheers after the first round of cannon fire. The explosions continued, raising dust and debris in a seemingly endless stream, turning the area below the wall into a fiery apocalypse. Phyllis's expression changed noticeably as she witnessed the destruction. She finally understood the source of Agatha's confidence. With such power, even mortals could contend against the demons. This completely altered her previous beliefs. She isn't alone in thinking about this, but also of the three former alchemy chiefs who were deeply engrossed in the explosions. They didn't speak, but they all thought of the same thing. This was the true essence of chemistry. They looked at each other, having found their lifelong pursuit, and rushed towards the inner city to request a laboratory from Kyle. Cole was one of many startled by the explosions. Edith comforted him, asking if he now understood why she wanted him to stay in Neverwinter. After a long silence, Cole hoarsely acknowledged, questioning if it was because of this display of power. Edith shook her head, explaining that no feudal noble could stand against Roland Wimbledon's power, a fact many had yet to realize. Cole, reflecting on their own noble status, was told by Edith that they were no longer feudal nobles but must become nobles of a new era, integrating into the king's new rules. Cole seemed to understand a little bit but was still confused. Nevertheless, he nodded, agreeing to stay in Neverwinter and no longer insisting on returning to the Northern Territory. Edith nodded in satisfaction, gazing into the distance, and posed a thought-provoking question to Cole. Wasn't the prospect of exploring new rules and powers far more intriguing than managing the same piece of unchanged land? Watching his sister's reddened cheeks, and her flushed excitement, Cole watching her sister's hair flowing on the city walls, and witnessing an expression he had never seen on her before.
After the exercise, Phyllis visited Roland's office accompanied by Agatha.
Her demeanor was noticeably different from before, using formal language rather than the demeanor she had previously shown. Roland, noticing this change, told her not to be so formal. Phyllis wanted to ask Roland a few questions she had pondered since the cannon exercise. Her first question was whether these weapons could be mass-produced. She said without the Chosen One and the inability to mass-produce these weapons, they would still face a difficult battle against the demons. Roland was pleased that Phyllis was asking questions. Before answering, he explained that the fortress cannons weren't just defensive weapons.
Though heavy and seemingly immovable by human or animal force, with some modifications, they could become versatile weapons of both offense and defense, like tanks.
As Roland elaborated, Phyllis struggled to comprehend the words coming out of Roland's mouth, but sensed their significance. And these so-called tanks must have been very powerful too. When she learned that such a war machine could move freely on roads while carrying such heavy weaponry, she initially imagined cannons strapped to demonic beasts. Before she could inquire further, Roland addressed her concern about mass production, confidently stating that he could cover the entire border city wall with much more powerful cannons within a year.
This response left Phyllis inwardly gasping, as even trebuchets and ballistae couldn't be produced in such numbers in a short time. Phyllis then asked her second question.
She observed that the final explosion during the cannon exercise didn't seem to be caused by the fortress cannon.
So what was it then?
Roland smiled, saying that with current technology, the thing that caused the explosion was just the lowest grade of their weapons.
Hearing this, Phyllis felt a chill, wondering if Roland possessed even more formidable weapons.
Roland sipped his tea and asked Phyllis to describe the last explosion.
She thought for a moment and said it was like a newborn son.
Roland mentioned that explosions are limitless, and there are many weapons, Roland mused, which can be called the real sun. As he rambled on and spoke of completing 2 epic tasks before achieving such a feat, Roland followed up by saying they would first achieve radiant emission and find the distance to the sun first.
Agatha interrupted him.
Nightingale also chimed in, advising him it was not time for dreams at this time. Roland, returning to the subject, realized that Phyllis couldn't comprehend any of these terms. She looked at the mortal king with mixed feelings, then removed her ring. She told Roland that when she crushed the multicolored magic stone, the Takara survivors would sense her location and could communicate from anywhere, but they would need to make some preparations first. Roland then asked Agatha to take Phyllis to the castle hall to make the necessary arrangements. After leaving the office, everyone took a deep breath. Tilly then knocked on the office door and entered. Roland poured her a glass of chaos drinks, and they discussed the previous wager. Tilly, almost as if she had guessed what was on Roland's mind, said the bet was a draw at best. She smiled while saying if Roland would allow Leaf to participate in the competition, then she would have no chance. Roland smiled and agreed, saying it was a draw, but he still hoped Tilly would stay. This slightly shocked Tilly. Roland continued as he planned to allocate 30% of the Chaos Drinks revenue to a fund rewarding those who contributed to Neverwinter, regardless of whether they were witches or ordinary people. As they began to discuss the serious matter, Tilly quickly regained her composure. She coughed, teasingly asking about the previously mentioned 50% share. Roland explained that even 30% would amount to a substantial sum, sufficient for a lifetime of comfort. The remaining funds would be used for Neverwinter's development, including housing for witches, necessary facilities, and salaries. In essence, the money would be spent where most needed. Tilly could also withdraw funds directly if she needed to. Even if it means using all the gold? Tilly inquired. Roland casually remarked that hoarding gold in the warehouse was merely taking up space. Tilly pondered for a moment and then, with a smile, agreed to Roland's proposal. Saying if his big brother says so, she can't say no. Though her acceptance seemed reluctant, the joy in her eyes tells another story. Finally, Roland discussed his plan to bring the Southern Territory under Grey Castle's rule this winter. Pointing out that its customs and succession of power were vastly different from the 4 major kingdoms, and Roland would need Tilly's assistance for a complete takeover.
He explained the sacred duel ceremonies of the Sand People to her.
Tilly nodded, understanding that Roland wanted Ashes to participate in the combat, and agreed it was feasible. However, Tilly was curious why Roland suddenly took an interest in the desert, a region neglected by all previous rulers since Grey Castle's foundation. Roland revealed that the desert was not as barren as it seemed, but held untapped treasures. He pointed to the map and described the eternally burning ground fires and the salt crystals whitening the earth as signs of hidden treasure. He believed these could be key to Neverwinter's next phase of development.
Tilly didn't probe further, only promising to inform Ashes before leaving the office. As Tilly left, she encountered Echo heading into Roland's office. Echo's first words nearly made Roland choke. She seemed surprised and then bit her lip, looking upset, saying, "Your Majesty, don't you need me anymore?"
Roland felt a cold presence behind him as Nightingale's hand tightly gripped his shoulder. He explained that Echo had misunderstood him, and Axe hadn't informed Echo yet about the plan. Roland then elaborated on his plan. He wanted Echo to return to the Southern Territory to help Roland in ruling the place. With her status, Echo is the only person who could propose a sacred duel. He hoped Echo would represent Neverwinter in the South, win the duel, and become the Great Chief, unifying the entire Southern Territory. After hearing Roland's explanation, Echo relaxed, understanding the plan but expressing doubts about the feasibility of uniting all the Sand People through a sacred duel. Roland, with a smile, acknowledged her concern and shared that he had other methods. Whispering his strategy to Echo, she was visibly stunned, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions as she questioned if the plan would work. Roland confidently assured her it would certainly work. After his words, Echo knelt on one knee, bowing her head in a solemn gesture, then declared, "By the three gods, the Sand People will never forget your grace." Roland immediately stood up, helped Echo to her feet, and took her hand, earnestly entrusting the task to her.
With this, the preparations to subdue the Southern Territory were deemed complete. Meanwhile, under the labyrinth ruin,
a creature with numerous tentacles was burrowing upwards, while swarms of demonic beasts roamed above them. A massive demon lay dead in a cave, frenziedly torn apart by mixed breeds of demonic beasts following behind. Elsewhere, a gigantic beast continuously drilling holes, its back carrying many demonic beasts. At the same time, many flying demonic beasts circled the skies. One of the tentacled creatures asked about the progress above. Another replied that the closest demonic beast had broken through to the third layer, with some anomalies below the labyrinth, including several charred corpses. Pasha turned to Celine, inquiring about the time needed to prepare the instrument. Celine, a bit anxious, admitted uncertainty but assured her she was doing her best, saying Eleanor needed more time to calculate the core. A nearby god's punishment warrior encouraged everyone not to worry, promising they would handle the demonic beasts. Some suggested they shouldn't have reclaimed the divine artifact so soon, arguing that letting the church exhaust itself and defend a bit more would have been better. The giant tentacled creature disagreed, doubting the mortals could hold Hermes. The two sides argued until Pasha's commanding voice silenced everyone. Pasha reminded them that now was not the time to quarrel. Having reclaimed the artifact, they had no way back. She stressed that the time for debate was before making a choice, and they shouldn't regret decisions made afterward. Suddenly, the labyrinth shook as if something heavy had fallen from above at great speed, appearing almost instantly before them. A blue creature crashed to the ground, swelling up as dozens of mixed-breed demonic beasts tore open its belly and attacked the nearby Celine. Pasha screamed in horror. Celine, clinging to the instrument, now surrounded by a dozen demonic beasts, fought off the beasts with her tentacles but was soon bitten. She screamed as several more beasts latched onto her. Other witches in their god punishment warriors' bodies rushed to her aid. Pasha looked worriedly. Celine, being their most knowledgeable about the magic core, couldn't be lost here. As more witches joined the fray, the demonic beasts were slain one by one, and the chaos subsided. Pasha approached the battered Celine, inquiring about her injuries. Celine, though in pain, reassured that she was not critically wounded, saying she needed to patch the holes right away. Despite her tears, Celine, clutching her broken tentacles, says it is very painful.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief seeing she was all right. One of the witches in God Punishment Warrior's body even jokingly remarked that Celine should be grateful to still feel pain, as most of them here had lost all sensation. Another witch nodded in agreement, suggesting that Phyllis would envy Celine if she heard this, as she could only experience such sensations mentally now. Pasha interjected, reminding them not to make jokes like that, as Phyllis was serving the mortals for the sake of Takira. The group nodded, wondering how the Chosen One project was progressing. One of them noted they would have to hold on for another 2 or 3 years. Another mumbled about enduring until the red moon, then meeting their end together, which earned a quick rebuke for being a pessimist. The comment sparked laughter among the group. Pasha urged everyone to be cautious, pointing out that new demonic beasts could attack them from the opening in the ceiling at any moment, potentially surrounding them from all directions. Deciding to gather on the same floor while guarding different entrances, they waited for Celine to repair the instrument. Soon, a new wave of demonic beasts appeared, and the fight resumed. At that critical moment, Celine's excited voice echoed in everyone's ears, as she joyfully said the core calculation is complete. The instrument is ready. One of the tentacled creatures turned to Pasha, asking her to activate the device while she helped defend the place. Pasha quickly climbed onto the instrument, touching its top with her tentacles and entwining her body around it while releasing her magical power. Instantly, magic surged through her, and the instrument's framework emitted an increasingly bright cold light. A pale blue wave of light burst from the core and spread rapidly, sweeping across the entire hall like ripples on the water's surface in the blink of an eye. The nearby demonic beasts all came to a halt, and then slowly collapsed onto the ground. Pasha crawled over to check on the others' injuries. One of them lay on the ground, her body covered in black and blue blood, missing an arm. She was heavily injured but joked about how she needed a new body, lamenting how long it had taken her to choose this one and wondering if the next body would be more handsome and strong. Pasha, relieved that she was all right, then turned to assess the rest. Everyone had sustained various degrees of injury, but none were fatal. Over the long centuries of their 400-year existence, their numbers had never increased, and deep bonds had formed among them. She can't lose any one of them. Pasha reassured everyone, saying that as long as they were together, that was what mattered. She placed her tentacle on the witch's forehead as she was patting her head. While another tentacle creature returned from scouting, reporting no immediate large-scale attacks. The demonic beasts in the labyrinth were mostly dead. Celine then shared the bad news: 2 parts of the instrument were broken, leaving them without its protection for a week. Pasha remarked that even such activation could break the instrument, wondering what would happen if the Chosen One used it. Celine replied that their materials were of the poorest quality and couldn't meet the requirements of this very divine creation. One of them wistfully remarked that things would have been easier in the Federation, where they could have used gold, silver, and gems freely. Suddenly, the instrument started glowing, signaling that Phyllis had sent an urgent message. Pasha asked someone to confirm Phyllis's location, learning she was likely within the borders of Grey Castle. Hearing this, Pasha knew Phyllis had arrived where she needed to be. Pasha then pondered the reasons forcing Phyllis to break the magic stone. Could it be an accidental exposure or being seen as an enemy by the new generation of witches? Regardless, it was certainly not good news. When asked about the next steps, Pasha thought for a moment and then instructed them to continue activating the instrument tomorrow. Knowing this is very risky, but no matter what, they wouldn't abandon Phyllis. Back to Neverwinter, Wendy laid out the prepared contract on the table, welcoming the 4 new witches to the Witch Union. Wendy was both surprised and pleased when she learned that Annie had taken the initiative to join the union. Amy asked if they needed to test their abilities first. Wendy, with a smile, explained that there was no rush. The tests were usually conducted after signing the contract. Wendy had the witches gathered around to discuss the terms and ask questions about the contract. As they discussed, Wendy observed the witches whispering to each other, her mind drifting back to when she had signed her own contract. Amy was surprised to learn that they would receive a monthly salary of 1 gold. Hero was excited about the prospect of buying many things, while Broken Sword was astonished to see they even have paid time off, hardly believing the privileges afforded to witches. The contract even stated that witches had the right to terminate the contract if the king could no longer ensure their safety and sufficient food. Annie, surprised, asked if that wouldn't be considered betrayal. Wendy answered their queries with a smile, reminiscent of her own reaction when she first saw the contract. Though unspoken, she believed that even if Roland faced a crisis in the future, no one in the witch union would leave his side. She kept this to herself while assuring everyone that the terms of the contract were all genuine. Once all their questions were answered, all 4 witches signed their names. Annie handed the 4 signed contracts to Wendy, who joyfully declared that they were now truly sisters and welcomed them to the witch union. With the witch union gained 4 new members. Next, it was time to test their abilities. Annie was the first to be tested. Her ability was generating heat. It was quite simple. As she touched objects with her palm, the object would then be heated. Wendy tested her ability on a block of metal, which then began to sizzle and melt under her continuous heating. Wendy clapped excitedly, praising it as a fantastic ability, and assured that the industrial machining factory would warmly welcome Annie. During the test, Annie seemed unsure about the usefulness of her ability and didn't have much confidence in her ability, but Wendy's sincere expression prompted her to ask if her power was useful even if she had to leave her hands on the object. Wendy nodded affirmatively, saying that Annie's ability could be applied in many places and predicted that Annie would soon become a very busy witch in the union. Next was Amy, whose ability was self-heal was previously spoken of. Wendy didn't wish to test it as it would require Amy to get hurt. This was something she was reluctant to see. Hero's ability allowed her to transfer illnesses and diseases and can't be tested right now, but her ability made Wendy think of the care center as the perfect place for her. Perhaps Hero and Lily could assist each other effectively. Lastly, it was Broken Sword's turn. She clearly looked nervous. Broken Sword took a few deep breaths before demonstrating her power. As she channeled her magic, dazzling lights burst from her body, and when the light faded, Broken Sword disappeared, leaving a sharp blade embedded in the grass. It took Wendy a while to realize that this was Broken Sword's ability. Annie explained that Broken Sword couldn't hear her in this form, as she lost the ability to communicate when transformed into a weapon. Only when someone held her in their hands could she perceive the world through that person's senses. Wendy then picked up the broken blade, immediately feeling a surge of magical energy, as if another consciousness had merged with her mind, and almost as if the blade became an extension of her body. Broken Sword explained that as Wendy held her, all her power was granted and added to Wendy's. Though she regretfully mentioned that she had always been frail as a kid, and with limited strength and overall really weak, meant she couldn't offer much help, even when combined with Wendy. Wendy found Broken Sword's ability intriguing and inquired how long she could maintain her weapon form. Broken Sword explained that she could sustain it indefinitely without frequent transformations. Wendy immediately thought of Maisie, whose transformations also consumed a lot of magical energy, but lasted a long time. Maisie? Are you talking about that huge pigeon? Wendy heard this question in her mind. She was startled and then realized that Broken Sword could also hear her thoughts. This made her slightly panicked, as some thoughts were private and she didn't want anyone else to know. Feeling the fluctuation of Wendy's mood, Broken Sword also felt the weight she carried in the front, and it almost felt as if it was bonded by something. Broken Sword then innocently asked curiously about what was warped around Wendy's boing boing. Wendy, startled and embarrassed, hugged herself and inadvertently dropped Broken Sword. Wendy regained her composure, then asked Annie if Broken Sword could connect with anyone. Annie clarified that theoretically, anyone could receive Broken Sword's power if she was willing, but she would only be a sturdy weapon under an ordinary person. Only in a witch's hands, Broken Sword would reveal her true power. Seemed to sense Wendy's apprehension, Annie reassured her that while their mind was connected, it didn't mean a Broken Sword could pry into her thoughts. As long as Wendy didn't focus on specific thoughts, Broken Sword couldn't detect them. Slightly calmed down, Wendy picked up Broken Sword again, and an eager voice immediately sounded in Wendy's mind. Broken Sword first apologized, and asking if she had said something wrong. Broken Sword felt a little downcast but promised not to ask such questions again. Wendy reassured her it was fine and asked what Broken Sword saw while she was on the ground. Broken Sword described a sensation of utter darkness, devoid of sound or touch, almost as if someone was floating in nothingness. Realizing how unsettling this must be for Broken Sword when she suddenly dropped her, Wendy immediately apologized, promising never to carelessly put her down again. Learning more about Broken Sword's ability, Wendy discovered that even in weapon form, Broken Sword could be injured, but witches could enhance her durability, sharpness, and range with magical energy. Infusing magic into Broken Sword, Wendy swung the blade, generating a sharp airstream that sliced a branch in two. Broken Sword was surprised to learn Wendy's ability was wind and that she was a combat witch, remarking that with Annie, what Wendy just did wouldn't be possible. Wendy suddenly thought of Anna. She wondered how powerful it would be if Anna infused her magic into Broken Sword and then struck with full force. Pondering this, Wendy decided to leave this to Roland to continue testing Broken Sword's abilities. In Roland's office, Agatha walked in. She came to inform that the Takira witches had responded. In the underground labyrinth maze, Celine announced that everything was ready. The God's Punishment Army, composed of all witches, slowly advanced forward. At the forefront, right under the instrument, stood 3 tentacled creatures. The witches behind them all looked extremely tense and serious, standing in a row. They did not wipe the blood off their bodies, holding shields and swords in their hands. They had deliberately piled the corpses of demonic beasts on either side, creating a terrifying and hellish scene. Pasha thought if the mortals on the other end saw this, they'd surely be intimidated. Although not certain what was happening, but worst-case scenario if Phyllis was indeed captured by the enemy. It was important to create a terrifying scene to deter those who might attempt to harm Phyllis. They had to show they were not to be trifled with. Pasha looked at the instrument and ordered its activation. They needed to know Phyllis's situation. As the instrument whirred into action, a large screen appeared in front of them, showing Phyllis smiling, seemingly in the middle of a conversation. She wasn't captured in a dark dungeon, but in a brightly lit hall. Spotting the screen, Phyllis showed a surprised expression and asked what had happened to them. Pasha and the others were momentarily lost for words, realizing that Phyllis's circumstances were different from what they had imagined. After a few seconds, they exchanged puzzled looks. Pasha explained that they had just fought a major battle, but everyone was safe, though they hadn't had time to clean up the corpses. Hearing this, Phyllis was skeptical and had some doubts. Either way, Pasha waved her tentacles at the God's Punishment witches behind her, ordering them to quickly clean up the demonic beast corpses and get them out of the labyrinth, complaining about the terrible smell. The witches behind no longer had serious looks on them, grumbling about the sheer number of corpses and their reluctance to touch the disgusting, sticky stuff. Someone whispered that they had spent a whole day gathering all the bodies and setting up the scene. Pasha coughed, cutting her off, and sternly instructed them to stop complaining and start moving the bodies. Agatha, who was standing beside her, let out a giggle, had guessed that they were worried about Phyllis's safety, and had set up the scene planned to intimidate the other side. Pasha looked at the blue-haired woman who was extremely familiar. Immediately Pasha yelled out Agatha's name. Upon hearing the name of Agatha, everyone leaned in closer, their curiosity piqued as they gazed at the blue-haired witch on the screen, the youngest high-awakened witch in the history of Takira. Many gasped in astonishment, having thought Agatha perished in Takira years ago, while others wondered how she managed to survive for 400 years, still looking the way she did 400 years ago. Phyllis confirmed that the person beside her was indeed the real Agatha, and she recounted how Agatha had frozen herself while returning to her research tower when she was suddenly ambushed by demons, subsequently defeating all her pursuers, until the Witch Union rescued her from the Stone Tower ruins. Hearing this, Pasha couldn't help but get excited, a thrilling idea surging from the depths of her heart. If Phyllis wasn't in danger and the person beside her was the youngest high-awakened witch of Takira, could Agatha possibly be the chosen one? As this question was asked, Phyllis shook her head. She glanced at Agatha and then asked if she could speak with everyone alone. Agatha nodded and then left the main hall. Phyllis then shared her insights from her recent days in the city of Neverwinter, revealing that she had found the chosen one and slowly narrated an almost unbelievable experience. Astoundingly, the one they had been searching for 400 years, the chosen one, turned out to be a mortal king. When Phyllis announced this, the other side erupted in disbelief,
with many claiming that Phyllis must be mistaken. Phyllis had expected such reactions and assured them that she had personally verified it.
The light emitted by Roland even surpassed what the magic stone could contain. Clinging to a last hope, Pasha asked if this mortal king possessed any magical powers.
Phyllis shook her head, informing everyone that Roland had no magic, and he couldn't activate the divine instrument. Her response cast a shadow over everyone's faces, but her next words piqued their curiosity again. Phyllis told Pasha that Roland was willing to cooperate with them against the demons. The witches on the other side, upon hearing this, started to question again. Phyllis didn't explain much, simply sharing what she had witnessed during her stay, and telling them that Agatha had great confidence in Roland. Agatha believed that given enough time, the city of Neverwinter could defeat the demons.
And that is the reason why Agatha is serving Roland to prepare for the upcoming Third Divine War.
Clearly, everything Phyllis had revealed was hard for the Takira witches from 400 years ago to accept, especially the part about Agatha serving a mortal king. Some of them even wondered if Agatha had gone mad. The crowd was abuzz with noisy discussions, recalling the First Divine War and how they had lost to the demons. Mortals had opened the city gates to surrender to the demons, and although the witch army had rushed to their aid, they were rejected by the lords, refused to open the gates, and could only watch helplessly as the demons gradually annihilated every one of their witch sisters.
Some mortals even collaborated with the demons.
Listening to the witches' discussions, Pasha shared the same concerns. What they had seen from the mortals' past actions had already lost all credibility.
Perhaps this so-called Roland Wimbledon was an outstanding mortal king, but how could he represent every mortal?
He would be sick, he would age and die.
If the war continued for another 20 or 30 years, would he remain as steadfast and vigorous as in his youth? What about his descendants? Would his successors inherit his will? Before long, Celine stepped in to calm everyone.
She had worked with Agatha before and knew her to be a very rational person. She urged everyone to reduce their prejudices and have a proper talk with Roland first. Since they had already prepared to communicate with the secular kingdoms, and now a mortal king who did not discriminate against witches and was preparing for the divine war was in front of them, this could be a good start.
Pasha took a deep breath.
Regardless of the future, for now, an enlightened monarch like Roland seemed the most suitable candidate for negotiations.
What will happen next would be decided after the talks.
She then turned to Phyllis earnestly, requesting her to arrange a meeting with the king.
Soon after, Roland entered the hall, accompanied by Agatha and Nightingale.
He was immediately drawn to the enormous purple screen, which seemed like a live broadcast. His attention momentarily stalled at the sight of a gigantic tentacled creature. Pasha, standing at the forefront, was the first to speak, apologizing for making Roland wait and introducing herself as Pasha, one of the Takira survivors. After a basic mutual understanding was established, Wendy, Scroll, and Tilly also entered the room, and everyone sat down at the table to begin their first round of communication. Pasha was somewhat surprised, noting that Roland seemed unfazed by her appearance. She had thought it would take him a long time to accept that they were witches.
Roland, in his mind, thought about concepts like spirit possession and prosthetics, which he had seen before.
However, he chose a different approach, telling Pasha that the red moon was approaching and time was of the essence for both parties. Rather than harboring mutual suspicions and secrets, it was better to be open and honest from the start.
As Takira had once been rulers of the continent, they should understand this principle.
Pasha paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly, agreeing with Phyllis that Roland was indeed a unique mortal. With the pleasantries over, it was time to get to the heart of the matter.
Roland expressed his alignment with the Takira witches in their common goal, which is combating the demons.
He also guessed that the witches had sent Phyllis not only to find the chosen one but also to attempt communication with the secular kingdoms. Pasha candidly admitted that their original plan was to infiltrate all four kingdoms, gradually recruiting or controlling some mortals to search for the chosen one, with Phyllis's participation in the exhibition being part of this strategy. However, the failure of the church had given them another hope, allowing them to not hide underground, and bringing all witches together in one place. According to their intelligence, the slumbering island the fjords had the most witches, but their leader was also the sister of the king of Grey Castle, which was also the kingdom that defeated the church. They were somewhat surprised to have connected with Grey Castle so early in their plans. Roland smiled and said that perhaps this was fate, saving them years of effort and giving them ample time to get to know each other and discuss matters. Pasha also giggled but added, with a bitter smile, that this was all under the premise that they could defeat the demons and continue to thrive on this continent. Roland expressed his willingness to assist the Takira witches in their continued search for the Chosen One but hoped that the witches would not withhold anything from him. Pasha nodded in agreement, willing to answer any of Roland's questions. What Roland wanted to know most was what exactly the Takira witches had discovered in the ruins and how this led to the split between the two major powers, ultimately causing the split of the Federation. This question clearly touched a sore spot for the Takira witches. The witches behind Pasha voiced their concerns and dissatisfaction, and some even hesitated to share these details with Roland, citing the great sacrifices they had made. Pasha interrupted their discussions, arguing that their sacrifices shouldn't be in vain. She challenged the witches, asking if they intended to take these secrets to their graves in the event of being overwhelmed by the demon's onslaught, just like the tombs they had discovered. Her questions silenced the room. Turning back to Roland, Pasha apologized and after a moment of silence, she continued, explaining that it was more accurate to say that the ruins found them, or rather, a much earlier civilization. This happened shortly after the start of the First Divine War, about 800 years ago. Roland pondered, realizing the time frame. Pasha revealed that what found them was a civilization, one that had perished underground. Initially, people didn't realize this and didn't choose to communicate, mistaking the other party for a new type of demon, hence the historical records were significantly skewed. It wasn't until the late period of the Second Divine War, when Takira and the Federation were on the brink of extinction, that they discovered the secrets. The method of soul transfer was also from the stone tablets left by this civilization and verified this possibility on an unhatched subject. Since then, the top 3 seats of the Federation began their research on the transformation of the God Punishment Army. Agatha was astonished, as she had never heard of this before. Pasha explained that this was the highest secret of the Federation, known only to the 3 seats and a few members. As for Pasha and the rest of the Takira witches, they only learned of this shocking news after the fall of Takira. Pasha then explained that the grotesque body she was using was a result of the soul-transferring method. She continued with a long story. The Federation, following the clues on the stone tablets, had discovered a massive city underground. This majestic subterranean city, filled with countless passageways and cavities as complex as a maze, was thus named the Labyrinthine Ruins. Sadly, before they could explore it thoroughly, Takira fell into the hands of demons, forcing everyone into a desperate escape. After paying a heavy price, they finally reached the labyrinth, where the plan was to take everything from the ruins and then head to the Hermes to establish a new holy city. However, what happened next was unforeseeable. Roland noticed a shift in Pasha's emotions as she spoke with increasing sorrow. The city in the ruin was almost brand new, harboring many incredible secrets, the most important of which were the things they called magic core, the host, and the records of the previous civilization. They later realized that the labyrinthine ruins were prepared for them, leading them here since 800 years ago. Tilly asked what was the reason behind it. Who had led them here? To answer her question, another voice resonated, telling them, this underground civilization hoped they would destroy the demons to avenge their race's annihilation. Pasha then followed up, clarifying it was just Natalia's theory. Perhaps the underground civilization merely wanted to pass on their civilization. The Federation found a lot of information in the ruins, especially about the magic core, which was the cause of a split among the 3 seats. The tablets suggested that magic holds infinite possibilities and that pursuing the divine will is the process of mastering magic. Roland, sensing this crucial message, asked what the magic core was. Pasha explained that it's powerful and capable of altering its form at will. This astonishing device upended the Federation's understanding. The illusionary device they now used was a smaller magic core, while the divine instrument was the largest magic core in the ruins. Roland began to view this magic core as a universal terminal, far more powerful than witches, useful in both production and combat.
Pasha regretfully said their understanding and application were still rudimentary.
The tablet prophesied that as they delved deeper into magic, they would become indistinguishable from gods.
Roland stood up, knowing that Takira witches were running out of time.
Turned out, Roland was right, as the Takira witches didn't know how long it would take for them to truly understand the magic core and utilize it.
It could take hundreds or even thousands of years.
Back then, after the fall of Takira, resources at the time were only sufficient to focus on one research. Most importantly, the God Punishment Army project conflicted with what was recorded in the tablet, because, once they abandon their witch body and become God Punishment soldiers, they will forever lose the divine will.
Roland already knew what happened next.
When the God Punishment Army was no longer the sole method to combat the demons, a division emerged.
Some, unwilling to become mere vessels, disagreed with Acarus.
Beyond ideological differences, there was a deeper cause. The Federation's leadership was acutely aware that neither approach guaranteed victory against the demons. Acarus's God Punishment Army project could utilize thousands of God Punishment warriors to fight off the demons for decades, but replenishing these warriors in case of losses was difficult. The Chosen One project was more of a gamble on luck, but if successful, it promised no side effects and could even bring the witches closer to the gods. The two strategies contrasted starkly. One fought for the present, while the other gambled on the future.
What happened next was the catastrophic end of both transcendent witch leaders.
Then, the last of the top 3 seats, Eleanor stepped forward and put an end to the internal conflict. She merged herself with the central host, becoming the first witch to undergo the fusion. With the loss of the 3 transcendent leaders, the Federation's highest combat power crumbled, and the ruins became an inseparable part of the survivors' lives. They reached an agreement: some would stay behind to continue their research, while the rest would proceed to Hermes to build the new holy city as originally planned. Due to the limited number of original hosts, the church would provide new vessels to the labyrinthine ruins for a period of 100 years. If no breakthroughs were made or the Chosen One was not found by then, all research results, including the soul-transferring devices and original hosts, would be reclaimed by the church. If the Takira witches failed to comply, the church would not show mercy. Hearing this, Roland found this to be odd. If Pasha and the rest were still in the ruins, this must have indicated that the church had not come or perhaps forgotten about it. Pasha nodded, saying for a long time, they lacked the capability to explore outside. The body they were in couldn't be exposed to the sun, and the witches who transferred their souls needed time to adapt to new bodies, leaving them unaware of the situation in Hermes. When they were finally able to explore the outside, they later realized that the new order they had constructed no longer followed Lady Acarus's will.
Agatha slammed the table, stating everything now made sense. Acarus wouldn't have gone to such lengths.
Compared to the God Punishment Army project, the church's approach was completely aimed at wiping out the witch race.
The Takira witches nodded in agreement and thought the same too. After a while, Roland raised another question: what exactly was the central host, and how did it differ from the original hosts?
To answer him, Celine explained that both belonged to the perished underground civilization, and the people from this civilization were fragile, forcing them to live in these vessels to achieve immortality.
But their exact origin was unclear in the documents.
Roland, intrigued by the witch speaking, which she then introduced herself as Celine, who had worked with Agatha before.
Agatha acknowledged knowing Celine but wasn't very familiar with her.
However, she heard that Celine was usually a quiet and shy girl but became a different person when discussing matters related to magic.
Roland nodded, then inquired if the witches merged with the central host were still alive and if she could communicate.
Celine explains that besides Lady Eleanor and more than 10 witches severely injured in the conflict, 36 volunteers were later merged to awaken the central host.
However, not everyone was willing to be imprisoned in a senseless cage for life.
The biggest regret was the inability to communicate properly. They could only respond with a yes or no. Considering this, Roland asked if the central host could answer any question. Celine clarified that the question must be understandable. The clearer the conditions, the quicker the response. Roland immediately thought of likening it to a primitive biological computer system.
Could it solve equations or perform complex calculations independently if given the right conditions? He pondered a plan to bring it to the city of Neverwinter for research, though he knew he couldn't make such a request yet. The witches in the hall noticed Roland's expression and looked at him curiously, realizing he had some ideas brewing. Roland coughed twice and said he had a basic understanding of the Takira witches' situation but had one last question. The witches, the church, and ancient texts repeatedly mentioned the term divine will. He even heard about a mysterious room of the church, with a secret chamber accessible only to the Pope, where one could see the gods. He wanted to know what this so-called divine will really was. Pasha, surprised by Roland's extensive knowledge, revealed that they only learned about the divine will after the fall of Takira. She was curious about how Roland came to know this. Smiling, Roland explained that it was he who defeated the church, and the witches formerly serving the church were now in the city of Neverwinter. Pasha carefully observed this mortal king for a few seconds before preparing to tell Roland, hoping he would keep it confidential. Not just Roland, but all the witches in the hall were expected to keep this a secret. Divine will turned out to be a large transparent stone of God punishment, which allowed us to connect with the gods and see things. Roland was curious about what could be seen, so Pasha described the visions produced by the divine will in detail. Tilly then asked what the 4 paintings represented. Pasha admitted this question had puzzled people for 1,000 years. Only in the ruins did they begin to understand. The divinity showed them humanity, demons, unknown enemies, and the underground civilization. One of the paintings, representing the underground civilization, was now blank, coinciding with the time shortly after the First Divine War. By comparing self-narratives in the documents and records passed down by the Federation, they speculated that this civilization had been permanently erased from the Divine War. Roland gulped hard, contemplating this so-called Divine War. Was it merely a struggle to seize relics from each other until a final victor emerged? Who or what orchestrated all this? Was it coincidence or fate? A random selection or a predetermined destiny? Were the Takira witches' interpretations correct? A flurry of questions raced through his mind. As he pondered, Tilly asked what would happen if someone obtained all 4 relics. Pasha shook her head, calmly stating that no one knew. She said that the god didn't favor humanity nor any of the races, but only the victor. Wendy, distressed by these revelations, couldn't grasp why everyone had been killing each other for nearly 1,000 years over something whose purpose was unknown. She expressed disbelief and sorrow at the seeming callousness of the divine will. Pasha empathized with Wendy but admitted she didn't have an answer, only a cryptic line from the documents that might explain her questions. We are all children of divinity, but only a few will witness the dawn. From the moment we perceive magic, our extraordinary lives are destined. This eternal competition has been long-standing, and reaching this stage is already 1 in a million. Birds were not originally birds, and we were not originally us. It is through strife that all things persist, and through competition that life endures. Roland's mind was struck by a metaphorical lightning bolt. He suddenly stood up, intently gazing at the large screen, and asked Pasha to repeat what she had just said. Scroll, who had recorded everything the Takira witches mentioned, repeated the phrase, "This eternal competition has been long-standing, and reaching this stage is already 1 in a million." Roland interpreted this as a long evolutionary path. From the very beginning to civilization, every species that had survived had outlasted countless competitors. The description of the underground civilization fits seamlessly into this process. Upon reflection, these 4 civilizations, though seemingly distinct, shared one similarity, which is the ability to wield magic. Humans birth witches who can utilize magic. The demons and the underground civilization had an even better understanding of magic. If there's no surprise, the unknown civilization should also possess the capability to manipulate magic. And the quote, "We are all children of divinity," likely refers to all species endowed with this extraordinary gift. Following this line of reasoning, the divine war might not be about guarding or fighting for the relics, but a means of accelerated evolution, or perhaps, a rule of the magic world. After some time, the discussion between Roland and the Takira witches resumed, covering topics such as who had been safeguarding the relics. And it's because of the relic, so the Hermes is always under heavy attacks by the demonic beasts.
It was also mentioned that the church, having been severely weakened, was no longer capable of protecting the relics, prompting the witches to seize it back to the ruins. They also explain how they used the divine instrument to repel the demonic beasts. By the end of the discussion, Roland had gained a preliminary understanding of the history and the Takira witches. Clearly, both parties shared a common enemy in the demons, and they agreed to form a united front or an alliance, with mutual protection and assistance. The Takira witches were pleased to hear this, hoping Roland would continue to recruit witches and aid Phyllis in the search for the chosen one. They agreed to maintain contact. Roland nodded in agreement with Pasha but also suggested that the Takira witches relocate to a mountain range near the city of Neverwinter, which he thought suitable for them. This suggestion drew various reactions from the other side, ranging from concern to apprehension.
Roland looked at everyone in the room, signaling reassurance, and shared his thoughts.
He didn't believe it was wise for the Takira witches to guard the relics alone.
He pointed out that Hermes had resisted the demonic beasts with its massive walls and asked whether the Takira witches could withstand a surprise attack by demons and demonic beasts. Celine confidently stated that they could manage, provided the divine instrument and its magic core were repaired. However, Roland shook his head, cautioning that the demons were much stronger and smarter than the demonic beasts. He noted that the corpses of the demonic beasts near the ruins indicated that they had not only breached the ruins but had also approached their core area. He speculated that the divine instrument had a limited range and questioned their defense against sudden attacks by demons. Pasha, her tiny tentacles twitching slightly, found no words to refute. Roland spoke gently, expressing his wish to help. He said, "Trust is the foundation of cooperation. Placing the relics in a location deemed safe by both parties will build the most basic trust, right?" Pasha did not immediately respond but requested a few minutes for discussion.
On the screen, the tentacled beings touched each other in what seemed to be their way of communicating, though Roland couldn't hear them. After a short while, Pasha spoke again, but before addressing his question, she had a query of her own. Roland understood that Pasha had more to say when she asked who would lead this alliance. Her explanation was that since everyone's survival was at stake, every decision should be thoroughly considered. Thus, they proposed a joint governance system, where commands would be jointly discussed and issued by the leaders of the strongest groups. This approach, she argued, would effectively prevent poor judgments and ensure the alignment of interests among all parties. Roland commented that this sounded similar to the Federation's system. Pasha clarified that considering the current 4 major kingdoms plus all of the witch organizations, decision-making didn't necessarily have to be limited to a 3-seat model. They could emulate the Federation's early days with a round-table council of 11 leaders to formulate battle plans. Roland, after some thought, recognized Pasha's intelligence. If seats were assigned based on strength, the Takira witches, by maintaining communication with other witch organizations and strengthening their natural sense of identity, could ensure their own interests. However, Roland, no longer the ruler of a small and remote border town, disagreed with her proposal. Asserting his position in an irrefutable tone, he stated there would only be one leader, and that would be himself. This was the most efficient and stable approach. His direct refusal momentarily silenced the room, as everyone turned to look at him. Roland knew it wasn't the time for modesty. While joint governance might be a suitable choice for the Federation, it wasn't for him. Only he understood what industrialization required and how to maximize the potential of his territory. Maintaining equality between the common folks and witches is something he has been striving for. He can't risk having the old Federation way of ruling. Clearing his throat, he continued, a united front alliance is a safeguard against the demons, but he is not demanding immediate integration. Relocating to the western region is merely the foundation of building trust. Rather than relying on verbal agreements, he invited the Takira witches to see for themselves. He suggested they witness firsthand the city of Neverwinter's strength and determination in combating the demons, as well as see the organization that is currently working with the city of Neverwinter. By then, with a full understanding, the Takira witches could then make a free choice. Even if they refused his leadership, Roland affirmed he would still maintain basic cooperation, assisting them in their search for the chosen one and their research endeavors.
Celine questioned if this would hold true even if they didn't hand over the relics and the magic core.
Roland nodded, clarifying that he had no intention of relying on these items from the ruins to defeat the demons.
As long as the relic's safety was assured, he didn't care about their location. Pasha pondered Roland's words.
Celine, now with a colder tone, questioned Roland's approach of soul leadership.
She pointed out that if the divine war continued for decades, with Roland now being an old man, would he still make proper decisions? How about his successor, or his descendants, and whether they can follow his will and lead everyone to move forward?
She then stated that only a joint governance system could effectively address these concerns. Roland, with a confident smile, assured them there was no need to worry. First, he didn't believe the demons could resist for so long.
Secondly, he implied that his life expectancy might exceed everyone combined.
He briefly explained how he had acquired Zero and her ability to absorb others' lifespans.
Pasha initially looked at Roland in surprise and fear.
To be honest, Roland wasn't sure if Zero's lifespan would transfer to him since he didn't get any of her magic, but he felt it necessary to bluff at this moment. The Takira witches engaged in a heated discussion again. After some time, Pasha acknowledged his points. Her voice grew more solemn as she mentioned the abundance of items needing relocation from the ruins. It would take them at least a month. Pasha requested that they be allowed to rebuild their underground palace and laboratory independently and asked for Roland's assistance with materials. Roland agreed, curious about how they planned to accomplish this. Pasha mentioned they could rely on a creature to dig holes, which immediately reminded Agatha of the creature that had made the demon's camp disappear.
Pasha was puzzled. She hadn't sent the creature there, considering the substantial amount of food it consumed. They couldn't afford for the creature to go that far.
Roland then briefly described the phenomena the witches encountered in the misty forest and west of the western region, pointing to the map and the images of the giant creature consuming things. Pasha nodded, then speculated that within the snow-capped mountain, there might also be remnants of an underground civilization. This was weird because Pasha had previously said the entire underground civilization had been wiped out. But her explanation about the creatures being just vessels like the ones they currently use.
The soul transfer process allowed anyone to control these monstrous bodies.
Roland pondered this for a moment, which startled him. Everyone else in the hall also looked serious.
Everyone seemed to arrive at the same conclusion.
The creature appeared twice so far, once targeting Agatha's research tower and then the demon's camp. This must have involved the unknown civilization. This civilization might have discovered the ruins within the snowy mountain and used the creature's shell as a host.
He wondered if this civilization also had access to the magic core and central host. How advanced are they in terms of technology and the understanding of magic, or they were capable of creating a divine instrument targeting witches just like the divine instrument Takira witches have for demons? Additionally, there could also be ruins of the underground civilization. Based on historical records, Celine urgently requested Roland's help to explore this snowy mountain, fearing the ruins falling into enemy hands. Roland agreed to assist. Pasha also promised they would begin their relocation efforts soon.
He extended his hand towards the screen. Pasha, initially confused after Roland told her this was a gesture of trust, eventually mimicked by outstretching her tentacles. Lastly, Roland inquired about Pasha's knowledge of the underwater ruins, to which she shook her head.
If even Pasha had no idea about the underwater ruins, then who might be controlling the area?
He took a deep breath. He hoped he could get some answers when Thunder came back. Later that evening, Wendy visited Scroll's room, hesitating whether to knock. Suddenly, the door opened. Clearly, Scroll had anticipated Wendy's visit. As she too wanted to talk with Wendy, they then decided to go to Wendy's room. Once there, Wendy poured Scroll a cup of red chaos drink. Scroll was surprised by the flavor that Wendy got this month. The way the Witch Union received these chaos drinks from Roland was interesting. Every month, they had the chance to draw a random bottle from the chaos drinks made by Evelyn. As they savored the delicious drink, Wendy recalled Roland's words.
There can only be one leader, and that's me.
Remembering Roland's always approachable nature, she had been worried that he might hesitate on crucial issues. Now, it seemed he exceeded her expectations, becoming more stable and decisive over the years, evolving into a true king. What amazed Wendy even more was that despite Roland's maturation in his role, his attitude towards witches and ordinary people remained unchanged. She knew Scroll felt this way too, hence waiting for her at the door. Wendy, smiling, told Scroll that she had given Roland the ability test result of Annie and others. While discussing Broken Sword's ability, Scroll pondered for a moment and thought of Nightingale and Ashes, thinking that only they could unleash the full power of Broken Sword. Everyone else was not suited for direct combat with the enemy, regardless of their high magic power. Although many in the Witch Union had combat abilities, they weren't true combat witches. Wendy smiled softly, had thought the same too. However, Roland thought otherwise.
Roland hadn't assigned Broken Sword to anyone.
Scroll was puzzled, and Wendy recounted Roland's words: weapons generally need to be carried all the time, which would restrict the Broken Sword's freedom. Moreover, Roland said its sword energy might not necessarily be more powerful than firearms and cannons. Instead of making her a weapon, Roland hoped to allow her to work alongside everyone and assign tasks based on the Broken Sword's interests.
Scroll smiled while hearing this. Roland cared about the witches' feelings first, rather than their utility. Perhaps that's why Nightingale chose to support him unreservedly.
Looking back, they were glad to have trusted Nightingale's judgment. With these thoughts, Wendy filled their cups and raised a toast to find a truly great king. This episode narrates a multitude of historical events and terminology, which might confuse some viewers. Here, I will try my best to provide a simplified explanation and summary. Today, Roland finally makes contact with the Takira witches. He learns what caused the split among the federations.
During the Second Divine War, the Federation's top 3 seats, aka the leaders at the time, were held by Acharis, Natalia, and Eleanor.
Due to the discovery of the soul transfer method and information about the Divine War in the underground civilization's ruins, they disagreed on how they should fight the demons,
ultimately leading to the Federation's split and a civil war. Acharis' faction moved to the Hermes, establishing what was later known as the Church and becoming its first pope.
The other faction, led by Natalia, retreated to the desolate mountains. The Church, founded by Acharis, initiated the God Punishment Army project after their disastrous defeat in the Second Divine War. However, this project, which required the sacrifice of witches, faced opposition from Natalia. Acharis insisted on continuing the project. This project, ideally, will give humans at least a couple more decades of time, but abandoning the witches' bodies would cause them to lose the divine will. While the Chosen One project needed witches to survive.
But it's unknown when to find the Chosen One.
Soon after, the Federation fell into a civil war, with Acharis and Natalia perishing together, and Eleanor voluntarily becoming the first to merge with the Central Host.
The Central Host could input questions and receive feedback.
Roland believes this might be the most primitive biological computer or calculator system. With the only 3 transcendent witches, aka the top 3 seats, gone, the two factions came to an agreement, with the Church continuing the God Punishment Army project while Pasha and others continued their research and search for the Chosen One. They agreed that if Pasha and her group didn't find the Chosen One in 100 years, the Church would reclaim everything. A century passed, and the Church didn't return because the witches had been overthrown by mortals, changing the nature of the Church. When Pasha and the rest of the Takira witches were capable of going out, everything changed, and the Church was defeated by Roland. The Church was originally established to combat the demon and prepare for the Third Divine War, with the method being the sacrifice of weaker non-combat witches in exchange for the more powerful God Punishment Army. However, over 400 years, the Church was overtaken by mortals. Being afraid of the witches regaining power, they started systematically oppressing witches and trafficking young girls. Captured or awakened witches were either trained as pure ones or killed. In the following conversation, Roland learns that the Divine War was fought by at least 4 civilizations over each other's relics, including humans and demons. They also learned of the defeated underground civilization, where the Takira witches discovered magic cores, original host, central host, and historical records of vanished civilizations. The underground civilization, physically weak, relied on the original host for survival, basically what Pasha is using right now. The fourth civilization is still uncertain, but Roland suspects it's related to the ruins in the sea, where Thunder and his exploration team are investigating. As for the reason behind the Divine War, according to the lengthy message from the underground civilization, Roland suspects it was to promote evolution, with the losers facing complete annihilation, and the winner gaining the Divine Will, possibly achieving godhood or becoming God. During the night, after round 1, Roland held Anna in his arms, and under the dim light, one could still see an enticing blush on the girl's face. Anna talked about what the Takira witches said earlier today, surprised to learn that not only were they and the demons on this continent but also civilizations completely different from theirs. Perhaps one day, they could set foot on that land and discover the secrets hidden across the sea. Roland caressed Anna's cheek, promising that such a day would surely come. Anna wondered if there really were gods in this world. Why did they leave these relics, causing everyone to fight each other, or perhaps they were being watched from somewhere? Roland held her closer and asked if Anna was afraid. She shook her head, saying if there were gods, she wanted to thank them for bringing Roland into her life. Hearing this, Roland gently said he would always be by Anna's side. But Anna shook her head, stating Roland couldn't always be with her. As a king and future commander against the demon's army, Roland couldn't be tied down by her selfish desires. The soldiers fighting at the front line needed to see Roland, his people wished to be with him. Being occasionally by Roland's side and hearing his stories was more than enough for Anna. Roland stroked her soft hair, gently saying that no matter where he was, Anna would always hear his stories, he promised. Anna, puzzled, asked how that would be possible. Roland smiled and said she would find out tomorrow. Then, he rolled over, pinning Anna beneath him, and kissed her neck. Cough cough, sorry folks, that's where we'll have to stop. The next morning, Roland and Anna went together to the northern slope. At the office, Roland pulled out a piece of paper and drew several diagrams on it. He then explained to Anna and Lucia that this was a communication tool that could operate without magic. The principle of the telephone was simple, using electromagnetic induction to convert electric current and sound into a novel communication tool. As Roland laid out his ideas and design plans, Anna immediately understood how this unprecedented communication device worked. She then rushed out to call Rem and Soraya over. Nightingale, after hearing the explanation, still looked bewildered, but Lucia was deep in thought. Murmuring, electricity and magnetism generate each other, and magnetism is then converted into force. Even her sister, Ling, chimed in, questioning her sister, if this what they talk about in Chapter 2 of Elementary Physics? Nightingale, feeling a bit embarrassed, picked up a piece of fish jerky and disappeared into the mist. Roland chuckled at this scene, remarking that while it sounded simple, it wasn't that easy in practice. When Rem and Soraya arrived at the northern slope, Rem, looking at the unfamiliar machine, asked how it worked. Roland demonstrated step by step. He quickly cranked the handle, and the hand crank generator emitted a call signal, causing the magnetic bell at the other end to sound. Anna then picked up the receiver and mouthpiece. As the receiver was lifted from the base, the switch popped up, indicating that the voice line was connected, and conversation could begin. The scene shifts to the far southern territories, the homeland of Axe and Echo. This land is covered in yellow sand with only a few oases, where 90% of the Majin people live. In one of these oases stands a city, the only one also known as the Iron Sand City. This city is ruled by 6 major clans, and newcomers can vie for a position by challenging one of the 6 major clans. To avoid all-out war, they adopted the method of sacred duels. Therefore, Axe and his companions needed to find a clan to join. In the evening, at the Skull Tavern, the exterior looked dilapidated. At the entrance hung a series of incomplete skulls, serving as the tavern's sign. Inside, a person held a skull-shaped goblet, observing the drunkards below. The floor was littered with vomit, alcoholics, and empty bottles, but it seemed to be the norm for the patrons. Suddenly, someone opened a door on the second floor and whispered something to Tulamu. This was Tulamu's tavern, and he was also the chief of a minor clan. Tulamu paused, asking his subordinate if he had heard correctly. The subordinate simply relayed the message again, mentioning the woman accompanying the man, perhaps a goddess.
Tulamu pondered for a moment, then a sinister smile appeared on his face.
He instructed his subordinates to bring those people in, have them surrender their weapons, and put on the stones of God punishment. After finishing the wine in his goblet, Tulamu wiped his mouth and smiled, saying it looked like some entertainment had come his way.
The visitors were two people, both draped in loose robes. Axe removed his hood, revealing his identity. Tulamu first expressed surprise and then laughed heartily, saying he never expected to see Axe again.
Axe pulled out a chair for the person beside him before sitting down to face Tulamu directly. He calmly stated that Tulamu should know why he had come.
Tulamu was aware, mentioning Axe's previous clan's disastrous defeat in the sacred duel.
He shook his head, telling Axe he shouldn't have returned, as his enemies were now much stronger than before.
Tulamu reminisced about his own ambitious past, but that was all years ago.
Axe, undeterred, told Tulamu that he was quite worried that those people had been driven out of Iron Sand City. This is what exactly he wanted. Tulamu, looking at the man he hadn't seen in years, recognized Axe's desire for revenge but worried that he lacked the strength.
Going now would be tantamount to suicide.
Saying this, Tulamu turned his attention to the other cloaked figure, instantly realizing that this was the goddess his subordinate had mentioned. Tulamu continued, saying that even if a goddess had joined Axe's clan, it wouldn't change the disparity between them.
Most of the exiles from years ago were dead. What could Axe and one other person do?
This was precisely why Axe had sought out Tulamu. 8 years ago, they too had been challengers, but they ended up as mere gatekeepers, also known as the guard dogs. Axe, with a composed expression, asked Tulamu if he never regretted seeing his own people become slaves to other clans. Tulamu wasn't mad but rather burst into laughter, thinking there was nothing more amusing than watching a mad avenger on the path to destruction. He stood up and asked Axe if he intended to make this goddess beside him the new clan leader and then initiate a sacred duel. Moving closer to Axe, he laughed and questioned what benefit he would gain from it. Why would he let his people fight the other gatekeepers, only to welcome Axe and his companions into Iron Sand City? Towards the end of his speech, Tulamu's tone became more sinister. He demanded to know what benefit Axe could offer him to keep their movements a secret. In a whisper, he suggested that the other party might be very interested in tormenting a goddess who was once an enemy. Axe, however, did not react with anger as expected. It was even hard to notice any change in his expression. Axe placed a heavy hand on Tulamu's shoulder, smiling and advising him not to get too excited. He never expected Tulamu to defeat anyone. His cowardice from 8 years ago was evident, and his courage was probably lesser than his bold words. This clearly hit a nerve on Tulamu, but Axe continued, saying he was not here solely for revenge. This statement piqued Tulamu's interest. Axe spoke slowly and deliberately, saying he would challenge the 6 major clans and make the Asha tribe the foremost among them. Tulamu could only think this was the idea of a madman. If they did as Axe said, they would need to continuously fight against the 6 major clans from the bottom all the way to the top without any rest. Such a dream is so wild that Tulamu instantly lost interest. Are they enemies with the entire Iron Sand City? The mere thought made him restless. To avoid getting burned himself, he shouted to capture Axe and his companion. Suddenly, several men, armed and each with a stone of God punishment, leaped out. However, they all heard a mocking chuckle. The next moment, the person beside Axe lifted their hood, revealing herself to be ashes. Tulamu was shocked. This goddess was not one of their Majin Sand people. But before he could react, one of his men was punched in the gut, his body crashing into a nearby table. The others were punched through the wooden walls by Ash's powerful fists, falling from the 2nd floor to the 1st. The tavern erupted into chaos. More people, armed with weapons, rushed in, but Ashes effortlessly dealt with them, fighting with nothing but bare knuckles against their sharp blades. Tulamu stepped back and fell to the ground, puzzled why the stone of God punishment was ineffective against the goddess. Suddenly, a short blade was pressed against his neck. Cold sweat formed on his forehead as he yelled for everyone to stay out. Tulamu retreated to a corner, breathing heavily and trembling.
Axe's tone remained unchanged as he asked if they could now have a proper talk. Tulamu shook his head, explaining that the gatekeepers here were supported by two major clans. They would soon be alerted, and now no one could escape. Axe showed no fear. He didn't care about the gatekeepers. Tulamu bit his lip, wondering about Axe's intentions.
Observing ashes beside Axe, he thought if Axe had such powerful strength, he could directly challenge the other clan, so why seek him out?
Unless. He looked up in horror, thinking unless Axe had someone supporting him and that faction was not from the southern territory. Thus he needs the name of a clan to initiate a sacred duel. As this thought emerged, a sense of dread rose in Tulamu. Suddenly, two muffled thunders sounded outside the window. The sound was not exactly loud, as if coming from a distant place. Strangely, Tulamu didn't see any lightning streaks across the night sky.
At the same time, a smirk appeared on Axe's face. Axe told Tulamu to listen carefully, telling him that the thunder had arrived.
Vaynor raised his telescope, gazing at the distant oasis.
He shook his head, dissatisfied as the artillery shells had missed their target. Several large cannons were stationed around him, with the artillery crew busily reloading.
Setting up cannons in the sandy terrain was challenging, and the initial shots were essentially trial firings. As the second round of loading finished, the fortress cannons roared deafeningly again.
The flames from the cannon muzzles briefly lit up the ground ahead, with the kicked-up sand hitting the faces of the crew, causing them to squint their eyes. The gatekeeper's camp in the distance was now engulfed in cannon fire, and the watchtower near the tavern was precisely struck.
Tulamu, witnessing the earth-shattering explosions, widened his eyes in shock.
This wasn't thunder, it was celestial fire falling from the heavens, a power beyond human capability. The gatekeeper's camp in the distance had turned into a hell. With blaze erupting from the sky, columns of fire rose high, and he could even hear the screams of agony. Suddenly turning to Axe, he yelled that such power couldn't possibly belong to him and demanded to know to whom Axe had allied himself. Looking northward, Axe replied that it was a merciful king, adding, "He will bring safety, resources, and order to the southern territory." Tulamu instinctively wanted to utter the word impossible, but he recalled the thunderous explosions. The last syllable seemed to get stuck in his throat, unable to be voiced.
Axe then told Tulamu that not everyone could accept such an order. The people here, in their struggle for survival, fought, betrayed, and killed each other. The oasis, which should nurture life, was instead soaked in blood. Using gatekeepers to maintain the rights of the major clans led to the people suffering in the dry sands, a short-sighted and foolish approach. Tulamu first was shocked, then shook his head. He couldn't understand why Axe, who was also born here, would hold such naive beliefs. Without fighting and plundering, the limited oases couldn't accommodate everyone.
They lacked the strength to defeat Grey Castle, so escaping this southern territory was impossible.
Cooperate? Surrender?
Tulamu shook his head with a bitter smile, noting that because of their skin color, no one would truly trust them. Others would only use them, just like the two clans who previously sided with the third princess of Grey Castle. All of them were fed strange pills, either dying in battle or becoming rotting corpses. The so-called rewards were nothing but empty promises. Axe showed a hint of emotion, he too had once thought the same way. His gaze turned serious again as he told Tulamu that reality had taught him there are always those born to break the norms. Suddenly, a rapid sound of horse hooves approached from outside the tavern, growing more intense.
Tulamu didn't need to look to know that the gatekeeper's counterattack force was assembling.
Axe, however, let out a cold smirk, deriding the foolish gatekeepers. Whether they accepted it or not, a new order was inevitably coming. The gatekeeper army, mounted on horses and wielding weapons, launched their first charge towards the first army up the hill. But before they could even make out their enemy, they were blown away by explosions. Those lucky enough not to be killed by the cannons were shot dead by several heavy machine guns within a 200-meter distance from the mountaintop. Soon, the sounds of gunfire subsided.
Tulamu slowly walked towards the window, then his legs gave out, and he knelt down.
He then murmured to himself while shaking, 2,000 gatekeepers, all dead. Not long after, a group of a few hundred men appeared before him. Each person was holding an odd wooden stick, and some had iron contraptions.
Then, Echo ascended the stairs to the second floor. When the woman with blue-gray hair and brown skin walked into the room, Tulamu knew he no longer had a choice. He knelt, his forehead touching the cold floor, swearing allegiance to Echo. He and his people would serve Echo for the rest of their life.
From this day forward, Echo was the new leader of the Asha clan. The following day, a man rose from the bed, and beside him a fully naked girl under the thin blanket. After exchanging a few words with his subordinate, the man turned and patted the woman lying beside him, gesturing for her to wrap in a blanket and leave. He then asked his subordinate to report what had happened. According to the survivors who fled back, the great fire in the oasis was the heavenly fire shot from the sky. Hearing this, the man, named Rubaka, was the chief of the Iron Whip clan. Hearing the report, he cursed loudly, calling the gatekeepers cowards.
Rubaka was so angry he wanted to hang them at the city gate.
His subordinate hesitated before saying that he had gone to the oasis that morning and witnessed a scene just as described. The ground was littered with black pits, bodies, and debris from destroyed buildings. Perhaps it was the heavenly fire shot from the sky. To him, maybe it also seemed as if a giant sandworm or burrowing scorpion had rolled over the camp, leaving it in tatters.
Rubaka stood up and looked out the window, realizing that the gatekeepers had fallen into an ambush and fled without even seeing the enemy.
He thought it must be a new challenger, but he wasn't worried. As the fourth major clan, they wouldn't be the first target, and converting these stupid challengers into his guard dogs wasn't difficult either. When asked about the challenging clan, the subordinate hesitated and then said it was the Asha clan. Rubaka looked incredulously at his subordinate, only to hear that it was indeed what they claimed, with the oasis now filled with their flags, including their princess, who had been sold as a slave several years ago by Rubaka. The princess had become a goddess with many followers, including many from the north. Rubaka took a step back, wondering how was this possible. Rubaka wasn't ignorant about the northern kingdoms. Goddesses were seen as minions of the demons by the people of Grey Castle. If the fate of a Sand People female slave was already tragic, a goddess slave would have no chance of redemption. But now, how had she gained the support of the people up north and returned to the far southern territories? He felt an indescribable sense of absurdity and a creeping panic. Rubaka, driven by a surge of anger, punched the wall, understanding that the opposing party had returned for revenge. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, thinking that despite the northerners' sophisticated weaponry, this was Majin Sand People's territory. At that moment, another subordinate entered his hall, reporting that the Asha clan had sent a gift. The gift turned out to be a wooden box, resembling a coffin. Rubaka kicked the box lightly, causing it to roll several times with a clattering noise, indicating something very light inside. He ordered his men to pry open the box. Once opened, instead of a head, ears, skins, or other intimidating items, it was an exquisite coffin, the kind only used by northerners. Rubaka scoffed at the sight. He then grabbed his giant axe, the very same axe smeared with blood, mostly from members of the Asha clan. Swinging the axe, he furiously brought it down on the coffin, shouting that Echo hadn't seen her people being chopped to death during their exile. This time, she would suffer the same fate. Suddenly, sparks flew from both sides of the axe blade, as if it had struck something metallic. The coffin wasn't empty at all, it was filled with something. After the sparks, a dazzling light burst from inside the coffin, instantly filling the entire hall and rapidly expanding outward. A powerful blast wave instantly crushed and tore apart everyone in the room, including Rubaka. With a thunderous explosion, all the inhabitants of Iron Sand City witnessed this unbelievable scene. In the distant tavern, Tulamu also saw what happened. The powerful Iron Whip clan, just like that, was annihilated, he questioned. Before the explosion, Tulamu had personally witnessed Axe preparing the coffin filled with things called snow powder and attaching a flint to it. A fuse connected to the lid of the coffin was set, and a young goddess used her abilities to make the coffin lighter. Axe had explained that whether the coffin was forcefully broken or simply opened normally, it would trigger an explosion. Tulamu had no idea what snow powder or a fuse was, but he had witnessed the terrifying scene. Turning around, Tulamu was concerned. The duel hadn't even started, and they had brazenly wiped out a major clan.
He was afraid of any consequences. Axe scoffed, saying that Rebecca had desecrated the sacred duel in the past, and such treacherous people deserved to be crushed from the beginning. Axe has no time for any of Rebecca's bullshit. A quick death is already too merciful. Tulamu pondered what would have happened if Rebecca hadn't opened the coffin. Axe smiled, knowing Rebecca's character made it easy to predict his actions. The coffin was just the beginning, more was waiting for him. Looking at Tulamu, with a hint of threat in his tone, Axe said, "Now, it seemed the three gods wouldn't protect a traitor who had betrayed them." Hearing this, Tulamu shivered and swore again to serve the Asha clan and Echo faithfully. Not far away, the witches were using listening magic seal to report recent events to Dragon Falls Ridge through the Spear Relay Station, then updating the city of Neverwinter. In the city of Neverwinter, Nightingale, holding a magic seal on her lap, sat on Roland's table, showcasing her perfect physique and beautiful long legs. If Roland wanted to speak into the magic seal, he had to get close to Nightingale. He wasn't sure whether to openly gaze or sneak a quick look. After hearing that the plan was on track. Looking at Nightingale's her pair of boing boings, Roland nodded, then said, "Looks great," quickly adding that he meant Axe and everyone. Spear sensed something off in Roland's voice and worried that Roland had caught a cold. Clearing his throat, Roland instructed Spear to tell Axe to continue the plan. Witches willing to go to the city of Neverwinter were welcome, but there should be no pressure on those who chose not to. After the call ended, Nightingale stood up, and Roland took a deep breath, perhaps thinking it would be great if the call lasted a bit longer. Seeing his expression, Nightingale chuckled, then in a flash, returned to her lounge chair, continuing to munch on dried fish and read her storybook. Roland forced himself to focus on the matters at hand. He had achieved remote communication through Spear as a relay station, which, though much more convenient than letters, and much faster. The first telephone line in the West Territory was already in the installation phase, soon to connect with other cities. Considering the time-consuming and labor-intensive nature of building telephone poles, and their vulnerability to snow damage, Roland decided to lay the cables along the mountains, burying them underground for convenience and safety. The next step was waiting for the migration of the Takira witches. As he contemplated his plans, a sudden explosion sounded outside the window. Nightingale instantly got up, instructing Roland to stay in his office as she disappeared into the mist, heading towards the explosion. Meanwhile, in the witch's apartment, Rem rushed into the bedroom, informing her that an incident had occurred in the Academy district. Lily, seemingly unconcerned and pushing Rem's face away, continued adjusting her microscope. Rem, anxious, explained that there was not only an explosion but also a large fire. She asked if it was the work of demons or the church. Lily shook her head, suspecting it was probably someone stupid while meddling with chemicals from the laboratory, causing an accident. Such incidents had happened before, when a chemist brought home a substance, and the child played with it, which later set their house on fire. Although there were no casualties, the incident still infuriated Roland. Since then, the amount of laboratory rules and safety measures has multiplied. Rem nodded but pouted, clearly wanting Lily to go with her. Lily, having spent a year focused on the microscope, hopes to provide more help to Roland. However, everyone in the Witch Union seemed doing their part in the development of the city of Neverwinter. She felt left out, because she wasn't able to provide much help. Especially since even Rem had used her abilities to help Roland create electric light bulbs. Rem forcibly pulled Lily up, insisting that staying in her room all day was not healthy. Lily let out a deep sigh, thinking Rem was right, maybe she needed some fresh air too. Rem then sprinted out of the room. Not long after, she gathered the other witches hidden behind the door, and they all prepared to check out the incident together. Evelyn, Summer, and the newly joined Witch Union members Amy, Vanilla, and Margie were also present. In case you forgot Vanilla and Margie, they are from the church and once a pure one. But they were newly joined, and didn't have any blood on their hands, so Roland allowed them to join the Witch Union. Margie used her abilities to transport the group swiftly to the Academy district. The area was already cordoned off by police, barring residents from approaching. However, the witches moved through the streets and walls, entering the academy without anyone seeing them. They reached the second floor, where the smell of burnt wood lingered. Following the scent, they quickly found the site of the incident, a classroom near the end of a corridor. The walls were cracked, extending to the floor. Rem circled the wall, and then it was Summer's turn. She stepped into the center of the classroom and activated her ability. As her magic surged, the damaged walls were restored to their original state, and the skewed chairs realigned neatly. The empty classroom filled with students, some sleeping on desks, others chatting in groups. Margie and Vanilla, witnessing Summer's ability for the first time, were surprised. Amy, also seeing it for the first time, showed no fear but admiration, exclaiming, "That's amazing." As they talked, Rem suddenly interrupted, drawing everyone's attention to a corner where several older-looking students had cornered two others. One student stood with arms outstretched in front of the others, while the other was cowering behind, seemingly terrified. The witches frowned, wondering if this was a case of bullying. Unable to hear the sound, but from the lip reading, it was evident that the argument was about the two cornered students' origin. The taller and older students accused them of being followers of Timothy, demanding they go back to the Eastern Territory. A few taller students initiated physical aggression, pushing the student to be cornered. The situation quickly turned chaotic. The shorter student, who was a girl, kicked one of the aggressors in the knee, escaping the encirclement. Everyone began chasing her. Her agile movements surprised the witches. Amy instinctively clenched her fists, silently cheering for the girl. Vanilla expressed concern, noting that the girl's strength seemed too minimal. She also pointed out that attacking only one part of the body made it easy for opponents to anticipate and defend, which could be disadvantageous in a prolonged fight. Rem curiously looked at Vanilla, surprised by her knowledge. Vanilla seemed downcast, apologizing and starting to say it was something she learned in the church, but she stopped short of finishing her sentence. Afraid that everyone will dislike her because of her past. Evelyn came over and consoled her, reminding them that King Roland had said Vanilla was not the same as the bad Pure One witches, and she shouldn't apologize. Lily nodded in agreement with Vanilla's analysis, noting that the girl was struggling. Suddenly, a taller student grabbed a chair and, taking advantage of the girl's divided attention, swung it from behind. The chair hit the girl's head, and despite the pain, she managed to roll away from the taller students, while clutching her bleeding head. As the taller students approached her, the girl suddenly showed a pained expression and followed by a loud scream, bolts of lightning erupted from her body. Glass shattered, and a large hole blew open in the wall. The onlookers panicked and fled. Evelyn was astonished, knowing the girl had just awakened her witch power. All the witches present understood that a witch's first awakening is often accompanied by immense pain as magic converges within the body. Many witches unconsciously exhibit their powers during this moment, making it the time they are most vulnerable to exposure. Just a few years ago, being discovered as a witch in public almost always led to certain death. The lightning quickly dissipated, but the classroom's floor and outer wall were ignited by the electric strike. Despite her agony, the girl walked to her companion in the corner and pulled her up. Lily thought this was remarkable. Even in such a weakened state, the girl didn't forget her companion. As the girls fled the scene, everyone showed a look of admiration. They all knew that the city of Neverwinter had gained a new witch, and they needed to inform Wendy immediately. The group quickly returned to the witch building. When Wendy learned that they had ventured into the danger zone, she scolded them for crossing the police line and putting everyone's safety at risk. Sylvie had already seen what happened and knew it was a magical awakening. Wendy, still upset, looked very angry while asking them if they wanted to be punished for doing 3 sets of test questions, though she wasn't genuinely intent on imposing it. Everyone made excuses to leave quickly. After Lily apologized to Wendy while dragging Rem away, however, ever since they saw what happened in school, Rem had seemed quite downcast. Once returning to their room, Lily closed the door and asked Rem what was wrong. Rem, on the verge of tears, lamented that the new witch could also generate electricity. Lily questioned why that was a concern. Rem burst into tears, fearing she would be replaced since electricity is related to magnetism, and the new witch's powers resembled her own, so the girl was pretty much another Rem, she thought. Lily reassured her that even if their abilities were similar, Roland wouldn't disregard her. Rem, still worried about being compared, couldn't shake off her fears. Recalling Rem's words, Lily suddenly had an epiphany. As she ran off without continuing to console Rem, Rem followed,
asking what was on her mind. Lily waved her hand, telling Rem not to disturb her and to focus on her own studies if she didn't want to be surpassed. With a newfound goal in mind, Lily looked into the microscope, and not long after, Lily's room was suddenly filled with a brilliant golden light. The next day, Barav and Scroll entered Roland's office together. Roland, with concern, inquired about the recent explosion.
Fortunately, no one was fatally injured in the incident.
However, a few people suffered fractures due to falls during the evacuation, and several others had minor burns, but all were healed and recovered thanks to Nanawa's treatment. Upon hearing the explosion, the teachers immediately halted what they were doing and helped with the evacuation. Ferlin was the first to react, among them, claimed that it was a mock enemy raid by the First Army as part of a drill, advising the students not to panic. This steadied the situation on site, and injuries were limited to the one class that witnessed a witch's awakening.
Roland couldn't help but praise Ferlin for using the First Army's immense prestige in the city of Neverwinter to maintain order and reduce panic.
He was also pleased to know that Agatha rushed to the school immediately and used her powers to extinguish the flames, saving the main academic building from disaster.
Regarding how Roland planned to deal with the incident, he wanted to hear the opinions of the two first.
Barav thought for a moment and then said that he believed the key issue was not the bullying itself, but the regional conflict behind it. One of the groups came from Golden Wheat City in the eastern region, previously under Timothy's control, which has not yet surrendered. Barav suspected that the adults behind them were labeling the area as a traitor's land, which the children wouldn't have known otherwise. He concluded that the parents of those who initiated the conflict should be strictly punished, and such conflicts should be eradicated as soon as possible. Regarding the potential danger to the public caused by the awakening of a witch, he suggested this should also be included in the laws. Roland nodded in satisfaction. He was pleased that Barav had first identified the underlying cause behind the fight, showing significant progress over the past 2 years.
However, he didn't think Barav's solution was the best approach.
Then, Roland turned to Scroll to hear her thoughts.
She offered a different perspective.
The citizens of Neverwinter came from all over Greycastle. It was clear to her that incorporating every conflict into the law was not a sustainable solution. She believed it was more important to guide the people, teaching them what was right and what was wrong and not to discriminate against people based on where they are from. As for the public impact caused by the awakening of a witch, Scroll suggested that Roland consult with Agatha and the Takira witches. They would be more familiar with such situations.
Roland picked up his teacup and took a slow sip.
He recognized that this conflict was merely a basic regional dispute. He believed it was better to propagate the idea that everyone belongs to the same group and that the rebels are just a small group with ulterior motives. This message should be incorporated into educational materials, as it's better than simply forbidding discussions on the subject, which could increase regional divisions.
Regarding the relationship between witches and ordinary people, he decided to first hear about Takira's approach. Roland resolved to treat this incident as a common brawl.
The student who injured the witch with a chair was to pay for both their medical expenses, with the witches' union covering the injured party's costs.
The repair of the school building was to be expedited.
Additionally, future preventive measures should follow Scroll's suggestion, using public opinion to guide the citizens.
Both Barav and Scroll nodded in understanding.
As for the newly awakened witch, Roland instructed Scroll to tell her to rest for a few days to calm her emotions and asked Wendy to keep her company. During the afternoon, when Wendy learned of the new witch's awakening, she was thrilled.
Carrying a bento box into the medical center, Wendy saw Nanawa's father talking with a couple. From the distance, it looked like the couple wanted to bend their knees as if to kneel but were stopped by Mr. Pine. After that, they bowed several times before leaving reluctantly. Wendy curiously asked who they were.
Mr. Pine explained they were the parents of the little witch, worried about leaving their child alone.
However, upon learning that the kid's stay was ordered by the king, they quickly expressed immense gratitude towards the king.
Mr. Pine's tone carried a mix of regret and pride as he spoke.
Wendy chuckled, remarking that not everyone could dare to storm a lord's castle for their daughter as he did. This reminded Wendy of Summer's parents. She let out a sigh.
Then looking at the departing witch's parents, compared to Summer's parents, she thought these parents actually cared about their daughter.
Brushing off the snow from her coat, Wendy then entered the medical center. Back with Roland, Agatha, and Phyllis entered the room. Agatha expressed her concern about the situation of witches awakening in Neverwinter. There had only been one witch awakened in the past year, a fraction of the rate during Takira's era. With the Third Divine War approaching and magical energy becoming more active, the number of awakenings shouldn't be this low. After consulting with Takira's witches, it seemed that some factor was affecting the awakening of new witches, and it was a growing trend. In this world, magical power fluctuates, becoming more abundant as the red moon approaches, followed by a period of scarcity. However, currently, despite the active magical power, new witch awakenings were rare in the city. Roland pondered for a while, then asked if there was a way to identify this factor, assuming their speculation was correct. Both witches looked at each other and shook their heads. Seeing this, Roland smiled and said, "Well, let's just assume the gods are on vacation. Anyway, they still have to defeat the demons." Phyllis seemed surprised by Roland's unwavering confidence in combating the demons, even after knowing about this news. She thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Roland then asked about the potential dangers of witch awakenings in Takira's era and how they were handled. Phyllis explained that at that time, everyone understood the half-hour rule. Simply put, there were precursors to a witch's awakening. Magical power would start to accumulate, lasting about half an hour. Symptoms like abdominal pain and discomfort would appear. The witch had to shout out about her impending awakening, prompting everyone to immediately retreat away from her. If anyone stayed and got injured afterward, they wouldn't be compensated. However, if the witch failed to loudly announce, she would face punishment as well. Roland thought this approach was good, provided everyone was familiar with witches. It also promoted the idea that witches were born among humans, making it clear that any young girl could potentially awaken as a witch at any time. This reminded Roland of modern traffic rules, such as traffic lights. The best course of action for everyone was to follow these rules to avoid harm. With this in mind, Roland immediately began drafting legislation concerning the conduct of witches. Back at the medical center, which had been modernized following Roland's renovations, Nanoa was accompanying the new witch. Mr. Pine opened the door and gestured for Nanoa to join him for lunch. Upon seeing Wendy, Nanoa greeted her cheerfully. Realizing Wendy's intention with the lunchbox, she said goodbye to the new witch and left with her father. Wendy approached the bed, set the lunchbox on the cabinet, and asked the new witch, Sharon, about her feelings about becoming a witch. Sharon, with her pink short hair and rosy eyes, looked adorable. She touched her stomach and mentioned feeling something extra inside her, which Nanoa had explained was a magical power. Sharon, looking at Wendy, inquired if she was also a witch and whether the first experience was always painful. Although the statement seemed ambiguous, Wendy knew exactly what she meant. Wendy introduced herself and assured Sharon that once she learned to control her magic, it would become a part of her. Wendy opened the bento box and handed the steaming food to Sharon, who eagerly began to eat, her stomach growling loudly. The sight of the delicious bento box instantly cheered Sharon up. Wendy thought about the king's tradition of hosting a banquet for new witches and realized the power of using food to stabilize emotions. Sharon quickly finished her meal, leaving not a single grain of rice. Wendy handed her a cup of water and some napkins. After Sharon wiped her mouth, Wendy asked if her friend had returned home. Sharon shook her head, unsure of her whereabouts. Wendy was surprised. Didn't the girl come to see Sharon? Sharon explained that like the bullies, she too was from the south, and perhaps the girl didn't trust her much. Wendy had assumed Sharon was from the east, which is why she helped her. Sharon, chewing on a piece of dried radish, earnestly said that regardless of where they came from, the noble squabbles had nothing to do with them. The bullies were just that, bullies. What's wrong is wrong, and if Sharon hadn't stood up, no one would have corrected the mistake. Wendy was stunned for a moment, taking a while to recover. She didn't say anything, just thought to herself that Roland might have been overthinking. This little girl didn't need anyone's comfort. Seeing the determination in the girl's eyes, Wendy knew Sharon had no regrets about her decision. The following afternoon, Roland received Sharon's ability report. Wendy recounted the previous night's meeting with a smile.
Sharon not only accepted her new identity as a witch but also expressed her desire to join the witch union and become someone like Manhwa.
Roland looked at Sharon's report with satisfaction.
She was 15 years old, with her magical power ranked above average. The report even noted that her level was comparable to some of the adult witches from Takara's era. It seemed that Phyllis was also present during the ability test. She was always the most enthusiastic whenever a new witch appeared. Sharon's ability was to generate electricity, but she still lacked precise control. When she increased the intensity of the current, her magical power consumption rapidly escalated, yet she could easily penetrate wood and melt metal objects. She could light up a bulb, but often burnt out the filament quickly.
However, her power transmission was not very strong.
Roland nodded in approval. Sharon had great potential. He looked forward to seeing the evolution of her abilities after she gained more knowledge and how she would improve as she became older.
Roland approved Sharon's entry into the Witch Union, encouraging her to practice her abilities while focusing on her studies.
Considering Sharon's strong sense of justice, Roland thought it might be a good idea to have her join the Department of Justice. A young girl with the ability to generate electricity, patrolling the streets and ready to apprehend criminals at any moment, seemed like a strangely familiar scenario. After Wendy finished reporting her work and returned to the witch's building, she suddenly heard the sound of flapping wings behind her. It was Maisie, cooing anxiously. Seeing Maisie's distressed state, Wendy became worried and quickly asked what had happened.
Lightning soon arrived and instructed Maisie to find Nightingale and Roland immediately. Maisie flew towards the castle, while Wendy and Lightning hurried to the bottom of the witch's building.
Suddenly, a multitude of mushrooms flew out of the building, hitting them on their heads. They quickly climbed the stairs, only to see Lily and Rem blocking the door, which was nearly bursting with mushrooms. Lily, pale-faced, admitted that the mushrooms were spawned by her magic. Everyone looked at Lily, wondering if her powers had evolved.
Just when the situation seemed dire, Anna and Nightingale arrived.
Nightingale drew her dagger to break the door, while Anna swiftly used her power to eradicate all the mushrooms in the room with her black fire. Roland, looking at the mushrooms in his hand, understood that Lily's previous observations of the mushroom spores had led to this. Lily thought she was in trouble and would be scolded, but Roland gently ruffled her hair and praised her work. Surprisingly, Lily did not shy away or roll her eyes but accepted Roland's compliment with a blushed face.
Roland then smiled and suggested, "Let's have a mushroom feast for lunch today."
In the distant most southern territory, flames erupted from beneath the earth, creating a world starkly different from the cold desert outside. Andrea remarked on the intriguing nature of this place, but Ashes dismissed it as feeling like a steamer. Andrea shrugged off Ash's lack of taste and style, to which Ashes nonchalantly suggested Andrea wipe the sweat off her face before boasting. As they bickered, Tulamu, after a week of acquaintance, had gained some understanding of this group. The two goddesses in front of him were incredibly powerful. Tulamu also agreed with Andrea that they were in the most beautiful part of the southern territory, the eternal sea of fire. Echo also found it beautiful, wishing it could be enjoyed without conflict and bloodshed. Hummingbird chimed in and said, just as Roland had said once, making it famous as a national natural park. Andrea lifted her chin in agreement, remarking on Roland's king-like vision and his great taste, which Ashes naturally took as another opportunity for some teasing. As the team continued onward, Tulamu, at the back, was curious about the name Roland, frequently mentioned in conversations by both Axe and the goddesses. He wondered how this king had earned such trust and respect. When the group reached the high platform, the clan warriors waiting there hissed, while onlookers from other major clans looked on indifferently. Tulamu was undisturbed, knowing all present clans were about to become history. The chief of the first clan stood and called the chief of the Asha clan to answer. Echo took a deep breath and stepped forward, followed by the other witches. Recognizing Echo, who had previously participated in the scarce duel, the first clan's chief skipped the rules explanation. They were to battle the Swogo clan, fielding 22 warriors. Weapons racks were placed on both sides of the platform for duelists to choose from. Ashes, initially holding her great sword, was informed by Tulamu that personal weapons were not allowed in the duel. She casually stuck her blade into the ground, shattering a large chunk of the hard rock. Tulamu thought to himself that she hadn't used her full strength, otherwise, his tavern would have been demolished bare-handed. Ashes glanced at the weapons, asking how many she could take. Upon learning she could take as many as she wanted, she first placed 2 daggers at her waist, then picked up a long 2-handled iron hammer and a wooden shield. Eyeing the heaviest 2-handed hammer on the rack, Ashes wielded it effortlessly with one hand, making Tulamu realize the opponent was doomed. Andrea casually picked a short bow, intentionally reducing the arrows in the quiver to 22, discarding the extra.
Axe also chose a suitable long sword, staying close to Echo for protection, while Ashes and Andrea took the front lines. Hummingbird didn't join the fight. For them, 4 was enough.
According to the rules, the number of warriors participating in the duel from each clan should be between 15 and 30, and the challengers could not outnumber the challenged clan.
The opponents were the strongest and most belligerent warriors selected by their clans.
Tulamu was somewhat worried, as the opponents would surely be wearing the Stone of God punishment. Seeing the 4 of them so confident, Tulamu suddenly felt a pang of regret. The first clan looked at the group, asking if they were sure they only wanted to use 4 people. Ashes smirked at the corner of her mouth, urging them to stop talking and start the fight. Once the gong hanging at the corner of the platform was struck, the first battle commenced. As the command was given, the Swogo clan's warriors immediately drew their weapons. They converged from both sides of the platform. Suddenly, their steps halted, as everyone heard a mournful and melodious song. The tune was ethereal and pleasant as if coming from the distant sky, but the embedded feelings of loss, pain, and mourning were so intense that it involuntarily brought tears to the listener's eyes. This caused the Swogo warriors to pause. The spectators' expressions changed drastically, some pointed at the Swogo clan and shouted accusations, while others covered their faces, crying as if encountering something profoundly tragic. There were screams, shouting, and cursing, all directed at the Swogo clan. Tulamu could hardly believe his eyes, as he had no idea what was going on. He saw the Swogo warriors turn on their own people, and in an instant, the observation platform was splattered with hot blood. Blades pierced through their bodies, and heads rolled off the platform, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Accompanied by the sad music, it was almost like a narration of the astonishing slaughter. However, it lasted only a moment. When he blinked again, the horrific scene before him had vanished without a trace. The 22 warriors were still advancing, but their steps were significantly slower. Tulamu was still trying to comprehend what had happened when Andrea swiftly drew several arrows. Instead of using a bow, she flicked them with a light toss, and the warriors immediately fell. They were all incapacitated but not fatally wounded. Tulamu was astounded. Her hand-thrown arrows were as effective as those shot from a fully drawn strong bow. Each arrow pierced right below the collarbone on the right side, lodging in the bones. The song echoing across the platform suddenly shifted from its previous mournful tune to an uplifting and vigorous rhythm, with tight drumbeats that seemed to strike at the heart, igniting a fiery passion in the listeners. Ashes moved into action, effortlessly maneuvering despite carrying a massive hammer and wooden shield. No one could withstand her strike. She didn't crush her opponents to death but merely knocked them unconscious. Suddenly, a severely injured clan warrior got up, grabbed a short bow and an arrow tipped with a Stone of God punishment, and shot it at Echo. Andrea and Ashes had underestimated the enemy, and it was too late to defend. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed the arrow in midair and threw it to the ground, crushing it underfoot. Tulamu, however, felt a pang of regret, lamenting that an arrow was worth almost dozens of gold coins. Realizing their opponent was too strong, one of the warriors bellowed, gathering the remaining 10 or so who could still stand around him. They all noticed that Ashes had no intention of killing them. The warriors sheathed their weapons and lined up, extending their hands forward and pushing onto each other. Their intention to settle the contest through a test of strength was clear. Ashes smiled casually, dropped her wooden shield, raised her long-handled iron hammer, and charged at the group. The two forces collided with tremendous force. Chaotic cheers erupted from the spectators' platform, as the crowd rooted for both sides. Ashes alone withstood the push from a dozen men. A cloaked young girl in the audience chuckled, finding the scene interesting.
When Axe, Andrea, and Echo joined the tug-of-war, the balance was disrupted.
The four of them pushed against the dozen warriors, slowly advancing step by step toward the edge of the platform. Finally, the opposing side was sent flying off and landed on the ground. The Swoga clan acknowledged they had just lost, but it was good that no one died. The victors were naturally the Asha clan. The next scene brings us inside the Iron Sand City. In a training field, the sound of thump resonated as a girl relentlessly pounded a punching bag with the force of a hammer. Upon closer inspection, her arms resembled those of a wild beast. A middle-aged man walked in, smiling, and asked if the girl was excited by the Asha clan's performance. Just a few minutes earlier, the chief of the first clan had come by, informed by the guards that Lorca was practicing. As the chief was about to enter, the guard hurriedly mentioned that Lorca did not want to be disturbed. Hearing this, the chief glanced at him, causing the guard to shiver. The chief was not angry, rather, he felt relieved. Lorca was becoming more authoritative, a true heir to the clan. Entering the tent, the training hall had a row of iron bars, and his daughter was striking a hanging sandbag with powerful punches. He had no doubt that such a punch, if landed on a person, would cause severe internal damage. Under her full strength, the sandbag eventually burst. She let out a breath, her beast-like hands slowly returning to normal as she nodded at her father. The chief smiled, realizing his daughter saw Asha's performance as finally having a worthy opponent. The girl pouted, feeling it was a pity because the other party had just won the right to stay in Iron Sand City and would probably not challenge again for a while. Lorca sighed and was about to leave the tent when the chief asked if she preferred chatting with the sandbag over talking with her father. Her ears perked atop her head, trembled as if admitting guilt, and then drooped. The chief coughed twice, reminding her to watch her expressions. Lorca immediately perked up her ears, and the chief thought to himself that, despite her cute appearance, he really wanted to pet rub her hair, but it wasn't suitable for a clan leader. A future clan leader should always maintain seriousness, commanding respect and obedience from subordinates. He then asked for her thoughts on the duel. The girl simply said that apart from Ashes, it wasn't very interesting. The chief disagreed, pointing out that the abilities of the other side were quite interesting, and it was very rare to see no casualties. Even the Swogo clan wouldn't harbor any hatred towards the Asha clan. Lorca, however, was skeptical, believing that Echo's trick would not work a second time. She also thought that Asha's approach, though respect-worthy, was asking for trouble. She predicted they would soon be challenged by another clan. The chief patted his daughter's shoulder, happy to hear that she prioritized the clan's interests, a quality essential for a clan leader. Just then, a guard from outside the training hall hurried in, and reported that the Asha clan had issued another sacred duel. The chief was startled, it had only been a day since they won the right to stay in Iron Sand City. He asked who the challenge was against, and the guard replied it was the 4th-ranked Sandstorm clan. Moreover, the Asha clan hadn't forced the Swoga clan to leave or take residence in Iron Sand City themselves, puzzling the chief about their intentions. Lorca was silent for a moment, then laughed lightly, realizing a chance to face Ashes might not be so far off. A few days later, at night, at the tavern, here became the liveliest place in the little oasis. Everyone discussed the recent sacred duel. The Sandstorm clan had a goddess who could turn sand into armor and manipulate it to attack, but she was defeated by a single punch from Ashes. Many had witnessed this scene. The moment Ashes charged, the sand enveloping the Sandstorm clan's goddess scattered, and she was knocked out with one punch. They believed Ashes had held back, otherwise, her opponent would have been killed instantly. The tavern's patrons speculated whether Ashes also carried a stone of god punishment. But everyone knew Ashes was a goddess, so, what really happened? The patrons in the tavern asked the waiter not to interrupt, as the man continued his story. He said the Sandstorm clan probably didn't expect their goddess to be the first to fall, which immediately disrupted their formation. And yet again, they were defeated without casualties. 15 people, all survived, either shot in the shoulder or knee with arrows or knocked out by the goddess. Murmurs and whispers rose among the crowd. The storyteller, getting into the climax, says that wasn't it, as he stood on a stool and proclaimed that the duel 2 days ago was unforgettable. The Asha clan challenged the Blackwater clan, a major clan known for its ferocity and brutality.
Few challengers who faced them lived to tell the tale. They had no goddess but were all top-notch warriors, and they fielded a full 30. Compared to the previous fights, it was more of a bloody battle, but this silenced the tavern, as everyone waited for him to continue. Despite disbelief, once again, no one died on the platform. Gradually, witnesses from the audience corroborated the story. At the height of the excitement, a wealthy patron looked towards the second floor of the tavern, instructing the owner to serve everyone a drink, and it would be on him. Tulamu laughed heartily. Instead of getting the patron to pay, he instead declared this round was on him and everyone had a share. Cheers erupted downstairs. Tulamu downed his drink in one gulp and exhaled deeply. Over the week, the number of patrons had increased tenfold, and the talk of sacred duels was incessant. Tulamu was told to stay in the oasis to manage the rear, and couldn't understand why Axe and the others allowed so many of these minor clans to gather here. Although everyone admired the Asha clan's policy of not killing, they worried that the opponents would simply recover and return for another challenge. Many felt that even if they wanted to be the first clan, such actions were pointless. However, tonight's duel against the second clan was the most anticipated. Some believed the Asha would lose, but others had great confidence in them. A middle-aged man sighed, lamenting that getting a spot to watch the duel live was becoming increasingly difficult, leaving them to wait for news in the tavern. Suddenly, a breathless messenger burst into the tavern. He didn't stop for a drink, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "The Asha clan won." The tavern erupted into a buzz of excitement. The patrons bombarded the messenger with questions about the duel. Tulamu relaxed, clapped his hands for attention, handed the messenger a drink, and asked him to describe what happened. After moistening his throat with the fruit wine, the messenger revealed that the two sides did not fight. Turned out, the second clan had conceded their position. The tavern fell eerily silent. Back with Axe, Echo was surprised that the other side had given up so easily. Axe understood their strategy. The second clan wanted to conserve strength, wait for the Asha to be weakened in a fight with the first clan, and then return to take the second place, or even become the first. Echo was relieved there hadn't been a fight, noting that Ashes had sustained several injuries in the recent continuous battles, especially against the Blackwater clan. Ashes entered, wearing a long gown, laughing that most of the bloodstains were from her opponents. Echo looked at her worriedly, asking about her injuries. Ashes moved her body a bit and reassured her with a smile, "It's nothing." Andrea had just applied some herbal medicine from leaf to Ashes, telling everyone that an extraordinary witch's body was naturally stronger than that of ordinary witches. After all, they didn't need to supply their brains with nutrients, so their muscles grew quickly, and their skin was particularly thick. Ashes rolled her eyes but, unlike usual, didn't argue with her and instead leaned back in the chair to rest. Axe looked at the two, then shifted his gaze to Ashes, thinking this was the behavior of a mature warrior. Besides eating and fighting, they used the rest of their time to rest and recover as much strength as possible. He remarked that the king had an excellent eye for choosing people. Their next steps were simple. As instructed by Roland, they just needed to start making a buzz, ensuring the whole desert knew about them, then creating topics of conversation. What remained was defeating the first clan, and then having Echo speak the king's words at the Sea of Fire in front of everyone. Echo fell silent for a moment, then clenched her fist as if to encourage herself and understand her role. Axe, noticing Echo's nervousness, reassured her not to worry or put too much pressure on herself. No matter how many responded to them, a new order would eventually spread across the entire southernmost territory. Just then, Tulamu entered the tent, bringing a letter. The first clan had responded to the Asha's challenge request, but they demanded specific participants in the duel. Andrea, surprised, asked what they meant. Tulamu respectfully replied that the letter stated the first clan's princess, Lorca, wished to have a one-on-one duel with Ashes on the platform of Burning Fire. This news swept through the desert, capturing everyone's imagination. The tale of the Asha princess, who returned seeking vengeance and managed to defeat 5 major clans with a mere 4-person team, all without taking a single life, seemed almost like a fairy tale. The majority rallied behind the Asha clan, while the younger generation focused more on who would ultimately come on top. Yet, some held different perspectives.
Shifting our scene to the desert, a middle-aged man entered a tent. Compared to the biting cold outside, the tent offered a much warmer refuge. On his arrival, two young men greeted him and promptly served him a drink. While discussing the impending duel, the man smiled and shared with the youths his belief that if the Asha were to become the head of all clans, they would undoubtedly bring monumental changes.
Zooming out, we see the area now teeming with tents. People from various clans had congregated, all eager for first-hand news. The sacred duel between the Asha clan and the first clan unfolded as planned. Asha stepped onto the platform, her presence instantly igniting cheers from the Majin San people, who held a deep respect for true warriors. Her previous commendable performance in the recent battles had won over everyone's admiration. Just then, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd as a hooded girl made a light leap onto the platform, heading towards Asha's. This girl, the princess of the first clan, received an even louder cheer from the clanspeople. Turned out, there was an agreement they had made earlier: no weapons or stones of God's punishment would be allowed in the duel. The girl removed her hood, revealing curly auburn hair and a pair of distinctive, fluffy ears standing upright. Ashes, taken aback, inquired if those were dog ears. Upon hearing this, Lorca, with a hint of blush, quickly corrected her: they were wolf ears. Observing Lorca standing barefoot on the hot platform, Ashes expressed her curiosity about whether the heat bothered her. Lorca, gracefully shifting on her tiptoes and shedding her cloak to display her fluffy tail, asserted that the Majin people never fear the hot sand. Yet, seeing Lorca's expression tells a different story. Either way, Ashes commended Lorca for maintaining her transformed state, suggesting it was an effective method for adapting to the consumption of magical power. However, Lorca, flicking her tail in slight confusion, clarified that her appearance was not a training exercise but a consequence of the power bestowed by the three gods. She then tells Ashes that she was unable to revert to her human form. Ashes pondered whether using a bone, as a distraction, might shift Lorca's focus and reduce her combat effectiveness, recalling how this tactic worked well with Maisie. Just thinking about this made her chuckle. Misunderstanding Ashes' expression, Lorca felt she was being mocked and underestimated. Ashes, however, quickly clarified that she was actually thinking of a friend. Lorca was a bit skeptical; nonetheless, they then retreated to their respective corners. The first clan chief, observing his daughter, experienced a poignant sense of loss. His daughter, having awakened as a goddess and gained immense power, was unable to return to her human form. This meant she could not lead a normal life as a girl, nor any handsome warriors would want to marry her. Well, I would disagree. Perhaps the handsome warriors in the comments section wouldn't mind the fluffy ears, am I right? Anyway, naturally it became essential for the chief's daughter to ascend as the clan leader, commanding respect and quelling any remarks about her unusual appearance. When the chief struck the gong with all his might, it marked the beginning of the duel. Lorca, with astonishing agility, leaped off the ground and attacked Ashes, her hands morphing into powerful beast claws. Ashes, displaying remarkable reflexes, caught Lorca's claws firmly and, with a deft twist, flipped her over her shoulder, slamming her onto the ground. Unrelenting, Ashes charged towards Lorca, aiming a powerful punch at the spot where Lorca had just been. However, Lorca, with quick thinking, rolled away in the nick of time. Positioning herself upside down, Lorca launched a kick at Ashes. Ashes, ever alert, caught the kick, applying intense pressure and causing Lorca's calf muscle to tear. Enduring the pain, Lorca raised her other leg for a sweeping attack aimed at Ashes' head, her leg transforming mid-kick into a thick, wolf-like limb. Ashes released her hold and ducked, narrowly avoiding the swipe. Lorca, not missing a beat, transformed her other leg as well. However, Ashes noted that Lorca's head and abdomen remained vulnerable. In a swift motion, Ashes threw her fists, compelling Lorca to defend herself with her claws. Seizing the moment, locking Lorca's arm, Ashes headbutted Lorca in the face, causing her to cry out in pain as tears and blood mingled. Capitalizing on Lorca's momentary disarray, Ashes spun around and delivered a potent kick to Lorca's abdomen, propelling her across the platform. The crowd, previously raucous, fell into stunned silence, not anticipating Lorca at such a disadvantage. Only Ashes knew Lorca was perfectly fine from that kick.
Turned out at the moment of impact, Lorca had cleverly curled her body to mitigate most of the damage.
Recognizing Lorca's resilience, Ashes tells her that playtime is over, urging Lorca it's time to get more serious. After tumbling on the ground, Lorca underwent a dramatic transformation. Her body expanded, tearing her clothes to shreds as she morphed into a full wolf form. A colossal red wolf now stood towering on the platform, taking Ashes by surprise. As the wolf launched its attack, Ash's demeanor shifted to seriousness. The wolf, with its immense size, boasted a speed on par with a god's punishment warrior and a strength that cannot be underestimated. Lorca, now in her wolf form, had a significantly extended reach, making it hard for Ashes to simply dodge her attacks, left with little room for evasion. Suddenly, seeing one swipe attack from Lorca, Ashes was forced to lift her arms and blocks the attacks directly. Below the platform, Echo, witnessing the intense battle, couldn't help but grasp Andrea's wrist tightly, her concern for Ashes evident. From the audience's perspective, Ashes appeared to be primarily on the defensive, struggling to find opportunities for counterattacks. However, Andrea offered reassurance to Echo, pointing out that Ashes possessed a remarkable resilience to physical attacks and had yet to exert her full strength. Echo, observing Ashes' quickened breath and less relaxed demeanor, wondered if that was really the case. Andrea then mentioned the unique extraordinary witch training method from the era of Takira, which involved accelerating magic power consumption to maintain a state of constant training. Roland had once remarked on this method as being ancient and inefficient, suggesting that time would be better spent on reading and studying the mechanics of muscle and bone converting chemical energy into mechanical energy. For Ashes, however, absorbing textbooks and understanding complex biology was a more daunting task than physical training. Therefore, this old-school and hands-on approach to training was more suited to her style. As the duel continued on the platform, Ashes saw an opportunity to gain some strategic advantage. She created some space between herself and Lorca, reaching into her waistband and pulling out a black cloth band. This action prompted Lorca to pause and question if it was a weapon. With a calm smile, Ashes casually dropped the cloth band to the ground. The audience was taken aback as the item, which appeared to be a simple waistband, landed with a dull, heavy thud, suggesting it was made of iron or steel rather than soft fabric. But this was not the only weighted item Ashes had concealed. She then crouched down and removed two similar bands that were tied around her ankles. Rewinding to 1 year and 3 months prior, it was revealed that Agatha had initiated Ashes into a rigorous and unique witch training regimen. These seemingly ordinary cloth bands, crafted meticulously by Soraya, each weighed tens of kilograms. It was a training method designed to enhance physical strength and endurance by constantly wearing these heavyweights. Once Ashes removed all the bands, she immediately felt a significant change. Her strength surged back, and a familiar sense of lightness filled her body. This time, she can finally go all out. Meanwhile, on the platform, in a fierce escalation, Ashes initiated her counterattack. Lorca, embodying the ferocity of her beastly form, lunged forward with her powerful claws. But Ashes' agility was faster. She swiftly maneuvered behind Lorca, delivering a series of heavy blows. Lorca, undeterred by the pain, swung her claw in retaliation, only to miss as Ashes leaped backward. What followed was Lorca's thick tail lashed out, creating a gust so strong it forced the spectators to squint. At that very moment, Ashes seemingly vanished from the platform. Then, suddenly descending from above, Ashes, no longer holding back, landed a devastating punch directly to Lorca's eye socket. Lorca's response was a hoarse scream, "Oh ouch, that must have hurt." Ashes thought Lorca would surrender by now. However, as she tried to pull her arms out, giving Lorca an opportunity to concede, she found herself in a precarious position. Lorca's eyes were shut tightly, her facial muscles clamping down on Ashes' right hand. In a swift move, Lorca struck with her massive claw. Ashes, unable to evade, braced for the blow with her other arm, absorbing the impact. The force was so intense it felt like her bones might break, the impact twisting her left arm into an unnatural shape. Lorca didn't waste a single second, unleashed a wild howl, and lunged forward with her mouth. Ashes, refusing to retreat any further, engaged once again. She was significantly stronger than she had been a year ago,
her magic power circulation, strength, and defensive capabilities had all seen substantial improvement. A year earlier, such a strike could have shattered not only her arm but potentially her spine and organs as well. She then realized that might just be the life and death scenario Agatha had described. Both of them were severely wounded, yet neither showed any sign of backing down. Ashes, now relying on her one functional hand for support, delivered a forceful kick aimed at Lorca's forelimbs. With a loud crash, Lorca's limbs bent outward, losing balance and falling backward. Shaking all over, she willed herself to stand. The chief, anxiously shouting from the stands, urged Lorca to stop. Lorca, gasping for breath, replied that Ashes wasn't faring much better and just needed to hold on a bit longer. The chief clenched his fists, torn between wanting his daughter to become the clan leader and not wanting her to get hurt any further. Ashes wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth. Lorca was right, Ashes was no shape better than she was, her arm broken and hanging limply at her side. What mattered now was resolving the duel. For a moment she thought if she blinds Lorca's second eye, this would certainly force her to surrender. However, with Leaf's herbs, Lorca would be fine for the time being, and Nanawa's healing would restore her fully upon returning to the western region. Ashes inhaled deeply and crouched slightly, both preparing for the final strike. No matter the outcome, only one would remain standing on the platform. The heavy atmosphere enveloped all spectators, silent except for the roaring flames beneath them. In a sudden turn of events, just as Ashes was poised to make her move, an urgent scream from Echo pierced the air, alerting her to an imminent danger from above. Ashes swiftly looked up, spotting a massive beast plummeting down, its talons outstretched menacingly like razor-sharp blades. With a burst of strength, Ashes lunged to the side, narrowly evading the creature's dive. Lorca, too, attempted to dodge, but her injured limb betrayed her, resulting in her being struck directly by the diving beast. The impact was colossal, the force of it causing the platform to crack as if struck by a meteor. Lorca's cries of pain echoed through the arena. The onlookers, stunned, quickly identified the creature, no other than a four-winged eagle. The crowd was in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a terrifying creature could dare to intrude upon the sacred sea of fire. Amongst the Majin Sand people, weapons were drawn in response to this unforeseen threat. Meanwhile, Ashes realized that this creature was actually a demonic mixed-breed beast. The demonic beast had Lorca pinned down ruthlessly, its claw clamping her down like an iron vice. To the horror of all present, the beast then began to viciously peck at Lorca's head while maintaining its oppressive hold on her. Ashes, witnessing a fellow witch in peril, could not just sit back and watch. She called out to Echo for support and then charged headlong toward the mixed-breed demonic beast. Just moments before, outside the Sea of Fire, the Majin Sand people had emerged from their tents, catching sight of the demonic beast. However, the creature seemed to disregard them entirely, focusing its attack directly on the sacred platform. In a decisive move, Ashes grappled with the demonic beast's curved beak as it lunged down for another strike. The sharp edges of the beak sliced into her arms, causing blood to drip onto Lorca's face. Despite the pain and injury, Ashes held her ground, refusing to flinch or retreat. Meanwhile, Lorca, weakened and battered, managed to lift her head slightly. At this critical juncture, Echo's voice began to resonate across the battlefield, casting a calming rhythm and gradually dispelling the panic among the fleeing crowd. With the chaotic surroundings now subdued, Andrea seized her chance to provide critical support. From her vantage point, Andrea unleashed a volley of gunfire, utilizing her sharpshooting skills to their fullest. Her bullets, precisely aimed, repeatedly struck the same joint on the demonic beast, eventually severing its claw in two. Capitalizing on this sudden turn of events, Lorca mustered her remaining strength and delivered a powerful kick to the beast's abdomen. The force of her kick sent the demonic creature reeling and flying away from the platform. In the midst of the chaos, a few First Army soldiers seated among the spectators opened fire in an attempt to bring down the demonic beast. Despite their efforts, the creature's erratic flight pattern made it difficult to land a solid hit. Ashes shed her cloak and used it to cover the rapidly shrinking form of Lorca, who had reverted from her giant wolf state. Upon examining Lorca, Ashes discovered severe fractures in her chest bones and rib cage.
The warriors of the first clan, recognizing the immediate threat, encircled the injured pair.
They drew their short bows and launched a volley of arrows at the demonic beast circling overhead. However, their attempts were futile as none of the arrows managed to strike the agile creature.
Then, the demonic beast dived towards them once more.
Ashes, cradling the injured Lorca, rolled out of the way just in time to avoid the beast's sweeping ground attack.
Tragically, several clan warriors who couldn't move quickly enough were captured by the beast and then dropped from a considerable height.
It was apparent that the demonic beast was not only powerful but also possessed a significant level of intelligence. It seemed to understand that Andrea's rifle was the only weapon posing a real threat to it. At this critical moment, Hummingbird used her unique ability to reduce the weight of the falling warriors, enabling them to land safely and avoid further casualties. Ashes, analyzing the situation, deduced that the demonic beast was specifically targeting their group. However, the majority of the First Army soldiers were not present at the scene to help out. In a critical turn of events, Lorca, despite her grave injuries, grasped Ash's hand and urged her to throw her upwards. Simultaneously, the demonic beast shifted its focus, menacingly targeting Echo and the others. Hummingbird, quick to respond, seized a nearby weapon and, alongside Andrea, launched a counterattack. Unfortunately, their efforts were stymied by the beast's hard beak, which proved to be an effective defense. Meanwhile, Ashes was initially perplexed by Lorca's request. Lorca, with urgency in her voice, reiterated her plea, emphasizing that this might be their only chance. She acknowledged her inability to move independently and her reliance on Ashes for this desperate plan. Lorca tells her that a warrior's greatest fate is to die in battle. She conveyed her gratitude for the exhilarating duel with Ashes, however, her fluffy ears drooped in a mix of resolve and sadness. Ashes, recognizing the determination in Lorca's eyes, agreed to her request after a brief silence. However, she reassured Lorca that this would not be their final battle. Lorca, interpreting Ash's words as an attempt to comfort her in her final moments, with a self-deprecating smile, Lorca said she wouldn't be able to stand or see properly anymore. But Ashes tells her to not worry. She then speaks of an angel named Manhwa in the city of Neverwinter of Grey Castle. She described Manhwa as a miraculous witch capable of curing any wound.
Upon hearing this, Lorca's wolf ears perked up instantly. Ashes acted decisively.
Gripping Lorca firmly by one leg, she awaited the perfect moment as the four-winged eagle dove towards the platform's center. With a powerful spin, Ashes hurled Lorca directly at the beast. The demonic beast, anticipating easy prey, opened its beak wide, ready to bite. However, in a stunning transformation, Lorca morphed into her giant red wolf form mid-air, delivering a forceful slap across the bird's face. This strike twisted the eagle's head to one side, and without losing momentum, Lorca ferociously bit into its neck. At this critical juncture, Ashes coordinated with her companions. Andrea, heeding Ash's call, passed her rifle to Echo. As the demonic beast plummeted from the sky, overwhelmed by Lorca's attack, Lorca reverted back to her original form. Ashes, without missing a beat, quickly wrapped Lorca in a cloak, scooped her up, and retreated to safety. Observing Lorca, now unconscious and severely wounded, however, she was still breathing. Meanwhile, Andrea readied her magic arrows, preparing for a decisive strike. The demonic beast, realizing its peril, frantically attempted to flee, its wings beating wildly. But it was too late. Andrea unleashed a magic arrow, its brilliant light streaking across the sky and piercing the beast's body. In a spectacular display, bursts of golden light erupted from within the creature, akin to a mini-nuclear explosion, signaling its end. In the aftermath, as the remnants of the beast rained down, Andrea stood proudly amidst the chaos. Ashes, looking up from below, called out to her asking why is she still standing there. Andrea tells her that she wanted everyone to remember her powerful image, but then she suddenly covered her mouth, fearing pieces of the creature's flesh might fall into her mouth. As the chief gently took Lorca from Ash's arms, his shoulders trembled slightly, a mix of relief and emotion palpable upon hearing his daughter could be saved. At that moment, his priorities shifted profoundly. The ambition of leading the first clan paled in comparison to the well-being of his daughter. The next moment, he declared the Asha clan victorious.
The response from the crowd was immediate and unified.
Everywhere, whether below the platform or upon it, people chanted a singular name in unison, Asha. Shortly after Isheko, the leader of the Asha clan, also known as Zor Silvermoon, stepped onto the dueling platform. Her voice, clear and resonant, cut through the clamor, reaching everyone's ears. She introduced herself not only as the leader of the Asha clan but also proudly as the echo of the Grey Castle Witch Union. She recounted her harrowing journey, from the loss and exile of her people due to the Iron Whip clan's schemes, to being sold into slavery and enduring a grueling journey from Green Waterport to the capital of Grey Castle. Echo spoke of her fortunate rescue by a witch organization and her subsequent move to a small border town in the western region, where she adopted the name Echo, a name she came to prefer over her original one. She described the hardships she faced, yet emphasized that the joy and fulfillment she found were far greater than any she had known in the desert. Echo detailed the transformation of the once insignificant border town into a bustling, prosperous city, attributing much of this change to the efforts of one man no other than Roland Wimbledon, the king of Grey Castle.
It was his influence and actions that had fundamentally altered Echo's fate.
Ashes whispered to Andrea that Echo's words didn't seem to match their previous rehearsal. Andrea smiled and replied that it must be what Echo really wanted to say, and all they needed to do was applaud. Although everyone was quiet, they were probably wondering why she was talking about Grey Castle, a place not known for accepting Majin Sand people. Echo answered these doubts head-on by telling them while that might have been true in the past, things were different now. A phrase often uttered by His Majesty was that the city of Neverwinter didn't care about one's origin. Echo tells everyone that the city was home to commoners from all over Grey Castle, witches, and even people from different races. This alone proved the king's kindness and tolerance. Roland planned to lead everyone here out of the bloody and barren desert, bringing them to accessible water and larger oases. Echo, on behalf of King Roland Wimbledon, conveyed his intention to become the great chieftain of the Majin Sand people, uniting the entire desert and protecting every one of them. The title Great Chieftain was unfamiliar to the audience, but it seemed to imply a leader of all clans. Amidst murmurs and discussions, the Backwater clan chief who had lost to the Asha clan previously stood up and questioned how Roland, not being the Majin race, could rule the entire desert. To answer his question, Echo calmly asked if the messengers of the three gods who once ruled the desert were the Majin race. The clan chief hesitated, unable to answer, because he knew too well that the legends depicted the messengers without a consistent appearance. However, every Majin people knew the messengers were not Majin race. Still defiant, he argued that the divine messenger's law stated that only one who could create boundless oases and save people from hunger and thirst could rule the land, something the king of Grey Castle couldn't do. Echo, unbothered, asked if that meant he would acknowledge the king's right to unify the extreme south and serve him if he could bring new oases and save people from hunger to the Majin people. The man nodded. Echo stepped forward and declared that King Roland might not be able to turn the extreme south into a boundless oasis, but he was willing to welcome every one of them into Grey Castle, where they could live by lakes and forests, forever free from thirst and sandstorms. This was the king's promise: he would bring a new oasis, the vast, unending greenery of the north. And forever, this new place would be their never-fading oasis.